What is up, guys? Welcome. This is Marvel Rivals. I can't believe it. I can't believe we're doing this right now. But it's finally time. Welcome, guys, to the Marvel Rivals PH community. And this is going to be our first ever community tournament. My name is Daks. I'm joined here by Mr. DropOutCandy yet again. He is a very handsome boy, a very buff boy. But right now, he's going to be my fellow yapper for today because we got 8 teams to do battle for a 10K prize pool.
Yeah, it's all in a single elimination bracket. Best of 3 for the for the most part, right? Except for the finals, which will be a best of 5. Again, we are technically still using the official Marvel Rivals rule set, especially with the bans. So there's 2 bans for each side, but enough about that. We just have to say thank you first and foremost for Saint for
Yep.
making this happen, especially with the entire support of the Marvel Rivals PH server in Discord. So don't forget, guys, if you guys haven't joined this Discord yet, it's very active. There's a lot of sweats here. If you want to rank up, maybe this is the perfect chance to do it.
Yeah, I heard Dropout here was the Road to Eternity or something.
Hell no.
It's been pretty wild, but you can find the best people here at discord.gg/rivalsph. Or is it Marvel Rivals PH? It's one of the two. Well, we'll make sure we have the right invite link for you at the very end. Not only that, though, again, big shout out to Saint for making this happen. This is the Triumph Division. And given that we have 8 teams to do battle, it's single elims. Dropout was already saying it a while ago. You got some best of 3s to, of course, see who's going to make it to the finals, a best of 5 in the finals, and you got your usual modes, right? We're gonna have, of course, whatever you call King of the Hill in this game, domination. You got your escort, aka convoy, and of course, convergence, which is hybrid for people who did come from the genre. But I also noticed here, Dropout, that there are some familiar names on many sides. Like, let's be real, it's a community real quick, right? You got names from Valorant coming on in. You got names from Overwatch coming on in. It's pretty cool that there's a lot of this game experience, and these guys have been grinding Marvel Rivals ever since season 0.
Yeah, I feel like these communities are converging in, right? Again, as you said, the Valorant PH, again, the Overwatch community. Again, we also have the Deadlock community here because there's kind of not a lot happening for Deadlock. So they're all converting into this one game where I think there's gonna be a really fun game to play and to cast as well, because already we're heading into this first game already. If I'm not mistaken, it is Team Palaro versus Team Avengers here for our first matchup for today.
Yeah, Team Avengers. They have a different game. They have a different name in game. That's for sure. They have a different faction that we probably did not let through this time around. But from what I've seen from Team Avengers, right, it's a diamond platinum stack. These guys have been grinding. I'm looking, of course, to see what kind of heroes we'll get here. Uranus probably someone to expect on the DPS. But look at the bans here drop at the start things off. Luna Snow removed by Team Palaro. Doctor Strange early on taken away. Usually that's a tank you're left with. That's a tank that everyone stabilizes on, and the protections come in from some pocket picks. Not the Illumi getting the Penny protected. The Psylocke of Romeo gonna be there too, and he's already flexing that Lord icon. You know that this guy plays a lot of that assassin.
Yeah, I feel like some of these picks compared to the official tournaments where you usually see a bit of the meta going in. This is more of the pocket picks coming in, right?
Yes.
I mean, you saw the Lord coming in, the Psylocke's in. We might see a Magic come through, so we could get some team ups here with the Psylocke plus Magic, and it feels like the same could be said on the other team. Winter Soldier for Noob Mustard 69. I like the name of it.
Yeah.
Lord as well, and I'm liking how these two teams are shaping up to be.
Yeah, it's also just mostly 2-2-2s right now from what we see in these compositions. No triple support that has been very popular actually within the ladder. Cloak and Dagger though, pretty much the support to pick here in Season 1, especially given that Luna Snow is banned. Lots of her values have really been adjusted. She gets her ultimate very, very quickly. And you can become an assassin yourself once you cast that ultimate. You turn into Cloak. You just go for the beam. And not only that, one defensive ult only per team since both sides are running the Rocket Raccoon.
Yeah, and that's pretty much it, right? You want to let the Raccoon stay alive for the most part. Plus, that damage app is gonna be useful later on for some of these team ups because again, for one side we have the Punisher that could be teamed up for the infinite ammo. On the other side, again, we have Winter Soldier that could be used for potential rotating with the combos and such. But here we go, Koth it is, and now we are going in. Guns a blazing, first game. Let's right into it.
Yeah, and I'm expecting a lot from Halikan and Belitos, especially the highest ranked players here of Team Palaro. Both GM3, both very flexible. You can see a main sport, and then you got the Moon Knight also. Such a strong ultimate with a Moon of Khonshu, able to drop down in most of this. But Kapamama try to play a bit of that high ground. Of course, Avengers going for that quick point control, and since they have the Penny Parker, not illuminating except the mines, beautiful hook there from Noob Muster, and that's a first pick for Avengers.
Yeah, when you play Winter Soldier, the most important actually is the hook. If you cannot hook and you can't boop it into your team, you're gonna have a hard time piloting it. But because you have someone like this Winter Soldier here balling out too with another kill over to one, it's a good thing the revive is there, but they're trying to pinch each other on the side. It's kind of hard for them to actually push in here.
It's such a stalemate right now, and the Avengers are taking advantage of it. Quick little beam comes in from the Cloak 2. They look for the blinds as possible. Way up the butterfly! Quickly taken in by Uranus, and a double with the ultimate. The Psylocke getting value so quickly here for the Avengers.
Yeah, and she was at 2 HP too. If no one was healing her, she could have been a goner. But yeah, Moon Knight probably one of the menaces here. But because there were so many picks put up here by the side of Avengers, that's more time for them to get this point going here.
Yeah, but the CYA as well as the Hand of Khonshu available for Team Palaro. Can combo that out for immense damage, but Belitos dies yet again. No one playing the kill right now. Uranus takes advantage, gets in, gets out. Quick little Psylocke there to just go invisible. And with that being said, Uranus gets another one. This is freebie after freebie for Team Avengers.
Yeah, and here we go. We're looking for the hook. I feel like the Kraken Impact's about to go in, but instead, it is the Penny Parker getting the picks too. They try to go in, but there is the Cloak and Dagger ult. Is there enough damage for them to peel? I don't think so, because there is infinite ammo coming in for Lord Monster, and he is not stopping pressing that M1.
Yeah, just gonna be there for quite a while. Cloak and Dagger ult sure. Eternal Bond buying some time. And Captain Mama finding Noob Muster. That's a start perhaps, but no. The BRB brings the Winter Soldier back with the fold. Here comes the way of the Battlefly 2 from Team Palaro. They're just letting in the ultimate medley. And with that being said, that's good for the double already. Here the Kraken Impact though, trying to go for the bailout play. Again once, looking for a second kill.
Oh, he got it!
There's the
Again!
And here we go, reset after reset. Avengers cleaning up house. So you know what they say, drop out, they truly assemble. And this is their point to claim. Only need to kill Uracil on the Venom, and that is it. The first point goes to Team Avengers.
I felt like the entire plan for Avengers was just to counter their ults with their ults, because they knew that if they didn't get that first point with their ults, Avengers would have just taken it outright. So most of their ultimates are gone for the meantime, but again, we still have the Penny Parker plus the Magneto ult available, which will be huge here when you're taking this first point.
Yeah, and Avengers will be very confident in pushing up since they have that Penny Parker, and as you said, those two ultimates available. But this is the problem when for Team Palaro, they had to burn the Cloak and Dagger ult, the Eternal Bond pretty early on. Avengers able to bait it out, get those DPS ultimates available. And this is a problem when you're running only two supports with the Rocket Raccoon. You only have one ultimate to protect you the whole time. And if you don't get kills quickly with the CYA, then you're not going to get too much value out of your second support.
Yeah, and the thing is, right, we have the Invisible Woman being picked up here. It feels like it depends on how the Invisible Woman acts here on this composition, but for Team Palaro, I feel like they're trying to
drop out.
What?
There's no Invisible Woman.
You know Cloak and Dagger and
Cloak
Invisible
and Dagger.
Woman.
I know. They're both the bunnies, man. You know.
They're all blondes. Okay.
They're all blondes.
They all look the same. But
yeah, TNT's all about. And I wonder for Team Palaro, they have a weird dynamic. They're playing this Venom, but they don't have the Spider-Man behind. No divers except Romeo, who's more of an assassin. And well, getting a bit of that comfort pick that we always talk about. Venom ultimate available here. On a hunger, looking for any kind of opening. Romeo,
she's looking for it.
taken down. Here comes the Venomals and the Beast of the Abyss to try to do some damage. Good pick onto Levi's. It's already 2 here for Team Palaro, and it should be good enough control. CYA also providing some value. Avengers, on the other hand, still with a minefield, and given that, Noob Master gets that pick onto Romeo yet again. Because of this, the Winter Soldiers hooks and control allows Avengers to restabilize and still take the point.
Yeah, it's so hard for them to try and look for any objective whatsoever. They have to worry about this this Winter Soldier balling out. Again, the charge as well, cracking in. God, here we go again. One more time, can do it. Can he do it? He gets the reset again. Over to the Rocket Raccoon. Can he get one more for the reset? He's right in front of him, but I don't think he will be able to get the reset, but the picks will be going out and he will be balling out. He is alone and standing in the middle of it all, and no, he doesn't care at all because he is Winter Soldier and he's here for his payday.
Yeah, and he's just not getting punished whatsoever. Noobbuster 69. Nicely done, finding those picks. And right now, just being the modicum of control for Avengers, even gonna go for the flank. Try to find one of the back lines, but here goes the way of the butterfly again. Nice hook onto the Rocket Raccoon! Halika Rito, goodbye sa'yo! The Avengers, just the amount of crowd control that they have here. Here we go again. Eternal Bond that means to play the Cloak and Dagger. Buy some time and allows Romeo his own way of the butterfly. The Storage 2 slash, there's damage done, but it's not enough to find these picks. Here the Magneto also.
Oh!
Uranus caught on that. Team Palaro also now. The Punisher ultimate online and ready to go. A lot of damage, a lot of ultimates. Team Palaro throwing the whole kitchen sink just to get his point.
Yeah, I mean, it was worth it for them, but how much can they hold here? They only have one ultimate available, and that's the Rocket Raccoons. But with so much of the stalling coming in from that Penny Parker, Naughty's doing an excellent job doing so. Activating the mines, just making sure that the mines haven't been caught at all. And for Avengers, again, they just need to wait for the ultimates to come up and potentially take a pick. Because again, this Winter Soldier doing absolutely well with the Bionic Fist, and he gets a pick again. And now the supports are tumbling down, and the Rocket Raccoon's gonna try and go away. But I don't think anything's gonna go for the side of Team Palaro as they're getting bit down bit by bit as the Kraken Impact comes in once again. Get the pick onto the Venom, not quite, but he gets the reset instead with the benefits of their teammates. One more again for the reset, not quite anymore as they try to go invisible, but Avengers already taking the point here, but it feels like GG is on set in stone here.
It's basically over unless Team Palaro can find a way to contest. Yet again, Noobbuster 69 punishing Team Palaro. Just over-peaking with the supports, finding that kill. Not enough healing on the solo, but here we go again. Beast of the Mist now from the Avengers. Or from Team Palaro rather. Captain Mama, give it a space. Finds the Penny Parker, and it's a 1-for-1 at least onto the point. But Chaos yet again. You do see a brawl down below, and Uranus able to hit Captain Mama. Captain Mama making it count. 6v5 right now. Effectively a 5v4 on the point here. Drop out, and here comes the drop down again from the Venom. Team Palaro doing all they can to try and take this back. Noobbuster 69, low HP, tries to find high impact. Shot defense as well. Eternal Bond now into play. A breezy falls, and Team Palaro winning despite to bring themselves back into the game.
Yeah, barely though, but they still have ultimates to hold, right? For Avengers, yes, this is their prime time to do it. For Palaro, meanwhile, they have to push up, but there is the butterfly going in. One pick for Team Palaro. Can they do it though? They try to back away. They have to fear Magneto. Nobody gets hit meanwhile, but there's 4 ultimates. Make it 5 for the side of Avengers as the Winter Soldier's gonna come up soon enough here.
Yeah, they tried to at least use that Magneto for value. Romeo getting ahead of them, allowing this to Team Palaro into one-fight territory. Way of the butterfly one more time. Smoke grenade though into play, allows Captain Mama to find a way to
get the one pick.
And then here we go again. Infinite ammo.
Kraken Impact.
Buster. Keep an eye out again on the potential Kraken Impact. The BRB getting the rest, but you hear it already. Stand down. It's time for the Winter Soldier to try and pop off. Uranus catching Captain Mama. Here we go again. Uranus with a double. And given the Winter Soldier's pressure, it allows Avengers to play 2 flanks. The Venom just buying time. Uracell, one more piece of the Abyss, but to try and do some damage, but it's a little too late by this point. Avengers again assembling on site, and they will take map number 1-2-0.
So much damage coming through for the DPS of Avengers and Team Palaro. Try as they might, that Venom's struggling to get a front line going because they they're getting picked off back and forth by their DPS every time. So Avengers, first game for them, not too bad there. A clean 2-0 sweep.
Yeah, not too bad, huh, Dropout? Your standard's pretty high, but this has been a very quick match, courtesy of the Avengers, and Noobbuster69 has to be the biggest reason why. And 26 on the board with 22 final hits.
That's my goat.
He picks apart these players one by one. Most especially, you can see the victims here, Kozipin and Kaptamama being taken down by that Winter Soldier. Absolute value with the Rocket Raccoon team out as well. And you can see a big gap right now with Noob Muster leading the charge.
Yeah, I feel like for the next game, that Winter Soldier's gonna be gone by the looks of it, right? Because again, it really depends on who you're trying to lord with for the most part. If you're lording someone who's in the upper echelon of the tier, let's just say like the Hela, let's say the Storm, right? 100% is gonna get banned, right? But for the first game, when the pocket pick comes in, especially when you're playing someone below the tier, let's just say like the Winter Soldier, the Punisher, the Psylocke's still kind of good. It kind of surprises everyone for the first game, and now you have to think maybe we should ban the pocket pick, right? And it comes into another question, right? What do they pick after that?
Yeah, it's a matter of priority here for these players, and you gotta wonder in a round one matchup. You make a good point there, Dropout. Do you get rid of Comfort? Do you get rid of anyone with the Lord icon? Is that the kind of answer you want, or do you have a set strategy that you need to remove some certain heroes from the pool just so you don't get countered? We'll probably see that later on within the semis, perhaps into the finals. Right now, I'm just looking for, of course, the results that we got here. And overall, Team Avengers just looking very strong in how they played the game. Them playing the Penny Parker, it's a small risk at the very start. It's not the best in every single map, but if you get that initial point control, then you're on the defense, and the Penny Parker can set up the minefield pretty well. You have a lot of crowd control available, of course, with your net. And given that, we always saw Avengers trying to find that first capture of the point itself.
Yeah, first cap as well, and again, a lot of targets to be looked out for the side of Team Palaro, right? You have to worry about the mine nest. You have to worry about the DPS trying to hook you at their back line too. So it's hard for them to look for a pick. But I feel like for the next game, it's probably an adjustment on the bans. I feel like because it feels like the DPS is kind of doing a little bit too good for the first game.
Yeah, Noob Muster and Uranus, 26 and 25 kills respectively. I'm also looking at some of the other stats here. It was an effort from Halikan and Kozipin to keep the healing going, but that's the problem. Just the final blows weren't coming in from the DPS of the redhead side of Team Palaro compared to Avengers, right? And that's sometimes the most important thing. You find the pick, you get the finish off, you get the 6v5, and especially if that's a support pick, you are going to be lacking a lot of heals when you're playing that 2-2-2, when you're only banking on the Rocket Raccoon to try and heal you. It's not going to work out. And I do wonder if there's a little bit of synergy, a lack of synergy actually, from the composition of Team Palaro. You're playing the Venom. Where's the dive? Are you gonna pair it with Romeo? Is that really the plan?
Or is
You
it
usually
Spider-Man?
yeah, you expect Spider-Man, you expect Black
Yeah.
Panther, even though it was banned. You can expect Magic as well to be some of those hero picks that you can play here. Compared to, well, for Avengers, it's Control, the hook to bring them into the mines, the infinite ammo from the Rocket Raccoon, and those are the things I'm looking at right now. If we can see the team of Team Palaro really fix it up to still stand a chance within the series.
Yeah, well, when you're trying to adjust it, right? I don't know what type of heroes they have in store, right? Maybe swap to from the Cloak and Dagger, but you already told us that Cloak and Dagger is one of the best heroes if the Luna Snow is banned. So what happens if the Luna Snow isn't banned in this next rotation? Do they pick it up instead, or do they decide to just pick someone else?
Yeah, well, I am curious yet again. You see the Doctor Strange ban here from the likes of Avengers, and they really just want to get rid of as many shields as possible. You
Yep.
saw already a while ago, Magneto was forced to be played by Team Palaro. The bubbles, of course, you have your own shielding. Those are potentially game changers there. But look at the respect ban here, Dropout.
Yep, they had
Winter
to.
Soldier removed, but Psylocke is saved again by Team Palaro, which is a little bit of a curious choice to me, since there's also a Psylocke player on Avengers. They wouldn't really ban that out as much as you'd think.
I feel like for Team Palaro, they want to challenge the Psylocke on the 1v1, I guess. So they're okay with keeping the Psylocke. The Penny Parker though, good pickup still that because they want to keep
Yeah.
that Penny Parker control, especially in this convoy map. Especially when you're playing defense, Penny Parker is such a pain in the butt if you don't find that nest in time.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see what Noobmaster69 is gonna play now within this next game. And I do wonder what else is gonna be up in store for us. Our next map, though, is Yggdrasil Path Convoy. If you guys know this one already, it's the one with the goats that scream at you. If it's really familiar.
Could make all the difference.
A lot
I
of
believe
choke points. A lot of
Yeah.
choke points in this map.
Oh, but I like this a lot. Storm is, of course, free
Mm.
from the bans right now. Noobmaster69 looking to consider it, but the Hawkeye as well. You can't really go wrong with your Season 0 dominators within the Hawkeye and the Hela if you're good at it. But look at this from Team Palaro. This is a composition that players love to run. It's a bit cheesy and a lot more high damage. You pair the Storm here, Dropout, with the Loki, so you have 2 Hurricanes rather than 1.
Ah, so you could steal the ultimate. Okay, that's
you're
pretty smart.
Ult bot
Okay.
1 and Ult bot 2.
My blade seems sharp.
But the thing, when you use Storm's ultimate, I assume that Storm is still is not invincible, right? Like you can
No,
still
but you
kill
get a
her
lot of
during the ult.
shields. You cast it
Oh.
while you're safe, and until you become the Storm, right? Until you, I believe it's called the Omega Hurricane.
Omega
something like that.
Hurricane.
Yeah, as soon as that happens, then you have a lot of shielding and you're doing a lot of DPS
of
around
damage.
the area. So as a Loki, usually just speed boost out after the fact. The only problem is, again, this is my concern for these Team Palaro compositions. Again, it's a 2-2-2. You have the Invisible Woman, so if Kozepen decides to turn into the Storm, they're only gonna have 1 support and they need to finish the fights as early as possible when they do so.
Yeah, and the thing is too, when you think about the Loki, you always think about the Winter Soldier as well. Because in pairing, when you use Crack and Impact, you can use the Loki clone to actually get the ultimate. So picking up the Loki here makes a lot of sense now.
Well, yeah, there is no Winter Soldier right now available. Other players use the Moon Knight to break the clone swiftly. But let's also talk about Team Palaro. They're playing the Star-Lord to play the flank. Talik can actually catch out a Brave here early on. And a good chokehold here by Team Palaro. A little dangerous with Captain Mama to play on the inside. Trying to be pressured by Noobmaster, who's already found a pick here. Noobmaster, speaking of, they want to get the catch on the Star-Lord as early as possible. The one clip is looking likely and cause the pen. Gets a bit of revenge from game number 1. Levi's, though, on the other hand, responds in kind. Effectively a 4v4, but the Avengers can still push this. The group walls, though, being pesky. Uracell with a good amount of control right now, preventing the push until Uranus
Loki ult.
rid of Romeo. A chance here for the Avengers.
Yeah, but Team Palaro, they're losing people back and forth, and it might be a reason why they're getting staggered here. Because the Star-Lord got eliminated early on, it feels like a good pick for them. Moon Knight with a double kill there, and it feels like they're pushing all the way for the first point.
Yeah, the Moon Knight does Moon Knight things. You put the Ankh behind someone, they just die if they don't hold W. And with it, of course, kind of constantly coming closer and closer here for the Avengers. Noobmaster69, the swap out from the Storm into the Moon Knight, giving them that extra bit of direct damage in that situation. But you hear it already. God of Mischief gonna be used here by Kozepen, turns into the Psylocke, another great ultimate to chase and take. And Team Palaro gonna stop the second point push before it even starts.
Yeah, but I feel like that's still fine for the side of Team Palaro here. They get the defense, but they have to hold with the Groot Wall in front of them. But it's kind of hard for them to hold a little bit longer because they know that Avengers, they can just save up their ultimates. Look at it. It is around all of them getting their ultimates soon enough here. So if they can get the pick in front of the Groot, this might be huge here. But from the back line, the Psylocke rings on through. The ultimate collects. And now they're just camping in front of their base.
Yeah, the Psylocke keep posting on the floor. Romeo, though, wherefore art thou? Give him your hearts, give him your love, because of the efforts of the Loki and the Psylocke, it's a whole minute drained by Team Palaro on the time bank. It's still a big time bank, though. You said it here, Dropout Team Avengers. Lots of ultimates available. Here's the Scraggly Prison gonna be in play. Here comes the Moon, dropping down on Kozepen. And not only that, by their time, the Penny Parker leading the charge. Noobmaster doing immense damage. Romeo finds the picture onto the rocket in the back line. We also hear the Omega Hurricane to at least try and salvage the fight. Team Palaro trying their darndest to get something. Is it enough though? Noobmaster falls, but the answer, of course, the way of the butterfly. Uranus finds orbit and finds 2 along the way.
Get countered ult for ult, and I feel like it's still worth it for the side of Avengers as long as they can stagger one of the members here. Team Palaro, they're gonna have a hard time holding the second point forward now, but Uranus, I think they're still fine. They're trying to get a 1v1 here. Psylocke v Psylocke. The Psylocke's in a little bit of trouble here for the side of Team Palaro. They try to get away, but it's not enough. They get picked off, but somehow, someway, the Hawkeye gets a pick.
The Hawkeye has arrived, and Hawkeye does Hawkeye things. Captain Mama on the roll, finds two there. It seems like New Buster will look mirror.
Magneto!
M go into play, but Captain Mama is left unchecked. Who needs powers when you can bring a bow and arrow to the fight? Looks like Levi's will shut down that rampage, but the damage done already. Team Palaro able to stabilize behind the payload. Even that, it's still not the Illumi. Lobbing those mines. Way of the butterfly yet again, making noise, looking for impact.
Oh,
and here
good
comes
pick.
Romeo. Another instance where the way of the butterfly gets the pick here from Palaro.
Oh, but now the ultimates are flying on through. At least the healing comes through. Look at the healing in front. Loki plus the invisible woman. The cloak and dagger, meanwhile, the ultimate comes through. But now they get to stabilize once again. They're all good. They're all good.
Yeah, fight's a little bit over there, Chief, because it's still popping the God of Mystic to take the Eternal Bond. But you can see Avengers now, their time bomb cut in half. Team Palaro doing an incredible job playing in this scope. And the corner here, perfect for the Groot walls, especially. Not the best wall there, but the Strangling Prison is available. A quick little tuck on in. No, but Noob Buster 69. Touchdown.
And of Conchu.
Oh, here we go. Immediately, the missile barrier comes into play. And yet again, night falls on the Palaro as Noob Muster lets it rain. The moon is doing immense damage, even finding Romeo along the way. That should be secured here for the Avengers.
Yeah, they just throw random stuff, and there you go. Good point secure for the side of Team Avengers here, and there's still plenty of time remaining there for the cap. And most of the members, they just spawned in their recent, in their old spawn, and now they're just camping them in front.
Mega Hurricane again, looking to try the back line. Way of the butterfly, the answer, trying to burst through those shields. In the end, it's a 1-for-1 trade of ultimates, but Uranus has an off angle to try and play from on the left-hand side, looking for control. Noob Buster also. In an angle like this, the stance might be left unchecked. A dash in now, a slice on through, and here comes the Groot, sending in Strangling Prison. Uracell trying to stop the flood, but the Avengers still in the fight. The BRB also getting catch. Cosifen, what are you doing there? It's the real one found, and the Avengers
another
now
Hand of Conchu available.
Corner.
Hand of Conchu still available now. It's kind of rough here for the side of Romeo. They want to go in from the flank, but the Avengers, they're just pushing in forward. Most of the DPS members are dead though, so they have to walk on by for Team Palaro. Best chance for them to stabilize now. Magneto comes on, but doesn't get anyone. And now the shields, they have to use it as they back on the way Avengers to try to push forward, but there is an invisible one when ult to be used, and they survive for the meantime. What is going on, Cloak and Dagger? They're struggling!
The Dragon Fleet keeping them alive at least. And Noob Buster, here we go again! One hand to feed them and one hand to kill them. Halikan at least trying to stem the tide. Halikan now starting to pop off, amping up the storm, bringing the damage amp to the field. And that should be enough for Palaro to hold for now.
Oh, one good hold though for Team Palaro, and they can get at least bit of time so they can go in for their attack. But now Noob Master, Noob Master, they're trying to get someone here, but now because they have a high point here, they have a Punisher, a turret up in front, plus the Mega Hurricane here for Halikan. They got one more for the pick, and they're pushing them back here.
Yeah, but look at this Dropout. That's the first Hurricane, and you can see in the weather report a second storm is coming. Levi's needs to be ready for this one this time. The Eternal Bond needs to be cast almost as soon as that Loki actually decides to steal the Storm Ultimate, but not the Illumi. That's a start to work with. Romeo falls. Not only that, good zoning here by Noob Buster, preventing Halikan to get that space. Butterfly into the back line. Now the steal comes on in, and Cosifen turning to hit the AP woman instead. Invisible Boundary, little too late. It's a storm from Team Palaro, but the numbers are in favor of Avengers. Pick on the Magneto should be huge, but Aubrey is kept alive, and the Spider Sweeper getting that space.
There is ultimates coming through. We have the Invisible One ult plus the Groot ult plus Final Judgment about to be used for the side of Team Palaro. He has to get in the front line, but no one's healing him. But no one is looking at him. It feels like a massacre in front of them. And Team Palaro, they hold for one more time, the overtime. And there's no one up in front except the Cloak and Dagger that tried to use the ultimate. But no one else to be used right now as the Moon Knight lo and behold, they get to hold for just a moment's notice. And for Avengers, they get 2 on the board. So that's enough time for Palaro to make a comeback here on their round this time.
Yeah, after a pretty quick first half collapse there from Team Palaro, from the second point onwards, they juggled their ultimates really well. They kept stalling with their ultimates, getting massive value. We noted a while ago, 2 back-to-back Psylocke ults between Romeo and Kozepen, buying a whole minute of time. And we saw even more of that later on into the game. In the end, though, Kaptamama left unchecked. No high ground control there from the Avengers. Too busy on the ground, and that cost the Avengers the full push.
Yeah, the full push plus the ultimate spam just to hold them off.
harder
It
than
didn't work
ever.
out in the end. So for Team Palaro, finally their time is finally stepped on through. They're the ones now starting on the attack. And some different picks this time. We have the Namor and we have the Mantis on the side of the Avengers.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
So the Avengers, I'm keeping an eye on this. No Luna Snow means there's no Frosty Squid for Noob Muster.
Oh, yeah.
But then, if you're playing the Mantis, it's still the damage boost to watch out for. So those perhaps are the breakpoints the Avengers are looking forward to. Penny Parker, of course, pretty scary actually during the first point. There are 2 places you can put the mines. Play close to the left-hand side in the interior. This is the more common one by the corner, protected usually by your other tank. In this case, the Breezy on the Magneto. And I like the play here from Team Palaro to start things off. Romeo scouting on the left, expecting this to be a path that Uranus will utilize as much as he can to flank.
Yeah, and they want to try and destroy the nest as soon as possible here, but not a lot of opportunity to do it because their heroes are not really optimized to do so, but they get a pick up in front just in time. Penny Parker's now gone, and suddenly there's no tank to frontline except the Magneto.
Oh no, but then Kaptamama falls in response. You have to respect the Groot damage, yes, but in terms of durability, there's a problem. Those walls will find value. Urusel, though, finding value, growing green, going in, and quickly as they come, Team Palaro has had enough of these games. They played these games before Dropout, and now they mean business. But Noob Muster 69 looking to be the 0-0-1 of the situation, just trying to get in there. Also, you see Balito's trying to keep the heals and the shields up, but here we go. It's Monstro. A big whale smashes down on the ground, zoning out the rest of Team Palaro, and Uranus finds value. A double for him. Avengers looking to stabilize the Penny Parker. Also out in the open, but Naughty Illumi needs some heals. Here we go now. There's also the doorway being taken. A lot of space though being given here. Balito's finding all Breezy, and Team Palaro should take this point.
Yeah, no, you can't really push out because of the Groot wall too, so they have to concede first point, and now 5 minutes on the time bank now. As for Team Palaro, that's plenty of time for them to push from first point to second. Avengers this time, they have to hold this their best point to do it because, again, there's another point where Penny Parker's nest can do it, and that's that second point corner.
That's Uranus dashing into the wall, punished to be out in the open, and the Omega Hurricane, here we go again. Team Palaro, they used this well last time. Whistle Boundary though, it's not good enough because Hype is all the way outside of it. Romeo also another pick. Avengers, they will have to give up that corner. And Team Palaro expending that one support ultimate to keep the fight going. Noob Muster though, at least catching Kaptamama, but all this space is controlled here by the Groot and co.
Yeah, Groot is having at the time of his life too. The way of the butterfly connects, and it feels like no one's gotten the pick yet, but now it finally does. The Loki gets connected. But no, he gets caught out as well in time. What is going on? Avengers finally starting to stabilize now here, Daks, and for Team Palaro, they have to concede and back away and regroup.
Yeah, as soon as that Penny Parker got the net going, that was pretty much it. That butterfly didn't get too much value there in the back line. And given this case, Levi's Eternal Bond for the stall. Hyphy, of course, ready through with, I believe we call it the soul convergence, whatever. The shields on the Mantis. I do wonder if Avengers will consider actually running the Adam Warlock anytime soon for the team up. But Romeo has another plan into the back line. No ult yet, but looks to put pressure perhaps onto the Namor. Found by the Star-Lord though. Uranus good.
The flank?
Eye out, but Romeo still catches that Hyphy anyway.
Yeah, man, now their front to back is a little bit rough now for Avengers. The Namor's a little bit low, so now they have to commit all of their ultis, and it does work out in the end. Legendary for the Star-Lord, gets one more pick for them, but now the Groot, he's trying to get targeted here. Team Palaro, they have to back away and regroup once again because Avengers, they're finally assembling at moment's notice.
Yeah, Avengers are just looking prim and proper. when they have this Penny Parker setup, everything changes in how they play the game. Invisible Boundary offensively used, but Team Palaro still not close enough to utilize it
Ness is
until
gone.
the very end of it. And given that Avengers, giving that space, willing to cede the corner. Now we see it here. Eternal Bond copied by Kozipin. They want to use these support ultimates to get as much space as possible, put the pressure onto the backline. But here comes the Soldier Insurgent in response. Shields up for the likes of Hypey and Co. But Hypey low,
It's a
Halik.
pick.
It's
Mantis
a
is
big
gone.
pick by the Storm, and Team Palaro looking for more damage. App now looking to bring in the Lightning. The Groot Ball trying to find the separation. There's value yet again, and Team Palaro should have this one.
Yeah, that's a good wipeout for the side of Team Palaro, and they're just trying to get a Namor left, staggering him perhaps, but now, it really matter. You get a second point, now you have plenty of time to try and push for where the Avengers were lying at for the previous round and get this win for their bank. If not, then the Avengers will be stealing that win if not. But Groot right in front of them. I don't think that's a good idea.
I mean, yeah, I'm a little surprised. I was thinking Avengers will just teleport to the third point already, but no, Captamama of Team
They're
Palaro
stuck.
is just kicking them apart one by one. That's the problem. If you're not inside the original spawn room, you can't go to the next one. And since that happened, Avengers getting staggered one by one. This
That's
is so
free.
free space for Team Palaro.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, this is the exact scenario that happened with Team Avengers when they got that second point in. Team Palaro was stuck in their own spawn room and they gave them space to push really far away. It looks like the same thing is happening for the side of Team Palaro. The way the butterfly connects but doesn't get anyone, but the Hawkeye gets another shot onto one, making another one for the Groot and the Storm. Falls on through. It feels like everyone's staggering toward Team Avengers and Team Palaro. They're looking to end this game and tie up the series.
Brother, this is the civil war from the Avengers, and this is unfortunately not panning out for them at all. Captamama got free hit after free hit, and now the payload is brought to the end. 3-2 in favor of Team Palaro. We will get a decider for our first series here in the Triumph Division event.
Of course. Started off with a very convincing victory with that Winter Soldier, and now for the other side, Team Palaro exuding confidence. Halikan 45 bomb. How many final hits does he have? 27? 25k. Okay, he's kind of balling though.
Yeah, he's balling out of control. 25k damage, as you mentioned. Also to take note, looking at Kozipin's damage too on the Loki. 10k after a number of those ultimates being copied offensively with 5 final blows. And a bit of a struggle here for the likes of Team Palaro instead, right? Or for the Avengers, rather. As soon as they get dislodged from the Penny Parker fortifications, that whole line that they draw, it just falls apart. And that whole third point was just them getting staggered over and over and over again.
Yeah, it kind of fell apart there too when they tried to probably push out in their old spawn room and second point, right? So every time they pulled out, it feels like Team Palaro always has their number in. And again, another thing that you have to watch out for is Noob Mustard. He kept swapping on heroes too, even though he was the SVP for their side. It feels like he's having a crisis now that his Lord pick is actually out of the picture. So it's kind of hard. I mean, he got picked, he got banned. So what do
He
you do
got
about
30 kills and got 20k damage. I do feel like they just don't have a whole composition without the Winter Soldier right now. They were really banking on pairing the Rocket Raccoon and the Winter Soldier together. So you gotta wonder, maybe they could play it off also with the Punisher, but of course it's a very different hero how you play. Noob Muster also lacking value there in without the Luna Snow. Just goes to show that's what these bans are all about. So important right now to see how this game will go because we still gotta decide there. But I do believe our admins are telling us we have a few updates right now from some of the other matches. One of them, Memecord versus Livestrong, a 2-0 in favor of Memecord, so they're moving on to the semifinals. Tondo Defiant also taking the first win over El Fuego. There's still more to play in that series. So it just goes to show we're having a great time right now. We're having a lot of games ongoing too. And I think here we have two. One more of the series dropout. The first one, DPMO, actually winning out against Dico Alam. And that's many people are hyped about that matchup too. And you can see already it's getting very close given that's just only our first round.
I mean, yeah, the first round's gonna be rough too, because you know that it is a best of three, so you'll have to give it your all on the first chance. So congratulations to those who came in, and for those who didn't get their win. Again, there's plenty of potential events that we might have soon enough, because again, it feels like Marvel Rivals PH is it's a little bit thriving. I mean, the server's looking good, so that's a good thing for us. If we can play on our on the servers, it's all good.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the Steam charts, right? Top 5 in
Bro,
most played Marvel Rivals right now.
that's crazy.
174k in game as we speak, and over 644 players all time. It's a crazy, crazy time to
What
get
a
into Marvel
timeline.
Rivals. We're getting into it too, and you can see already how these players know what the hell they're doing. They
Mm.
have these strats, they have these comfort picks, but then of course it's a matter of discipline, and we saw that there in game number 2. Great ult cycles from Team Palaro. They had an amazing way of control. They wouldn't really get staggered. They would reset really well, which was a stark difference for Avengers, who would just trickle in that last point one by one.
Yeah, and again, different picks for different maps this time. It feels like their game number one was drastically different for their game number two, because their hero picks were few and far between. Again, the Storm with the Hawkeye, the Psylocke was still there, but again, they kept swapping with their ultimates. As you said, the Loki, kind of a menace there without that Winter Soldier being existent in their composition. So now Loki can just do whatever he wants. He can copy, he can heal, he can do everything, and that's what the Loki does.
I mean, yeah, the Loki getting that value, good also flexibility, picking different heroes given the situation. I do wonder though now what will be next. We don't have too much map data on these guys, unfortunately, but it did seem to me that Team Avengers were a lot more comfortable on domination. There on Convoy, it was a complete different, where Team
Hmm.
Palaro looked like they understood how to play the angles better. So it just goes to show that these map types really matter, the way these corners are played. And I wonder if we're gonna see certain maps be really how do you say this? Just these certain maps, right? That these are the maps that these players want to have. These players
Comfort
want to have in the
maps.
rotation, not just comfort
Yeah.
maps, but just the maps that they have practice and the maps that they
Mm.
have these set strategies for to begin with.
I feel like when you go to from one map to another, right? I feel like they're gonna have a different composition. I think that's what happened for the first game and second game. That's why it's a little bit fun looking at how the meta works. I guess not in the highest level, right? But around like our level, I guess. I mean your level, because you're grandmaster, right? Because you have a little bit more info compared to us.
I mean, I just heal people and say, please don't die. And when they don't die, we win. If they die,
Yippee!
then we lose. I think it's a pretty simple game dropout.
A life
If
of a
you're
support man. That's
if your
crazy.
team dies, then okay,
I
you
cry.
lose. You cry. If not, then you're happy. And here you go, guys. This is Machi. As we're getting into game number 3 very, very soon. Just making sure everything's good to go. Our players are ready. Our lobby is ready. And I do wonder what we're gonna have next, because we already had our domination. We already had our
Our
convoy. So it
convoy.
should be convergence as our third map pick, aka hybrid for all you Overwatch folks out there.
Yes, yes. Is it like you it's one game mode each per match?
I mean, it's a little different. I don't know. It should be, right? Because it's a
Yeah.
best of 3. It should be a 1-1-1. I
One
wonder
one
how
one, right?
usually it's in the best of 5 it's 2 domination, I think. It just
Mm.
depends. It depends on the map pool itself, and
Yeah, it
given
is
that,
domination for this
yeah.
one. Okay.
Oh, so we're
Oh,
not gonna get convergence for the best of 3. Interesting.
okay. So it's not 1-1-1. I think
No.
is it random? I don't
No,
know.
no, 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 it's not. Usually a series like this starts and ends in domination, and you put a map with
Ah.
a payload in the middle. But here we go.
Okay.
Immediately the bans do come out, and it's
Storm's gone.
Storm
Wow.
banned here by the Avengers. Penny Parker, of course, gonna get protected. No surprise that the Winter Soldier's banned, but I'm really interested now what Team Palaro will protect here. Which
Black
hero?
Panther?
Will they play Black Panther? I do wonder, because Romeo seems to
That was the
favor the
original
Psylocke
ban.
a lot more
I
rather than playing the BP.
Yeah, I feel like the Psylocke is like a fallback if ever he doesn't get the Psylocke, but I feel like if they want to keep it, the Strange comes in. Yeah, because originally it was Strange and Winter Soldier first and foremost. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
it's Strange and Luna Snow, the bands of the Avengers,
mm,
and
yeah.
no, BP rather. It's Strange and BP. And here we go. It's Luna Snow and Winter Soldier banned by Team Palaro.
Loki.
Loki. Now that's curious to me because you're already banning
Pick
the
your
Storm.
hero or
You
villain.
don't-
So you
I'm
don't
not
need the
judging.
Loki
need to
ban.
ban the Loki as much.
Yeah.
But okay, the big respect by the Avengers. Force and Kozipin could go back on Cloak and Dagger duty, but Balitos is the one who's gonna have a field day here because the Doctor
Yum.
Strange is now available for the action.
Yeah, so the Doctor Strange, right? If you pair it up with the Bruce Banner, you get the team up, and now they're really good. Now the Doctor Strange becomes really more abnormally stranger than before.
Yes.
So that's good.
Gamma Charge is the way to go, and
Yup.
I am looking at the squad here of Balitos and Co. If they're gonna run the Iron Man as
30
well,
seconds before
just
you
to
attack.
fulfill the full
Get
team
ready.
up. Armor being given Uracell, rolling on that Rocket Raccoon, pair up with Captain Mama. But Hope and Strange is a very strong combo
Very
that Team
strong.
Palaro are perhaps looking forward to bringing out. Avengers too, since they're not gonna ban that Strange at all. No more Magneto or Breezy on the Doctor Strange.
Yeah, I'm more concerned too for the side of Avengers. You do have the magic on their side, but
4,
there's no Psylocke to pair up with. Usually the magic would be paired up with the Psylocks to get that team up, because it's a little that Psylocke it turns from good to absolutely insane
It's not the
with that
biggest
pick.
deal, honestly. The recall,
Eh.
it's not the biggest deal. My bigger concern actually here for Uranus is no Luna Snow means you don't get the ice arts.
Yeah,
You're not gonna
true.
have the E on you the whole time. But if you know the combos, you're gonna get some
You're
good
fine.
healing either way. Oh, Brazy, here we go. Check your
Yippee!
FPS, guys, because the portals are out. BRB though, Avengers don't check the corner. And given that, if Uranus getting in there immediately, the swinging in, playing the
Classic-
portals,
classic magic.
the answer from Halikan though to leap into the fray. With the Avengers now getting more control of the point. Little flight from Balitos. Here comes the pressure now onto Noob Master 69. And given
it's a
that
big-
Romeo, perfect angle to play from. A pick for Team Palaro. The BRB's there. And Team Palaro have already found more.
Yep, and now because their front line's a little bit too tanky for them, Team Palaro, they can try and contest this first point. Now that they've stabilized both in the same point, the mine gets away. Penny Parker doesn't really have a stable spot to put it unless they get the point first and foremost. Now Team Palaro, they're just waiting for the ultimates to come in. The Psylocke gets the pick though on the back line. Team Palaro, they might be the first ones in. They get the first
Yeah.
point.
That Halikan is just doing so much work. He finds so much space, preventing
The
Monster
turret.
Lumi from getting any value from the penny at all. They take the minion of the point, and the turret sure Naka chuckles, but the danger now is for Uranus. Portal out there, considering perhaps sending in the small demon to buy some time, but Captain Mama hits the shot. Spider Sweeper now into play. We also hear the CYA, and the Avengers doing everything they can to try and get this space, but Team Palaro gets ahead of them. Dance of the butterfly in the backline, and Team Palaro are holding steady here.
Yeah, they cleaned the first point too, and because they have a stable front line with the Hulk plus the Strange, it's no surprise that the Psylocke is able to play backline here because they know that the Hulk is just gonna ball out in front of them and just play like a rat. Meanwhile, Avengers, they have to make their reset, and again, I do have big concern with the Magic because she's having a hard time trying to get into the backline too. She's getting targeted bit by bit, and as I say that, again another pick from the Psylocke.
Yeah, there's just no time here for Avengers at all to try and stabilize. And look at this, Avengers now swapping over the triple DPS. Final Judgment though, not the Illumi from the tank. Turns now into the Moonlight. And the Monster Hulk, what can you do in front of all those bullets? Noob Master 69 bringing immense damage. And the Avengers just say, offense is the answer. Let's just kill them all.
Yep, I mean, frontline, they get the first point now, but that's 70 taken for the side of Team Palaro. They had to muster most of their ultimates just to get that point, but Team Palaro, they have some of the important ones up in tow there. We have the Final Judgment plus the Eye of Agamomo for Team Palaro in order to get and contest that first point.
Yeah, we haven't heard that voice line all day. Is it time here and now? Massive stun value, but the hand of Conchu looks to rain, and Captain Mama is still alive!
Oh, they
Final
canceled it!
judgment just cancels out the time stone, shatters it before Talus can even snap. And given that, Team Palaro gets back on point and gets back with control.
And they only had to use 2 ultimates for it. Avengers, all of their ultimates have to get reset. Yes, there is Noob Muster with the final judgment about to be activated, but is that even enough to try and hold this front line here? Because for Team Palaro, they just have to hold in front and stall out the remaining time left.
Watch out for Uranus. Him showing himself though is dangerous. And Romeo catching out on the Illumi. Now there's a 1-for-1 to BRB looking for value. Final judgment though heard yet again. And the Executioner's axe looking to swing and cut some heads on the left-hand side. Support ultimate not going to be good enough to prevent that damage.
So tanky!
Illumi catching Captain Mama. But here we go. Now the Eternal Bond getting value. Uriso also with the red. It's 6v6 but the stun comes
Agamomo!
out. The eye of Agamomo reigns supreme. And Team Palaro turns these spirits now into ashes. The first point goes to Team Palaro.
Turn them inside out. Palaro with the first point, and they're making a comeback here. They were struggling in that first game, and it feels like they are on match point here against Team Avengers.
Yeah. Team Palaro, what a comeback we've seen from them within the series and showing a lot more flexibility right now, especially within that Vanguard role here at Dropout. Captain Mama also well protected by both Halikan as well as Urisol. You can see the field potential from Team Palaro right now. I like this though from Avengers. Might as well bring out the Iron Man if you're gonna run the Hulk and the Strange together.
Yeah, and again, a lot of the comments here saying not banning the banner is actually crazy. That's actually true, because if it's not the banner, it's either the Strange or the banner that you get to ban, but because they're prioritizing the bans with their pocket picks, yeah, it's a lot of adjustments here. Team Palaro, this is the perfect team comp they have to go on with. But I think there's a possibility they want to finish this off, but they have an Iron Man though for Avengers.
So pay attention though, Dropout. Uranus is the one who swaps over to Doctor Strange, and you can see why this was a priority ban for the Avengers. Just discomfort perhaps for their main Vanguard players in playing the Strange itself compared to other heroes here. Portal does come out. Iron Man, watch out for it. For the
FPS
overdrive to find value. FPS drops, but it's the Avengers right now standing on the second floor. Heals up, but Uricel has to rest Halikan because he just falls off the map. That's the BRB gone here for Team Palaro. Can be a critical error because the Avengers now get Uranus back into the fold. Captain Mama plays the second floor. Here comes the beam, but the hand of Khonshu again, bringing damage, bringing pain. Captain Mama looks to find the Iron Man, but to no avail. And Uranus just bursting on through. Avengers now assemble the point to their liking, and they will have control.
Yeah, we have Bruce Banner activated because he is at baby mode. He needs to get a lot of shots in if he wants to get the revive, if he wants to Hulk out. But for now, he's just trying to pepper this Iron Man. It's not working out though. But again, Balitos gets the pick over to the Iron Man, and now they can push in.
You must have just too close to Balitos, and given that, that's a great punish for Team Palaro. But it doesn't matter. Avengers still finding two, still control here. And with Uranus now, there is no escape, even for Uricel. A big burst now with Gamma, and the Avengers again mustering themselves to rally back. This Iron Man pick will play wonders for the team.
Yeah, and now they get the hold now, but because of how the Avengers have settled here, the Moon Knight he can just put his Ankh anywhere else because it's hard for Palaro to try and find it too. So within all the chaos, the Moon Knight can just party on, and again, we have the maximum pulse activated here for Noob Muster, and he's just hiding for the perfect fight to do it.
The Eternal Bond can't keep you up from it. Watch out for Noob Muster. Now stop and out the beam, but the beam
able to charge.
Doesn't even need to use the ult. Here comes the Eternal Bond now into play. But is it gonna find any real value here? Avengers just going.
He's hulking out.
They went their own Eternal Bond, and the hookup from Halikan just to stall for time. Looks for a slam target. Romeo though being the hero. The dance of the butterfly able to catch out too, and the smash down on the Strange will find even more. Team Palaro still in the fight.
Alive.
The Avengers here though looking for the Hail Mary play, but Noob Muster refusing to use the ultimate. They're gonna give this one up here, Dropout, and just go for the reset.
Yeah, the move, Noob Muster's trying his best to try and run away here. He still has his ultimate available. He still hasn't pulled the trigger just yet because they know there's a shield that could block it too. There's only one chance that he could do it, and it has to be now. Yes, he just has to wait for the perfect opportunity to use it, but they're all trying to target him right now, and he's trying to get away, but it's so hard for him to use it.
Good marks from Team Palaro, and the chase is on, but the heals are close!
Oh, the silence done!
We're so close!
Maximum pulse, use it!
IP, and it might be time for the Avengers to send it. Now without the flank, Captain Mama has to keep an eye out for the Arrow Man himself. Still no time though, Unibeam now coming into play, but Noob Buster is in position. It might be here. CYA one more time, invisible pulse cannon!
Doesn't get anyone!
No value though, but at least it's pressure. Now Noob Buster,
He's looking out!
Gets punched up by Halikan. The whole cup from all Breezy, as you said. Still the point being contested. Final judgment though, now protected. No shield, can't stand the
Baby
pain.
Hulk!
No way can they handle Captain Mama's pressure as Team Palaro keep the point under control.
They hold it for one more time, and it's ticking. So much time ticking for the side of Avengers. And I feel like Team Palaro, they get one more hold. They have one opportunity to hold this point and deflect most of the ultimates here for the side of Team Avengers. And they're trying to destroy the environment to make sure that they don't get any advantage on the high ground.
Yeah, but Romeo is looking for an angle. Uranus setting up the portal, sure. But is this gonna be a wise idea?
Oh, they're dropping! I have a Agamomo!
No, gets the catch on the look at that! And those are two quick picks for the Avengers! Here comes the dance of the butterfly just to try and answer back. But Team Palaro can't find value thanks to the Hulk shield. And given that the Avengers now will get this point, should get this round barring every heroics. It's looking likely here, Dropout. We're gonna go into the third part of this map as the Avengers assembled at the right time.
Oh, the final scene in the movie begins right now. They try to hold it for one last time. They do have the Hulk ultimate to use and ball out, and he does so. Never mind, he turns into a baby. There is a CYA, but it's not enough. Everyone gets staggered for Team Palaro and Avengers. They finally hold their ground. They're making sure that it goes into the post-credit scene. And there's one more game to go for the both of them.
Yeah, 1-1 in a 1-1 standing. The Garden will settle all these disputes. As the Avengers have brought out the Iron Man, has found value with the Hulk. And honestly, the role swap here in between these rounds, Uranus and not the Illumi, getting more value with the Doctor Strange and the Moon Knight respectively.
Yeah, so much value coming in. And even though Lord Muster, that ultimate, that pulse cannon, not even being much value as long as there is a threat in the air, Team Palaro, they have to allot one person to take care of it. And that's why they were able to hold at that very moment.
Oh, but a Wolverine from Halikan. We haven't seen this all series. And that can be a threat, especially to Uranus himself. Just one leap, one kidnap. And Halikan will bring that Doctor Strange somewhere he doesn't like. We're getting into the action here. This is it, Dropout, do or die.
Yeah, it's a bit of a risk though for Team Palaro because this time they're running 1-3-2 instead. So there's one less tank to worry about for the side of Team Avengers. But this means the Wolverine could potentially go insane here if they are able to target the tanks first and foremost. But now Lord Muster being gone, but gets the revive instead. The punish is getting targeted by the Hulk, and he gets shotgun instead in the face. Avengers, they're finally going in front, and most of the supports from Team Palaro are gone. They regroup on those first point, but no one's gotten it yet.
Final judgment going to play invisible pulse cannon, looking for the
he got the
Llama doing such a good job to track that down. The burst from Uranus, sure, shuts down the Punisher ultimate, but it's too little, too late. Avengers now with the point, yes, but Team Palaro, they're in position to put the pressure on here. Height taken by the Wolverine, forcing not the Illumi to drop one down. Halikan looking for the angle.
But the 1v1!
The Hulk up into Swiss cheese, and Team Palaro will fight back.
Yeah, Wolverine against tanks, yummy. I eat those for dinner. Wolverine against anyone else, don't hit me. I'm so weak. Wolverine, such a huge pick here, getting rid of those nasty tanks now. And Avengers, they're getting a swap this time. Noob Buster going with that Hela, going absolutely try hard this time for this last round.
Yeah, but Romeo, Dance of the Butterfly, it's only found one. And with it, Team Palaro actually extending perhaps a little too deep. Need to be careful to reset onto the point itself. With a 5v5 for now, and as you said, Dropout Hella looking for these long angles. Eye of Agamomo ready for Uranus. The Avengers now setting up on the right-hand side, but infinite ammo keeping them at bay.
Yeah, they can't go in just yet. There is a Wolverine right behind him. He might get caught though, but there is the Eye of Agamomo. He didn't actually use it though. Does he have time to use? Does he even need to? There is a Cloak and Dagger ultimate to be used. Final Judgment right in front of them. And the Magneto getting balled on in the Moonlight. The hand of Conchu. Every ultimate on the board is being used. And for Team Palaro, they're able to hold.
Yeah, because of that Meteor M from Balitos, he's able to stall enough for the Final Judgment to call all that attention. And not the Illumi has to use the hand of Conchu just to kill the Punisher. From that point on, Palaro had all the space in the world to work with, and given that, they're just one fight away from taking the series.
Yeah, and for Calican, you know that he has his ultimate ready. He was at full rage at the start of things because he's been eating up the tanks the entire time. He just needs to get a good flank, and that's it. I have Agamomo for the behind, but is that actually enough? He gets one pick for it. 2 picks from the DPS gets it. For the Avengers, a Team Palaro, they're not able to hold this time. They might be able to stall on in. Gets the Wolverine ult, and it's huge. They get the revive though. Baby Hulk for the Bruce. That's when he gets kidnapped by the Wolverine. He gets caught out. The Team Palaro, they might be able to close it out.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Team Palaro stand tall on the points. And despite the efforts of Uranus and the rest, it's not enough for the Avengers. They're gonna have to disassemble after that one because Team Palaro will bring their play and bring their talents to the semifinals. 2-1 in the series and the map. A big win indeed here for Team Palaro.
Holy crap, dude. The first game, and it reaches to the final round of the final game, and not much else that we could talk about here, but absolute cinema. Captamama, again, balling out 22k damage with 28 frags. Not too bad, even though Romeo has been the one finishing it for the most part. As long as the damage is consistent, you're able to deal out the most damage in front of them. Halikan, though, with an absolute sleeper swap there with that Wolverine, and it feels like for that last round too, it feels like the Wolverine was the one that changed the entire tides with picking out most of the tanks here, Daks.
Yeah, I mean, the Wolverine is always going to be a pest if he's left unchecked. And we saw it there at the very end, right? Halikan just all around the map just died 4 times, given that he was also on the Vanguard a while ago. Just crazy value. I also got to say, big props to Captain Mama and Romeo, always marking where Noob Muster would play. That the invincible pulse cannons couldn't find much value. No insta-gibbs that we expect from an Iron Man, right? It just wouldn't happen. And with these adjustments, it's so fun how this series has evolved, right? Just how the bands change, how you could see what they prioritize, bringing out the Doctor Strange finally at the very end, giving them at least that space to work with. And even with Uranus and Aubrazy going for the team up with the Iron Man, it still was enough for the Avengers.
That still wasn't enough there, but at the end of the day, Team Palaro completing the comeback and eliminating Avengers in the Triumph division here for Marvel Rivals PH. That was just the first game. And we have, how many matches? We have like 3 more matches.
Yeah. And the thing is, none of the other matches are done besides the Memecord one.
How?
All the other series are 1-1, like what you guys have just witnessed. And we're gonna need to see how our semifinals is gonna shape up. But of course, to confirm a few things, Team Palaro within the upper side of the semifinals, waiting for the winner of Dikalam as well as Don't Piss Me Off. On the other side, Memecord with their 2-0, waiting to see who will win between Tondo Defiant as well as El Fuego. Very, very close games, man. And come on, this is already such a good start. We've seen a series like this show how much these players are adjusting on the fly. What more when we get to the semis?
Yeah, but first and foremost, again, we just want to thank you guys and invite you guys to the Rivals PH Discord server. Again, it's at the bottom here, discord.gg/rivalsph for all goodness. And well, if you want to look for a team, if you want to look for a faction, if you want to reach to it, is Eternity the highest rank? It is, right?
No, one above all.
One above all. If you want to reach that rank, go join
Yeah,
yours.
yeah,
You're gonna.
DropOut's just saying that because he's shy and doesn't want to tell everyone that he's like one above all.
I'm plat.
No.
I'm
Don't be
flat. I
shy.
play Winter Soldier. I'm like Lord Muster. I get banned Winter Soldier and I cry.
No. Oh no, it's okay, Dropout. But anyway, you don't need to have any more tears. I do believe though, guys, we're gonna have to go for a quick break since we're still waiting
Yep.
for our upcoming matches. And when we return, of course, it's still more to come. This is the MRPH Triumph Division event, and we'll see you guys for the semifinals in just a bit. Guys, we are back. Semifinals time awaits us all. And come on, look, we're so excited to see who is going to make it to our grand finals sooner or later. But the semi is looking to be very exciting already. We were talking about it a while ago. Most of these series going 2-1. Some of the quarterfinals not even done yet. But this one is prepped and ready for you all. And it's going to be a blast for the past for the Overwatch community. But first things first, though, my name is Daks here, joined by DropOutCandy yet again. We're going to go into the semis here and looking perhaps at our rosters. I do believe Dropout will go to the latter half of the bracket to begin with on the semis, right? We will see Tondo Defiant versus Memecord.
Oof, and I mean, you have a lot of history with Memecord, right? I mean, it's not like you hang out with them every day, right? So a little bit. It's
Sucks
not like
lang.
it's not like you grind with them with your.
Nah, more like carry their asses and just heal them as much as I can. So basically, guys, honestly, the two things about this though is Tondo Defiant as well. Very familiar with these guys. I look at
Mm,
these two teams and you can see immediately Overwatch World Cup of the most recent iteration for Team Philippines on Tondo Defiant between Redux, Pugbutt, as well as Chonli, who I do believe his name right now in game is BurgrFlipr. On the other side for Team Memecord, you have the 2019 standouts. You have Rebirth there, who also was a coach within Team Philippines. You have
mm.
Billy as well, that main DPS. Redux, as I said from Tondo Defiant, he's actually part of both of those squads within the years gap. But effectively, right, we're seeing the Overwatch community, some of the higher ranks, some of honestly the old community members from the old Overwatch Discord, they're gonna be in this matchup. So there might be familiarity, there might be a little bit of beef in between these two teams, maybe some camaraderie along the way, but we're here to see which squad can make it to the finals.
Yeah, I mean, this very stacked lineup for both sides. I mean, you have Overwatch. A lot of Overwatch people
Yeah,
basically,
that's
and they're just
basically it.
butting heads in another game. That's kind of the summary of what's happening here. And I feel like they have most of their information on lockdown already between Meepcord and Tondo
Ah,
Defiant, since
yes.
they've already fought with each other. So it's like, okay, let's just make it a little bit more costly. 11K peso
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
price pool
We have the
costly.
price pool, guys. We added the 1,000 extra for some
Yippee!
reason. Now it
Oh.
looks a little bit weird on the
On the
poster, but at
poster.
least it's better for our players. And not only that, I guess really there's that conversation, right? Redux knows a lot about the meme card side. Honestly, Billy and Rebirth will be very familiar about on the Ton Defiant side. And I'm looking at Ton Defiant, and perhaps one of the biggest perhaps advantages they have over Memecord is they have a lot more professional experience as former pros from Overwatch compared to
Mm,
Memecord, which is mostly actually those community members coming along together. Not only that, I have seen Pugbutt, BurgrFlipr, as well as Redux trio stack to Celestial in the
bruh.
past week. So that's one thing to watch out for. But Memecord on the other side, I I don't know, man. I said to them, I said to all these guys, actually, to these two teams, if you guys don't make it to the semifinals, you are gonna get kicked from the Discord. So I'm very happy to say that no one is gonna get kicked from the Discord today.
Oh my god. I mean, yeah, they're both in the semis, so they're fine, right? Why is Burger Flipper's name like that?
It's pretty cool. You can do that. Look at
It's like
crits. He has
it's in
spaces.
a cursive.
Oh no,
What?
he had a wilder name before. Now it's
Really?
Burger Flipper.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
Burger Flipper with the weird letters. I mean, can you put spaces for no,
Yeah,
right?
you can you can do whatever you want with your name, man. But yeah, if
Oh.
anyone's familiar with the name Tron Lee, who has played in multiple C rosters back in Overwatch and even Overwatch 2, then that it says it's all. I'm looking at the roles though here for Memecord. Without their
Pick your
usual main
hero.
support, I
Or
wonder who.
villain. I'm
There
not
has to be a
judging.
lot of flexibility from the likes of Tobisawa as well as Crits. And Tobisawa, the one gonna be on Cloak and Dagger duty. Rebirth and Akashi pair up with the Namor. Since you can see from Tondo Defiant, they played the protect pick of Redux's pocket pick on the Magic. So they're gonna need a lot of anti-dive here for the meme cord side.
Oof, and there's one, two, three, four lords, three on the side of Todd the Defiant, and one on the side of Meme Court. I feel like keeping Wolverine was a bit of a comfort pick because I think Billy mains Wolverine. I feel like.
Billy and Tobisawa do flex
Be your
over
best self.
onto that hero. priority though here for Memecord was of course to
30
remove the
seconds
Bruce
before you
Banner
attack.
interaction.
Get
That's very
ready.
interesting because we have some of the stats from the previous games, right? And you can see when it was Tondo Defiant versus El Fuego, it was a prio ban for El Fuego to remove that
As you are
magic,
well
meaning
aware.
that there would be the
Perhaps
hope
the two of
open
us
for
have been brought
Pugbutt to
together
utilize.
here
So you can
for
see
a
the priorities for
greater
Memecord
purpose.
very different compared to Tondo Defiant's recent matchup. But Tondo Defiant now can put the focus on their DPS line.
Yeah, man, they have the Winter Soldier up in front, plus the Luna Snow too. Again, the last match that we saw, it was always a prio ban for this Luna Snow. Now, not of a priority at all. So Memecord and Tondo Defiant, they can just hop in front. They have the portals up in front, and Dulao looking for a fight here. Up closer on top. I feel like Tondo Defiant got first control here on the top side, but for Memecord,
They play portal.
oh,
They set up the portal, play on second floor, very common actually. But since Memecord doesn't go for the choke, now the main fight is Tondo Defiance to control. Staircase here, Narbo looking for the burst as well, shields on up. Indie Woman though, good control. Billy tried to find any kind of kidnap with the Feral Leap, but Tondo Defiant with sight control right now. Billy can't find any angle to work with, and Tondo Defiant holding steady. Narbo
Tondo
in the top
kidnap.
spot. The Leap still unable to find some value. This
You might
is
get the
just a good
Strange,
stall
though.
for Tondo Defiant, but you've said it. Strange getting hurt, but quite low here. And Akashi finding Redux. It's a 1-for-1 for now here, but drop out.
okay, one pick though for the side of Tondo Defiant, but the trade over to Memecord. Now Akashi's now gone out of the fight. There's only at least a few DPS and one tank remaining for the side of Memecord, but they're getting focused here for the side of RuiJy. The Winter Soldier comes on through. There is the ultimate coming at with the Invisible Woman, and he's getting targeted. Kraken impact, and you go again one more time, and it's a wipeout for the side of Tondo Defiant.
You can see here, Tondo Defiant getting that pick on Akashi was massive. Especially the fact that crits with a relatively quick ultimate on the Cloak and Dagger. The really good value to play onto the point, but Akashi being gone allowed aebyad to just stall out enough with Invisible Boundary, and given that Tondo Defiant now halfway done in the point progress here.
Yep, halfway through, and Tondo Defiant, they're keeping their front line up and ready here. Narberal though with a pick, including... Oh my goodness!
Massive freeze from Rebirth, now Invisible Boundary, courtesy of Tobisawa. And given that the fate of both worlds gonna be into play from BurgrFlipr, but that one stun from Rebirth changed the fate of this fight. And Tondo Defiant fall apart while Memecord get to hold on to the Luna ult for now.
Absolutely huge Memecord. They're not looking like a meme right now, but Tondo Defiant, they have plenty of time to take the retake here. But for now, they need to target up to the stairs because Memecord, they're pushing right in front. Very aggressive for them.
Yeah, Memecord perhaps potential to overextend. Dark Child though, topped here by Redux, looking to find the insta-give, and Rebirth has to respect it with the fate
The
of both
cleave.
worlds now into play. The cleave doing damage, but the healing is just too much to handle. Billy again into the front. Billy quite low, and because of the catch by
It's caught.
RuiJy, it's gonna be a pick here for Tondo Defiant. We've seen how this fell apart from Memecord a while ago. Now it's looking to be likely again. Invisible Boundary into play, Crit finding a safer angle after hearing the Meteor M. I have Agamomo though. Here it comes, looking for value. Crits will fall to the hand of Redux, and the Kraken impact now looking to find value.
Gets a reset.
Truly again.
Again!
Good for him. There's the third. There's another again, and yet again drop out. This is Tondo Defiance to claim.
I mean, they get 1 point after the other, and Memecord, they only have one ultimate to stay in their way, but I don't think they're gonna reach their front line at all unless Narb gets a TP, but it's a little bit too late now. Tondo Defiant, they're just gonna secure this first point for them.
Yeah, no touch here from Memecord at all. And Tondo Defiant doing an incredible job finding these individual picks as much as they can. They have two ways to disrupt Memecord's positioning, who, as a team, love to advance right. You look at the composition here, Dropout. You have the Winter Soldier, you have the Invisible Woman. Both of these heroes can just yoink you into them.
And with the composition for Memecord, leaning towards that leaning towards that support side, actually, Tondo Defiant, as long as that bionic hook for the Winter Soldier is able to get one of the supports, it feels like the entire team for Memecord gets pulled significantly for them, because for Tondo Defiant, they have a stable comp 2-2-2, so it's no problem for them. Memecord taking a bit of a risk with this composition.
I mean, triple support, very much so all about the sustain here. And given that Narbrawl, he'll get a lot of heals pumped, but he has to play the spacing game very much so as much as possible here, Dropout. And I'm really concerned here. Billy, sure, the Wolverine gets some good movement, but he got caught earlier on. Hasn't found any big feral leaps into the game. It's Memecord now, struggling to find priority as the portal is used by Cosmic early.
Yeah, no snatch as of now, and no portal used for Narbrawl as well. So Tondo Defiant always getting that top side advantage first and foremost. But Narbrawl already into the fray, and he's getting the support needed though. But for Tondo, Luna's no ultimate dancing in front of the crowd, and it feels like they're just sustaining with all the ultimates up in front.
Here we go. Big Whale comes on in. The Feral Leap and the last night a while ago, baiting out the fate of both worlds, and given that Memecord now winning up on a straight fight.
Billy gets the pick.
The first to fall. The Wolverine just doing immense damage here. Narbrawl bullying the sport line, and this is a great call from Narbrawl. Puts the shields up, prevents any of the healing to go on the rest of Tondo Defiant, and Memecord will take first priority now.
Yeah, they get the front line as well because again, the Doctor Strange was busy trying to get the back line too, as the rest of the members for Memecord. They got the correct picks. The freeze though, for Billy, no one able to get the priority over to the Wolverine, so they're able to get away scot-free. But for Memecord, now they get to sustain this Doctor Stage. Now they can get the shields up. Yep.
Look at the cycle here. Eternal Bond available. We're gonna pop the Cloak and Dagger ult early on. Save the Luna Snow for a later day. Invisible Boundary being contested. And Tondo defying.
Oh, Berserker's Rage!
Whale. The Rage comes in. Billy brings the damage.
Huge!
Memecord find the cluster that they need. This chokehold is perfect for Memecord.
Yeah, they knew they just had to keep healing Narbrawl here at that very moment. And Billy, perfect opportunity to get that Feral Reef plus that Berserker's Rage as well at the end of the day. Memecord halfway through this point now. Tondo Defiant have yet to find an answer here.
Yeah, and honestly, the Tondo Defiant forced to swap out the magic is such a big win for Memecord already. The Horns of Proteus coming closer and closer here for Akashi. Tobisawa ready with the Invisible Boundary. Feral Leap again. But Billy's the one captured. Here comes the passive being pop-up. Look at the stagger by Tondo Defiant. Big damage. Crack and impact. Answered back by the fate of both worlds. Invisible Boundary also into play. Here we go again with the Horn of Proteus.
Akashi!
And given that Akashi shuts down the Magneto. Another hook though. Looking forward to catch. But Narbrawl already in position. Eye of Agamomo finds some value. That's Tobisawa gone. And the Cosmic Stun. That can be the beginning here for Tondo Defiant. Looking for more, shattering the shield, but Narbrawl gets to the face of the Winter Soldier. But here comes Tondo Defiant. Big 2 picks, courtesy of Redux and Cosmic. They now have most of the site under control. But here comes another ult from the CND. Crit doing so much work here on the Cloak and Dagger with those Eternal Bonds throughout the game. And because of it, the stall
Billy the pick!
The stall allows Billy to get in there. The Feral Leap gets the catch. Memecord now still in control. Redux forced to fly in the sky. But here's the whale again. It never ends here. But Memecord, they're quite low. RuiJy again finding 2 big picks. And that should be enough for Tondo Defiant. But hold
Not
that
yet!
thought. Never mind. Billy and
the
turn it around.
snatch!
The leap, the snatch. There's no coming back from this fight, fan. Memecord will get this
Rage! Oh my goodness, that was an incredible hold by Memecord. The entire time, they were just healing Narbrawl, making sure that he doesn't die. I see at the corner of the edge of the screen there that the healer was just trying to spam the heal onto the Strange, and Narbrawl tries he might. He continued to live until Billy was there to make reigns there for Memecord 1-1 against Tondo Defiant. That is a very competitive game between the two of them.
As soon as they got the point, Billy found so much more value around the map. But again, big props to Crits here. Fastest support ult so far within the first few rounds. Getting to see in the ultimate this early, allowing them to sustain. And their only real threat right now has been RuiJy on the Winter Soldier, right? Him finding these double picks have given a chance for Tondo Defiant, but Memecord with the triple support stabilizing and allowing players like Narbrawl to survive so much longer.
Yeah, Eternal Bond so good in this composition. As long as Narbrawl gets to live, they're able to play the game here for Memecord, so they're doing their best to make the strategy through. But for now, the TP from the side of Memecord, they're finally able to use it. Tondo Defiant, they're a little bit late to the party right now, but now they have to heal the Strange as the party's starting to hurt.
Redux is really low, and you said that Memecord now with the
I have Agamomo.
Narbrawl has Agamomo. He's gonna pop it again. It's a good line, and it's massive stun courtesy of Narbaral. The penetration to get in there, and given that Memecord now looking to find the final few picks. The effort from the Winter Soldier looking at least take down one with him, but overrun by Rebirthzzz and Co. And Memecord now will take the point.
I can't believe it. The huge ult in the center too, and they didn't have any counter supports for Tondo Defiant to actually ult counter it. But for now, I have Agamomo absolutely insane there for Tondo Defiant. They have a bunch of ultimates that will be available in just a bit. The Mantis, the Invisible Woman, as well as the 2 ultimates from the tanks. They should be able to use it here just to retake the point.
Yeah, BurgrFlipr swapping over to a more DPS-centric support here, looking for his old talents on something that does even more. Soul Convergence now into play. The shields are up. Answer back here with the Eternal Bond. And Memecord just playing on the point within the C and the ultimate. Darkchild now heard. Invisible boundaries, though, now into play. What is going on? Both of them are invisible right now. But here goes Billy trying to find the Pugbutt. They're back into the field. And they're back now onto the side. Billy cleaves through. The Metal Claws do enough damage. It's 5v5, though, as Billy has fallen. Low HP also. Akashi caught in the middle. And Tondo Defiant using maximum value from the magic to take the site back.
They used all of their ultimates for that, so it's a little bit costly for Tondo Defiant. Plus, the Kraken impact from the Winter Soldier is gonna go away in just a bit. So for Memecord, they're the first ones to get their ultimates now. Yeah. So the Eye of Agamomo has to be huge here for the side of Narbaral, if ever.
Yeah. Narbal's close to his, as you said. Akashi too with the Horn of Proteus, but I'm really keeping an eye out on Rebirth first and foremost. If Cosmic can get the catch onto the Luna Snow, it will be massive for Tondo Defiant, but if not, that Luna
Billy! The snatch!
Spotify is going for it. The snatch comes in, but Billy is destroyed. The Mantis providing too much damage. The Eye of the go massive again, but where's the Horn of Proteus? Protected well by Cosmic! Cosmic doing a good job to keep the lines in check, but Narble still finds RuiJy along the way. 5v5 for now, on to the point yet again. Akashi is the front line.
3 ultimates from Tondo!
But Rebirth now, the fate of both worlds is gone. Chris now also with the Eternal Bond. And Memecord again, looking for value with the supports.
Oh, YoungPork!
But it's not good enough. The shots are true from Cosmic. The stars align here for Tondo Defiant.
And they used all of it too for Memecord. Tondo Defiant. They took advantage amidst the chaos, and they're able to hold for one last time. 2 ultimates. 1 ultimate for the side of Thor hasn't still been used, and I think he's just saving it just in case chaos happens here on the side of Memecord.
I mean, Pugbutt has struggled to find the footing here, but BurgrFlipr swap onto the mat.
Oh, that PS
has provided those break points here for Tondo Defiant. Rebirth, though, catching out Redux. That's a good start here for the Memecord squad. But keep an eye out, the BurgrFlipr still ups up. Invisible boundary now onto the point yet again.
The snatch!
On the Defiant, they're playing.
Oh!
Goal! The dash from the Winter Soldier trying to get the catch onto Billy. And
the Thor!
But Puggbutt, the Lord of Thunder, reigns onto the site. But Narble should have control here. And Memecord now only need to clear out perhaps the Doctor Strange and Magic. Redux still recovering.
1v1!
Redux versus Billy.
No!
Teammates now on the opposite side, but Redux respawn finds more HP value, and Tondo Defiant will win this one 2-1.
Absolutely insane final sequence for the side of Team Tondo Defiant in Warrior Falls, no less. The sequence from the Winter Soldier getting pushed out of the way courtesy of the Invisible Woman to the 1v1 there that eventually got won out by Magic. It's no surprise that these guys are 2 peas in the pod, and Tondo Defiant taking first game against Memecord.
Way too massive value from the Doctor Stranges on both sides. In Warrior Falls, we saw Narbrawl kick things off with an incredible stun, but Cosmic's Eye of Agamomo there was game-defining. As soon as he hit the stun, players like BurgrFlipr could just go for free headshots with the Mantis. We've seen again, I was talking about these damage breakpoints, the Mantis enabling the executes to come in from Cosmic, to come in from RuiJy, and given that extra bit of damage, it was enough to bust through the healing. So a good swap there for the likes of Tondo Defiant. I also feel like the swap back to the Magic, it did find value near the end, but Akashi, as well as the rest of the support line, was catching out Redux really early on, preventing him from finding initial value until he got the Darkchild.
Yeah, the Dark Chuds. I mean, it actually counted at the last part too, but we do want to commend the 2 strangers that actually had two massive Agamotos at the end of it all, right? Narbaral almost clutching it for his team there on that third point, but it was Cosmic and the rest of the crew that just held on in with that 2-2-2 setup. And despite the drop off there at the actual falls, it feels like they had one more fight in them that Tondo Defiant just eked at the edge
Yeah.
here against Memecord.
Way too many clutch moments, but that flexibility from Tondo Defiant getting the job done at the last moment. It was very back and forth. You could see who would have control, who would have better understanding of the composition. We saw Tondo Defiant get an early start right within the whatever the airfield, the one with the hangar, the one with the big plane. And given that, it was just that momentum. Memecord would try their darnest to keep stabilizing, to keep the fight alive with these support ultimates. But sometimes it's little too late when the picks happen already.
Yeah, it's the side between that 2-2 setup and Billy trying to snatch the entire team. It really comes into question, right? Like what type of playstyle do you want to enact here? Meepcourt's a little bit very they have to go aggressive because they know that there's only one tank in front of them. So the two DPS they have to be super aggressive to try and snatch some of the players here for the side of Tondo Defiant. But for Tondo, their plan is just to try and get the supports out of the way because they know that once support is out, the rest are gonna follow for the side of Memecord. So different alignment of playstyles, and it feels like later on, I don't know if they're gonna stay with the same bands, but it feels like their gameplay will stay the same for
Truthfully,
the
I
rest
think
of the
the
series.
bigger pick here for Tondo Defiant is the DPS line here.
Mm,
Because unless there is objective priority, when you lose one in triple support, you still have those two supports anyway to
that's
keep
true.
the whole team alive. And we saw how important it was for Tondo Defiant to catch out the likes of Billy early on, to catch out the likes of Akashi early on. Anytime they would get the pull and hook combo for Tondo Defiant and really displace Billy, it made such a big difference compared to when Billy was just able to do everything he would like without popping his own passive, without having to use the last stand to get out of there, that kind of deal.
Yeah.
It's just such a stark difference right now on how these picks are happening. But game number two, guys, very close to us. Very excited for this one because usually this is the one dropout right where we have the convoy yet again in the
Oh, the
middle of our map
convoy.
set.
Yeah, I think it's either convoy or the hybrid map. I
Right.
hope we get the hybrid map though, but for now, just have to wait and see. I'd be surprised though if they change their lock in and ban order here for the two teams because it feels like there's not one hero to be banned in this matchup. I
Yeah.
think I feel like they're very comfortable in all of their roles.
Yeah, and you can see that the priority for some of these bands have just been to remove some of these team ups. I think it's such a
Mm.
big deal for Memecord to not have to deal with a potential Iron Man for them, even though that they can play the same composition. If they don't ban that though, it should immediately signal to Tondo Defiant, right? That okay, these guys are gonna run something like Iron Man Hook. This is gonna be their team up composition. Do we match that? Do we mirror or do we find a way to counter that out? That's what happens during these ban phases right now because that these players do understand what each of these teams, right? What they bring to this matchup.
Yeah, and again, this matchup brings a lot of memories. When I guess no, because you play a lot of Overwatch, right? And before that entire role swap happened, it feels like everyone's just trying to experiment with compositions, right? This game again, the team ups is forced, but it encourages a lot of people to try out different synergies. So that's probably one of the reasons why like a lot of people are enjoying this game because any composition is a real composition, right? And in the other game, you just have to play whatever's the best. This one is like, if you want to play this guy, you have to be really good at it, or else stuff will happen and you might get braided by your entire team.
Brother, I can play Spider-Man. That's all I need. Be like, "Waching, waching, 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 waching."
Was that Marvel Rival slander? It's like
Mm.
5 times the Spider-Man kept hitting and no one was he wasn't killing anyone. It feels like he needs a buff. I think okay. I'm
He
gonna
does
tell
not.
you this
He
right
does
now.
not
Who
need a
needs a
buff.
buff? Who needs a buff in
Jeff.
Rivals? Jeff?
Not even kidding. Jeff needs a buff. He's the worst.
Really?
He is the worst healer in the game. You can find even more success playing DPS Jeff than playing normal support
Support
Jeff.
Jeff.
He
I
is
see.
his healing kind of whack. It's a eh.
Because his healing comes from
The bout.
from this bubble and the geyser, right?
Yeah,
Is the
no,
geyser part of the healing?
it's just I don't know. You can feel that the impact of Jeff as a whole is a lot less compared to any other support.
Yeah.
And I think the other problem with Jeff is your team up is relatively selfish actually compared
Oh, the
to
Groot one.
no, not the Groot one, the Luna one,
Oh, the Luna
where you're
one.
the one who basically gets an extra damage option with the snowballs
Ah.
compared to Luna enabling magic, or name or rather, you have Cloak and Dagger enabling Moonlight, as well
Mm.
as all the sustain. You have Rocket Raccoon enabling Punisher, as well as Winter Soldier. You know, yada yada yada. I don't know. I think Jeff is kind of weak. Who else? DPS people. I would say Mr. Fantastic, but then if you buff him, he'll probably be
Really good.
broken. Yeah, he'll
Yeah.
probably be broken.
I
Honestly,
feel like he's fine. I think with the team up, he's good. Without it, he's a little bit lackluster. His ultimate is kind of
kind
not
of
the
nothing.
best.
Not
Yeah, it's very
nothing burger.
underwhelming compared to the other DPS up on the board there. But he's a very fun character to use. It takes a lot of skill to pilot since his auto attacks are actually like AoE. You have to move your mouse while timing with the thing. So it takes a good Mr. Fantastic to pilot him though. But like, yeah, besides him, I mean Spider I don't know if the
Oh, the
Spider-Man needs to
Spider-Man is an insta kill combo if you have Venom with him.
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
you know how to do the symbiote thing, you can burst down the support.
Mm.
I think I don't know. I'm thinking about it. I want to say Iron Fist because he's just so useless in high
In
rank,
higher ranks, yeah.
but in low rank because
He's
he
a
basically
menace.
has a magnet and he can fly for some reason.
Mm.
Yeah, that will ruin everyone's day in low rank.
You
Yeah,
think Scarlet Witch is weak?
I think I think Scarlet Witch is fine, honestly,
She's in a good spot. She has
because no,
a
her
good
ult is
ult.
shit. Her ult is
Her
shit
ult. Really?
because you need to hide and everything. It's more
That's true.
so how do I say this? I think if you know how to play Scarlet Witch,
Mm.
you can really abuse the invulnerability a lot and
Ah.
float around your target. I've seen some Scarlet Witches play pseudo Iron Man like, that kind of team, pseudo Storm like, and it gets a lot of value if you know how to abuse that fact since you don't really need your healers to be on you until you pop out of your invulnerability state.
Mm.
That kind of thing.
Yeah.
I
I
think
feel
okay.
like Scarlet Witch's best
No,
synergy is
no,
with the Jeff and was that it's like the Jeff ultimate you popping out with the Scarlet
uh,
Witch ult. It's like one of the
you can do
only
it.
things that's legit.
You can do it with Strange. You set up a
Ah
portal, right? You
yeah.
pop it from the other side, and then you go through.
I guess it's easier with the Jeff because you could
You wait
if
it
you guys are
out.
coming
You wait it
together.
out. Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
you waited it out. Yeah,
okay.
but
Look, this guy. Okay, if you're a Jeff enjoyer, you do you.
yeah,
Honestly,
no, I don't play support.
I don't think. I don't know. Like, okay, you think about it. If you buff someone like Scarlet Witch, you will ruin many people's day
Yeah,
around. Same thing as Iron
I
Fist. So I don't
yeah
know. I think it's more so you have to nerf things like Storm ultimate rate.
yeah.
Moonlight ultimate rate is broken. That
Mm.
needs to be nerfed. Maybe I don't know, a few values on Punisher ultimate if that's the case you want to do. If not,
Final
then
Judgment,
yeah, I
I
mean those are
guess.
those are just
Squirrel
small
Girl.
things. Squirrel Girl's in a good spot. Squirrel Girl is a pocket pick,
Ah
honestly.
yeah,
If you know how
I
to use
she
her.
it's like he just spams her squirrels at the edge and it's like yippee.
Yeah.
I throw
Oh,
stuff.
okay.
Oh,
Anyway,
you were actually in the
we're
game.
in
That's crazy.
advance. So I'm looking at this immediately and
Same
Team
bands?
Memecord removing Storm. Tondo Defiant. No. So the overlay is baliktad actually. So Tondo
Ah.
Defiant
The
removing
right heroes could make
Storm
all the
to begin with,
difference.
and then Memecord removes the Hulk as per
Oh, Winter
usual.
Soldier. Okay.
Wolverine Protect, Winter Soldier ban actually from Memecord. Very interesting to me.
I get it. I mean, if there's a good Winter Soldier pilot on your team, then it's kind of hard to play the game because you're always getting hooked and you're always getting charged on the back line. So I get it, but
Yeah.
yeah, and they want to make sure that the supports are healthy on the back line, so nobody gets surprised that they get hooked. So I think that's fine for them. We do need to swap the teams though, but other than that, yeah, Tondo Defiant, they're looking for this first game. I think we're in the same map from last game, no?
Yeah, we're
Stay
looking
safe.
to Yggdrasil Path, so
Yeah.
these chokeholds, these corners,
I've
something
met
we already
many
talked about
Supremes
in our
before,
quarterfinals.
Strange.
But
What makes you so
if
special?
I am not mistaken, and I'm not 100% sure right now, I think that Team Tondo Defiant, which is the red side by the way, have a substitution.
Battle starts in 5, 4,
Ah,
3,
I think
2,
so.
1.
who's there?
We got Festive in now.
You need to stop that vehicle.
Ah, who did he replace with?
It was aebyad a while ago who played the Invisible Woman, right?
Oh,
So, Tondo Defiant, yet again, guys, Tondo Defiant is the one on the attack with 1 point. Memecord on the defense. It's still triple support for Memecord. Running the Mantis, though, this time from Rebirth, but gets BurgrFlipr on the Loki, Festive on the Luna Snow. And immediately, Billy again trying to just disrupt the Wolverine. Mano a mano versus Redux. There's the portal play yet again. Redux
Nice
zipping
dash.
out there. Here comes the Festive Leap again. The Pharaoh Leap looking for more and more. The Berserker's Rage. And Redux can't handle it. Billy will draw first blood.
I mean, yeah, he has passive available. He's gonna do so much damage there. The freeze onto Narborough though, and there's good hold for the side of Memecord here, because even though they don't have a Luna Snow, as long as the Mantis gets the correct sleeps, I think it's fine. I mean, good pick here for Akashi with that Hella pick.
Yeah, and not only that, Hella plus Mantis, you give the damage boost, you can one-tap some pools whenever you get the opportunity, and Akashi flexing over again between his multiple DPS picks. Surprised he hasn't brought out the Moon Knight yet. Billy, though, trying to get the catch onto BurgrFlipr at this moment. You can see why Tondo Defiant played the Loki here. Since the Winter Soldier's banned, no one can punish those clones as much besides a Moon Knight pick itself. Akashi trying to play the flank here on the right-hand side, but there's pressure from the start of RuiJy. And speaking of, the starter gets the first pick. Here comes Billy, though. Beautiful Pharaoh Leap to get the catch
Magneto?
on the range. Meteor M, as you said here, Dropout looking for the pick of the crit. The crit escaping well in time. No convergence now. Play. Here we go with the last stand. It's big damage, but the stun comes in.
no, Agamomo.
Courtesy of Pugbutt. Here comes the God of Mischief as well. And with it, another C&D ult. Darkchild now, Invisible Boundary. A medley of ultimates now into play, but Memecord, they've lost crits here, and this might be the beginning of the end of the defense. Here comes Redux. Here we go
legendary.
again. It's time for the auto-aim from above. Tondo Defiant, clear it out house.
Yeah, that's a clear fully for the side of Tondo Defiant. Memecord, they're not able to hold, but at least they get to stall out here for the second point. Yeah, they have to make sure that the choke point gets hold, but with a threat like Starlord on the up end, it's kind of hard for them to start targeting for Memecord because you have a Wolverine and you have a Hella. Not the best picks in order to target the Starlord here.
Yeah, I mean, Akashi can keep tabs on
Be strong together.
RuiJy here, but you said it, Billy's gonna struggle right now, except in these certain scenarios. Redux though down below, sending out the mini demon. So please provide a bit more pressure. But that second floor control is something Tondo Defiant is trying to get here for Dropout. And Memecord's making them work for it. Billy again in the face of
How did he get him?
The leap, the Berserker's Rage, full 100. And Billy again with another win in the 1v1. But is it enough here? Akashi looking for any chance to pop the Hella ults. But as of now, Memecord stable here unless Narbo drops.
I think Billy needs to use that Berserker's Rage right in the front line here, but for now, I think that's the Hella ult being activated right in front of them. The Luna Snow dances in front. 2 Luna Snow ultimates to be used now for Memecord and Tondo Defiant. Wait, never mind. There is Hella Unleashed to be used. I don't know if it's going to be useful though, as no one gets shot out of the water. No one gets hit. No one dies from all of the ultimates. But finally, Billy with the Berserker's Rage gets 2.
Yeah, that last stand gets 2. Now brings Redux back. He's like, what are you doing on the other team? Play with us instead. And Memecord, they hold that off. And I do wonder, that might be a small miscom there from Tondo Defiant. BurgrFlipr turning into the Luna Snow from what we saw. Festive also popping the fate of both worlds there. So you had 2 Luna ults, not even one of them on damage from our visuals. Perhaps it's a bug there, but beyond that, Tondo Defiant burning both support ults and Memecord able to stabilize easily.
To stabilize because they know that Narbal's in the front line, so they're constantly healing him. It feels like there is the Eye of Agamomo potentially to be used, but they have to take out the Strange on the side of Tondo Defiant because of the heal from the Loki
Cosmic?
comes through. Narmer has to back away just a little bit.
Pugbutt!
But there
Pugbutt
is a pick from the behind. Billy gets taken with one pick out to Magneto. They want to get more Berserkers still full. And it feels like Billy's having a field day here, Daks.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the disruption, but Redux now getting in there. Redux cleaving a path of disruption. Eye of Agamomo blocked by Narbro, but he will have to forfeit his life. Akashi catching out the magic in response now.
Oh, he
The
has to
passive
get
pop
away.
on Billy was taken. And Billy, he's alive for now, but he's quite low. You see the efforts of Tondo Defiant. Pugbutt holding W, trying to support Redux as much as he can. And that pressure eventually forcing Memecord to crumble. Goal convergence now into play. Shields up here for Memecord. Again, it's going to be Billy prioritizing the Magneto here. Akashi catching out Festive. But still, there's the Luna Snow ultimate from BurgrFlipr. And the Galactic Legend from above. Meteor M again. The cover is there. Pugbutt covering so well. Playing protector for his team through the picks. But there's still the field of the CND. And with it now, it's a 6v3 effectively. Tondo Defiant picking apart crits, looking for more victims, but this should be them taking this point already.
Yeah, they're taking them apart unless Billy does something here. He gets the snatch, not quite. It's mostly all the support. He gets the last stand, not quite. And he gets the Eye of Agamomo, but it is just a final stand right in front of them. Are the healers up in front?
Those are two.
Very doable.
Oh, but Rebirth, he gets bursted down after he swaps to the Loki. Massive ultimate there from Narbro, but he might be the only one still standing. Crits now comes into play. Maybe the cloak and dagger, the right click, no. Not enough as well. And BurgrFlipr now scouting on the left-hand side, preventing any kind of hope anymore. That's the second point. You said it dropped out, but a good time burn from Memecord nonetheless.
Yeah, this time though, they finally learned from the old match too that the second spawn room, yeah, you get out of there at moment's notice. They'll try and hold here for this last point, and Tondo Defiant doesn't have that much time remaining on their hands. Just less than 2 minutes remaining here. But for Akashi, very low in HP. Billy trying to look for a flank here.
Yeah, relatively strange though. Akashi on the solo Namor without the Luna. Not that effective versus Redux. But here you go, God of Mischief. You heard it here from BurgrFlipr. Taking that Luna Snow ultimate
Akashi's
allows
down.
Tondo Defiant to just snowball out of control. Even Billy can't find the flick in the flank. But he's done this really smart thing here, Dropout. Now that he's contested it, it stops the payload from even moving. He's stalling so much time. Sure, he'll get staggered, but everything that Tondo Defiant did in the front line, all for naught just because of Billy's presence.
Yeah, they get the hold though, but I don't know if the timer's actually ringing through here. Because of the DPS being down, the Starlord can just hammer out whatever damage he wants to, because he's been in the air the entire time. And finally, the switch has been made. Akashi needs to play that Punisher to try and get the Starlord off the top.
Yeah, but the Rocket Raccoon, Galactic Legend gonna get popped again. Look at Pugbutt.
Oh!
Where is it? Rebirth instead! The true Star-Lord here! And now the Galactic Legend! It just goes in favor. The mantle will be given to Memecord here. Rebirth, offensive God of Mischief, now turning back into the Loki. And Tondo Defiant popping now the Meteor M, but Memecord can stabilize the huge! Everyone saw it coming, and everyone can see the results. Memecord stunned, Tondo Defiant here, and that might be enough unless RuiJy can touch here.
Yeah, unyielding resolve here for Memecord and for Tondo Defiant. They're not going out without a fight. They're trying to step on the point here. The Star-Lord hovering in front, but he gets picked off by the side of Akashi. Finally, the final judgment reigns through, and it's Judge, Jury, and Executioner gets cancelled on the Eye of Agamomo as well. Tondo Defiant, they have nothing against this offense here. They hold for 2 points for Tondo Defiant.
Yeah, 2 points only for Tondo Defiant, just from these micro adjustments from Memecord. Small little bits of an advantage for Memecord in that third point here, Dropout. Beyond Billy's amazing call to just stall the payload since Tondo Defiant fully committed on the push, Rebirth getting the better angle with the Galactic Legend. Even Pugbutt wasn't ready to go for the Meteor M, because we saw so many times, right? The Magneto and the Star-Lord would combo together just because the Meteor M protects the Star-Lord while he's mid-ult. That was a great timing from Memecord to stop the push.
Yeah, good stoppage there, and it feels like a swap of the heroes is very necessary now for the side of Memecord. They know that the Star-Lord is gonna be a menace here for Tondo Defiant, so Akashi needs to be on on that laser duty, man. I think that the Punisher is a good pick. I think compared to the Hela, they need someone to actually try and target the Starlight here, because the entire time he was a bit troubled with it.
Yeah, I am just concerned here for Memecord. Winter Soldier without
Without the
Rocket
Rocket Raccoon, yeah.
is all good. Punisher without Rocket Raccoon is still fine. But then you get so much value with the infinite ammo, as well as, of course, the BRB if need be. But Rebirthzzz can make the Loki pick work instead versus the opposite Loki of Defiant. Might be the slight edge that Memecord looking for. Narbral though, the portal from above. So they're gonna set up the turret here, Dropout, and now it's free reign.
Oh,
Akashi getting all the free hits. BurgrFlipr didn't even see it coming, and the pocket play brought out by Memecord early on.
I've only seen this in X clips, but I don't know if this is actually legit. It actually happened. The turret just to support the Doctor Strange portal, and it works out at the end. Akashi going up close and personal with the turret there, getting so many picks and pushing the card all the way to first point here. I feel like they have a chance.
It's free for half, but not free at the end. RuiJy and the rest looking to stabilize here. You see the stones being set up by BurgrFlipr just to provide that extra bit of healing. Memecord have lost one. Billy still not in the fight. Rebirth though, bursting down Redux.
Oh crap.
And that's one answer to the magic. You have 3 clones shooting at the magic coming at you. Might as well shut that down. RuiJy also has to go for the long black tab with low HP as well as low on the ultimate. The cleave is unreal. It's just Billy holding left click at this point, and Memecord speedily going through this first point here.
Yeah, as long as Billy's targeting the tanks, he's having a good time though, and he's targeting the Starlord as well, who was trying to get away from a moment's notice. They get the push up in front, and Billy, no remorse at all. He's already pushing in front of the end of the second point.
I mean, Billy has just found so many opportunities to be at 100 charge on that Wolverine again and again and again. With the healing factor still into play, that's something that Billy will look to consider moving forward. RuiJy though, moving over to Punisher. Here's the Eternal Bond, courtesy of Crit. Fate of both worlds. Now the answer, Pugbutt aiming well! And it's just a hole-in-one on the cloak and dagger.
It's a moving turret!
Now the dance is coming on in. No back to turret for him here. Instead, it's final judgment.
Oh!
Mow them down. Akashi will stay and declare invisible boundary, enshrouding the death as well oncoming. But Memecord knew that this was their fight to claim, and this is gonna be them again getting picked. Billy with another 1v1 going in his favor.
Full wipeout for Memecord against Tondo Defiant, and there's so much time remaining too. Tondo Defiant, they have to hold here, they have to swap heroes, and finally they do. RuiJy from the Starlord had to swap to the Punisher as well because of the threat that the rest of the team has because of the Punisher from Akashi. It's a moving turret up in front here.
It's more of the midline right now for Tondo Defiant. No more flankers, no one diving in compared to all the mobility Tondo Defiant had a while ago. But you said it, Akashi just able to stay on the payload. And here comes those explosive bullets again and again. Billy though frozen, that's gonna be him gone. It's a 1-for-1 as Redux does fall along the way. And Pugbutt keeping an eye out on that.
They're so close!
Narwhal wants the angle with the final judgment. Massive stun, courtesy of Cosmic.
Huge.
And here we go again. When Tondo Defiant see the stars, it's gonna be them shining bright the whole for now.
Oh, 5 minutes to try and stall out the defense here for Tondo Defiant. They have plenty of time to recharge their ultimates. But how long is it enough for Memecord to charge up and have ultimates of their own? Billy though, activating the rage here, gets the, oh my goodness, he puts him out of the fight almost immediately here, Daks, and then trying to go for the final push here.
At 1 HP, but he's still locked up now. He's looking for the stun angle. But Tondo Defiant doing a good job to mark him, but Cosmic has fallen. Now there are no shields. Now the stun is a threat. That's for free!
Huge.
And the spirit of the Punisher out of his body. Here we go though, with the Lord of Mischief.
Again, another
He's gone! Crit able to get burned down, but the answer back from Pugbutt. Wolverine versus Wolverine action. No more spectacular for Tondo Defiant, with the space being made still by the defense. Billy, Tobisawa, they're the two who get the picks, and Memecord mow them down. They even up the series 1-1.
1-1, and we thought the game was over from there, but Memecord managed to find a way and counteract the defense of Tondo Defiant in very convincing fashion too. And Billy he was the point person of all of it, man. Eating the tags for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. 22 frags and a lot of damage with the help of the 3 supports and the Strange.
Yeah, and just it felt like there in that game, Tondo Defiant funneled into certain patterns over and over again. Festive and BurgrFlipr just effectively trying to use those Luna Snows in in succession, right? One after the other. But then again, Rebirth swapping over to the Loki, providing more damage to flush out the Redux on the Magic, forcing him to go for his other comfort pick on the Hela. RuiJy as well, being caught out there, man. Memecord being marked, and it all started on the attack by those TikTok clips, man. There's the
Oof.
portal and the turret. It's something that Memecord has picked up, but also they realized this from the last point, right? The last half. That Tondo Defiant love to push up and Tondo Defiant were punished accordingly because of it.
Damn, that's amazing. I mean, they tried to adjust too with the ban over to Winter Soldier, and I think you were wondering where the Moon Knight was. I think he was banned in the previous match.
Oh
That's
yeah,
why
yeah,
we
yeah,
didn't see
right.
any Moon Knight gameplay there. So a bit of adjustment for Meme Court this time, actually making sure that Tondo Defiant doesn't have any good heroes to use. And now one apiece. I'm very surprised about the performance of Meme Court
Yeah.
against Tondo Defiant, but I mean for you, I mean,
No,
it's like a normal
I'm
day.
surprised that that was a bit more one-sided in that second map because it was
That's
very close
why.
in the first game, but Memecore dominated that offense. And you're right there, Dropout. I look back at the bans, and given Winter Soldier and Moon Knight are removed, it's free real estate to play that low key. And both Rebirth and BurgrFlipr abusing that fact. Rebirth, especially given that they're playing triple support. When you're a Loki on triple support, you can actually focus on getting kills more, on doing
Mm.
damage, going for these offensive ultimates. Compared to when Loki is your second support only, you have to copy your fellow support. You have to focus on the healing a lot more. And that's one thing that Memecore took advantage of.
Yeah, I mean, the triple support, the low key, I mean, it all works out in the hand. And now, heading into this third game, I think do they stay with the same bans they had from the second game, or do they revert back from the first? Because again, the second game already worked out perfectly for them. Maybe for the side of Thunder Defiant, they have to focus on banning that Wolverine, making sure that Billy doesn't have his heyday with that Wolverine pick at all.
Yeah, you gotta wonder if that's something that Taunt Defiant here will prioritize right now. It does seem to me that there is flexibility for Tonda Defiant to play Wolverine, but it's on their other tank players. So do we see Tonda Defiant match things? Do we get a 1 through 3 from them? Do they go for triple DPS? Because Memecord throughout this series, and I'm looking again back in their quarterfinals to see if this is still true, but it seems to me that triple support is the way for Memecord right now, and it's been working at least to keep things competitive. They won the first series 2-0. Now at least they've tied it up.
Yeah, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it for meme court, right? They're not there to play standard 2-2-2. They're here with their own set of strategies. They, that one 1-2-3 is actually a good strat for them. And with Narbarel, he's just balling in front. They know that the 3 supports in front of him has his back. So I feel like it's a good strat going into this third game too. If ever they want to adjust, I don't know if it's gonna be a risky one at that, but for now, just sticking to what you know is as good strategy for them heading onwards. And for the side of Thunder Defiant, do they copy them? I don't know. I don't see them doing it at all anytime soon, because I know we have a lot of excellent players for the side of Thunder Defiant. I don't think they're gonna change their playstyle anytime soon. I think the heroes are gonna be adjusted here for our last game here, Dax.
Yeah, but then again, don't forget, guys, this is just the first semifinal. We still have another one later on after this next map. We got Agamomo versus Team Palaro. Both
Mm.
series went 2-1. Agamomo, especially, I haven't seen them on stream yet, but if you're a little bit familiar with some players from the Valorant side, someone like Maktuh, which has been basically a legacy name for for the streaming community.
Mm.
It's pretty cool to see this kind of potential talent on the other side of the bracket. So I'm excited for that one. We said a while ago too that this is basically the Overwatch versus Overwatch matchup, and I do wonder what's coming up next. It's probably
In
going to
the
be
other
domination
side.
again,
Oh
but
yeah.
we did see from Tondo Defiant too here drop out that there was a swap out between game 1 and game 2 in the support line, right? They had
Yeah.
Festive in that last game to play the Luna Snow. But then again, in game number one, it was aebyad in who was rocking the invisible woman. So you have
Mm.
to wonder which player and which hero they'll bring out in the backline for this upcoming map.
Yeah, because the sub didn't work out, right? Because so I don't know if the sub was actually worth it or not. So we're gonna have to see if this is gonna be the final pick or not. But I think looking at the VC, it's looking like they're not gonna change their comp at all for this final game, as we're just waiting for the players to start. I mean, it's been a long best of three for again the last match and the match now. So I'm surprised that it reached up to 3 games again. Is this normal?
This is normal. This is
This is
normal.
very
This
normal.
is what you should expect. I expect every series to go 3-3-5
I
by
like
this point.
this. I like
And we are gonna
this.
be here for a long haul actually, but it's for fun, for the fun of the community
Of
anyway. And you
course.
guys have been very supportive. Thank you for everyone who's tuned in so far within the stream. If things do go well, then we can go do another one. Who knows?
Yeah. I
Dropout will
mean,
pay for it.
whoa! Whoa. Wala akong sinabi dyan.
Dropout will pay for it.
What? I, words. It's a lot of words that I
Yes,
not spoken out of my mouth.
yes, guys. Do you know that
Oh,
Dropout is a working man and a very
yes.
fit person?
Wow. Real,
Yes, look at
real
him.
job. That's
Real
crazy.
job, real fitness.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you
That.
still here?
Evan, bawal po ako mag-cast. I mean, it's been a while since I've casted a new game, especially Rivals too. What was the last time we casted? That was a new
Deadlock.
game. Deadlock. What happened to Deadlock? I mean,
I don't know. It's not. I mean, technically,
it's not out yet,
it's not
so
out yet. Wait for it.
we'll just
Wait for
wait.
it.
But for now,
Yeah.
this is a
This
game that
game
is
is out.
out.
This game is out. This
And
game is popular.
yeah,
So yeah,
I'll do
community,
it. Yeah, I love it.
community.
Yippee!
I,
I
I don't
love
know,
the
man. I mean,
PH.
it's still different. Like, it's nice to do a close alpha kind of deal,
Mm,
kind of secret, kind of not. But a full release kind of game hits different, that
yeah,
everyone can get in on it without
yeah.
any going through any hoops, without going through any kind of whatever
No
just to get a
invites,
key.
no
Yeah, no,
whatsoever.
no,
Just
no,
play the
nothing like that.
game.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just download it and say, okay, I like Spider-Man. I want to be Spider-Man. That's kind of how it works.
Yeah. If I play Spider Man,
Like,
hit
let's be
hit.
real.
Yeah.
Would you play Marvel Rivals if it didn't have Marvel characters in it?
Probably not.
Right, right. The
That's
branding does a
true.
big
The
deal. Like,
branding helps a lot. If it
like
was probably a DC game, I'll think about it. But it's Marvel, man. Come on,
yeah, come
like
on,
we
exactly.
were. I think we were all there when Infinity War happened, the first one and the second one, and we all tuned in for whatever movies there are in the future. So most of these characters are very familiar to us,
Yes.
especially the ones that aren't actually in the Marvel Cinematic Universe as well. So it's a little bit of an introduction for some of these guys as well. But now, last game, and we're heading into Convoy, not a domination map here,
Ah,
Dax. So it is
mystery,
random.
mystery.
That's crazy.
Yahoo! Maybe it's
Spider Island?
I think it's dependent on the round.
Is it?
Like, if it's the semifinals, this is the map. I don't know.
We're never gonna get the
Maybe you
hybrid
should
map. Maybe
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 you
you
should
and
read
Raf
the
will
rule
get it.
book. You know,
Why
maybe
me?
drop out. So while we're busy talking about
Oh, Moon
oh,
Knight.
Moon Knight
Huh.
Protect. Okay, I see it. I see it. So Akashi, so this is personal info. Akashi has been complaining the whole time that he doesn't have a Lord icon, and he finally got his Lord icon on Moon Knight the other day.
So he's gonna test it out
Yeah,
against
and
Tondo
now
Defiant.
since Tondo Defiant gets to protect the
They
Winter
banned the
Soldier,
Wolverine.
they get to bring the Lord icon, but Dropout. He was expecting this, guys. The Wolverine has been banned. The magic is banned
Oh
in
wow.
response, which
Hmm.
means the Hulk
The right heroes
is
could
not
make all
available
the
since
difference.
Memecord banned it. But look at potential any flyers, any kind of chokes for both teams because Billy is gonna rock the Squirrel Girl. Akashi is on the Moon Knight, and the first point, especially on Spider Islands, gets really tight in these corners.
And Squirrel Girl is a very good pick in first point as well. Yeah, when you think about this map, yeah, I think Squirrel Girl's really good here. You use the ultimate, and suddenly there's so many angles you have to watch out for. You can destroy the ultimate, by the way, for the Squirrel Girl, but other than that, you just have to watch out because, you know, everything's AoE and you might get caught trying to dodge it.
Yeah, but then again, does Tondo Defiant have the damage dealers for it? Or effectively the rate of fire, right? You're running Moon Knight and Winter Soldier. This is where I say again, since you don't have the Rocket Raccoon for infinite ammo, RuiJy has to invest a lot of his clip just to break that Squirrel Girl ultimate. But right now, one thing it's really intriguing me here, DropOut. Pugbutt on the Groots. And if he can break some incredible sightlines versus Akashi and Billy, then it can find so much value to buy Tondo Defiant that space, especially when the Moon Knight can't even shoot down on the other side of the wall.
Yeah, it's a little bit troubling now, but now Akashi on the high ground wants to try and go for a one-shot pick with the Ankh. Not quite used, but now they have to focus on Arbor here up on top, and now Billy, he'll just be there on the top side, just making sure that he doesn't get picked here because there's 3 supports right in front of him. For now, RuiJy and the rest of the crew will just try to push out the cart here, which is easier said than done.
Yeah, Memecord playing very elevated, trying to find some off angles with the Ankhs, but it's not working out. Billy instead was one getting the charge here, almost close with the massive Squirrel Wave ultimate. But Tondo Defiant.
Oh, Narbral's gone!
Narbral's gone. Rebirth answers back, but that's the tank, the only tank of Memecord gone from the game. And Memecord has to give up all the space here.
Yeah, and once the tank is out of the way, since you don't have a Wolverine to destroy the front line of the Groot here, which usually is a big counter against the Groot, the Wolverine now. Now the ultimate gets used up in front, but the Squirrel Girl gets the block just in time as the side of Memecord. They're losing members here, plus the point as well. Tondo Defiant to just push it forward.
Tobisawa got one. The unbeatable Squirrel Tsunami buying some good space from Memecord to stabilize. And while we see here, BurgrFlipr trying to play onto the second floor, it's time now for the Eternal Bonds yet again to be played onto the payload itself. Akashi though taken down. This is the breakpoint we were talking about a while ago from Tondo Defiant. Now we hear it. Fate of both worlds to answer back the Soul Convergence. Rebirthzzz gonna run out of shields a lot faster than the Luna Snow ult of Festive. And this is just free real estate for Tondo Defiant. Redux from above. Narbral though with the stun massive on 5. Gets a pick, gets a second. And Narbral with earth-shattering results. The pull-in from the Invisible Woman of Tobisawa as well. And Memecord get the whole Texter attack.
Yeah, Tondo, they have to concede this, right? Gamma Charge, oh, not really a Gamma Charge. Something to charge up in front to destroy the Groot, who's trying to frontline the entire time. But for now, they have to concede. They have to regroup because they have the full setup ready here for Narbral to use.
I need assistance.
And he's halfway to the Doctor Strange ultimate again. The Eye of Agamomo looking to charge as quickly as can be. And this is the difference. Tondo Defiant now.
Oh, I've
feel
got
the
you!
rain on their skin. Akashi Naisu perfected angle with the Moon of Khonshu. And Memecord stopped Tondo Defiant before they can even get started.
Oh my goodness, the full wipeout too. No wonder he's Lord. Akashi, absolutely insane. And he has the skin too. Absolutely insane. Get the wallet as well.
This is something Memecord is really taking advantage of right now here, DropOut. Pugbutt is on that solo Groot. Triple support for Tondo Defiant. It's a 1-for-1 as RuiJy falls, but Akashi is taking out Festive, and that's a bigger pick right now. Prison, invisible boundary response. Redux still getting free hit from above, but he can't get the headshot combos to go in. And now the Armentatress, what does it do? Absolutely nothing. The Kraken impact finds no impact. The raid comes on in from the Hella of Redux, and Redux might be able to turn it around. Redux!
He does!
So much value here! And the shield comes up, but Narbral too little, too late to the party. He's close to the Eye of Agamomo, but without any kind of health, he'll find no opportunity. He falls, Cosmic gets the takedown, and Tondo Defiant get the space that they need.
Yeah, the space to get that first point is huge, and they get a little bit of an extension here with the time deficit. So at least 2 minutes on their side. I don't think they're gonna commit though, as the point's already been taken. So I don't think that's the best plan for them for the side of Memecord. They get taken down because of it.
Way too eager with the Mantis, trying to just rush in there, but the Soul Resurgence can't make up the lost distance and the lost time. And with it, BurgrFlipr knows advantage is with Tondo Defiant. It's 1-2-3. Memecord effectively giving up the fight right now. Akashi trying to escape. Narbro will fall. And the Cloak and Dagger invisibility. The team up finally used by Akashi, but beyond that, Tondo Defiant can now make all the space from the Memecord misplay.
Yeah, the misplay though, this might cost them the entire game altogether. As Tondo Defiant already halfway through. Galactic already telling them to stop them, but I don't know if they have enough resources up in front, as there is a Strange in front of the entire team. Tondo Defiant, they get to live, never mind. Gets picked off. Billy finally swapping over to the Punisher. Will this be the game changer?
Yeah, he had infinite ammo, he brought out the shotgun, and Pugbutt just runs into a face full of lead. Solo Thor against Punisher is basically a death sentence for you. And Memecord now showing these adjustments. This is what they lacked a while ago in game number 1. Drop out this versatility. It's at least giving them a big chance here in game number 3.
Yeah, and at least the versatility of how Billy uses his heroes will be a big factor here, because they know the OTP Wolverine this time. Will it work out for them? Agamomo potentially gonna be used here. Never mind, there is still the ultimates coming through. Invisible Woman, Cloak and Dagger, everyone tries and connects. Big! Never mind, no one dies!
The fate of both worlds and because of it. Redux will stand up now. The goddess of death is the train again. But Narbro getting the face of Redux. What is the concept of personal space? BurgrFlipr finds Billywastaken though. And even though Redux had the Doctor Strange but for so long, eventually Tondo Defiant.
Oh, he gets the refresh!
Gets the refresh, but the fight is already over here. Dropout.
Oh, they get the push up though, but is there enough time for them to get the cap here for the second point? I don't think it's possible here, Daks, for Memecord.
Understand the portal.
Oh, they have a portal. No, they just push up in front. They have to hold. They have to tap the hook, and they do so.
The hook, because of the hook of the soldier, it allows Memecord to contest. But Tondo Defiant, they were ready for it. They were ready to fight and kill them anyway. And the second point taken here by Tondo Defiant.
On this part of the stage is where it gets really tricky. A big ramp and an open space potentially for any of the airborne heroes. I'm looking at the Hela here to try and take Rain here up in front. Potentially the Winter Soldier getting hooked into the hole up on top. But let's see if Memecord has an answer for this. They haven't swapped to anything meaningful yet, but there is the Hand of Concho available here for Akashi.
Akashi again looking to bail Memecord out with his ultimate. And speaking of, there he goes.
3!
Brother, a bailout would be getting 2 picks. This is just a hard carry with the Q. And Memecord will stop Tondo Defiant in his tracks with 1 single ultimate.
I thought he was gonna emote there, but not quite, I guess. Memecord, they hold for 1 more engage. And there's not a lot of ultimates to be available here for Memecord. Tondo Defiant as well, they have a bunch of ultimates to be available here. Likely the Cloak and Dagger ult, which will be used in just a bit just to get advantage here in front of the point. But Narbro's doing a good job here. He gets pulled back though by the rest of the team. They try to heal Narbro. It works out at the end. And the fight keeps on going here, Daks.
Narbro displaced means the Eternal Bond has opportunity. And exactly that, Memecord, they have to res up Billywastaken because of BRB coming into play. CYA also from Rebirthzzz. An extra damage should be enough. But yet again, here we go with the goddess. Yes, run, but there's still the healing courtesy of the Luna Snow. Billy though finding Festive right now. Here comes RuiJy trying to find another hook opportunity. Blinded along the way. BurgrFlipr and Tobisawa trading blows right now. Tobisawa the one flexing over to that Luna, but Memecord still playing in this lane. Pugbutt making sure that they're gonna get the space to work with. Immense damage still, but Tondo Defiant should have the corner now. And here goes Festive popping the ultimate just to secure this last push.
Oh, one last push though, but there's no time. They have to push here for the side of Tondo Defiant, or else they might be wary of a very weird victory here. Memecord, they're pushing up in front. They have the ultimate available though. Where's Akashi? Where's the ult? The Hand of Conchu isn't up to event. There's only one more person left, and I feel like Tondo Defiant has him on lockdown.
Yeah, Billywastaken now bringing out again the final judgment, but no one can hear him scream as the Kraken impact should seal the deal, and Tondo Defiant in overtime finish the match.
Ooh, very close. but it is still 3 points for Tondo Defiant here. So Memecord, they're forced to push all the way to the finish line here just so that they can insinuate an overtime here for both teams for this last game for this best of 3.
You can see the comfort for both RuiJy as well as Akashi on their heroes here. Signature picks for both players finding value, but effectively, Akashi, he wins the fight outright for Memecord every so often once the ult is online. RuiJy's hooks, though, has found massive value. That one hook onto Narbral allowed the Cloak and Dagger of Cosmic to get in there with his own ultimate.
Oh, that is probably the reason why they had this ban in the first place, Tondo Defiant. I mean, the past couple of games, without this Wolverine ban, they didn't even reach the finish line here. And for Memecord, they're now struggling here. Now they don't have a Wolverine to try and hit the back line. So it's all up to Akashi to try and carry this team to victory. I mean, I don't know. Do they have a chance here, Daks? It's a swap here to the Hawkeye.
I mean, it's doable. It's still doable. There's no time back for Tondo Defiant, but Memecord, they need to emulate the success they had a while ago at Yggdrasil Path here in Spider Islands. It's easier said than done, though, because Tondo Defiant has shown that they can play the triple support really well as well. And BurgrFlipr, effectively, a pseudo DPS. Redux has found so much value with the Goddess of Death ultimate multiple times. Here comes the Tondo Defiant defense. Similar comp, though, from what they ran in the first half.
Yeah, the first half, though, really different. Surprisingly, yeah, weird picks here. Oh, Redux very low in HP. But for Akashi, I mean, the Moon Knights, the Daks are trying to starting to work out here, but there's no suppress. 2 kills from the pistol from the Winter Soldier. The AoE bullets connect, and Tondo Defiant, they hold for a moment's notice.
Yeah, Tondo Defiant, massive clutch heals there, because Akashi had the amp into play. Well, many members of Tondo Defiant's frontline was really low. But here we go with RuiJy getting just the answer back. That's effectively Tondo Defiant, not just stabilizing, but building up that Kraken impact. The bailout here from Memecord has to be Billy with the Hawkeye looking for the one-shot headshot, especially against RuiJy. There you go. Ask and he shall deliver. Billy again to the front line, feeling confident. Narvel playing protector, and Billy popping off to find a double here.
Yeah, the double up in front, and they're trying to chase down the supports, but it's
falling up.
Okay. Yeah, but the point though, I mean, there's only 3 people for the side of Memecord, but for Tondo Defiant, they have to back away. They don't have enough space to cap this first point though. So, they got him! Yeah. Oh, that's huge. That's one less support to worry about. But there is a Luna Snow ultimate to try and stall out this first point here, Daks.
And they might see RuiJy too, who has now the Kraken impact. Memecord though, getting closer and closer to getting that first point. Good read on BurgrFlipr. They saw him do that in that last half. And they expected him to do it yet again. Now then, Akashi, free reign from above. Here we go with the fate of both worlds, and Billy's gone!
Kraken impact!
Kraken impact now looking for more value, but the fight might be over before it even starts. Akashi still holding steady with the hand of Maktuh, looking for opportunity. Does it find kill? It does get one, but the eye of Agamomo will say it all and seal the deal. Tondo Defiant will stop this first push.
Oh, the first push, and that is so close. Look at how much meter it was needed to get this first point going. It wasn't enough. Memecord, they have to back away. They have a few ultimates to use, but there's no hand of Khonshu. There's no Eye of Agamomo just yet. And there's not a lot of ultimates to be used here on the support side. But there is that invisible woman ult that could be used here. At a moment's notice, the Amp though, can he burst? Yes, he does! He can get the pick! And he can pull forward!
The Mathis can't play the second point, but Redux now shutting down Billy, and this turns things back in favor of Tondo Defiant. Redux expecting exactly that kind of hero play from Billy was taken. And yet again, the Goddess of Death, bow down to your queen. Redux will reign supreme.
Only 60 seconds
now
left.
the DPS ultimates from Tondo Defiant are available one by one. Kraken Impact gonna be available soon enough. With the Cloak and Dagger as well, with the Eternal Bond. Tondo Defiant, they've held this long enough, and they're looking to finish this on their favor as well. In their terms, for Akashi though, Thrice he might get Lord, but there is one more fight remaining for them.
Yeah, here we go, Angst again. Also notice BurgrFlipr swapping over to Psylocke, look to charge up. that dance of the butterfly. I take it, Akashi, as well as Billy getting revenge.
Kraken impact.
Beautiful dance
The refresh.
on the Defiant again and again and again. They will beat down Memecord, who has maybe one contest. I want to see Narbo's POV. Does he even have a portal to play with?
Does he have anything at all? One more push. As you said, there's one more portal. He has to do it fast.
I need to feel.
Hurry.
And there's
Portal! No! Drop the FPS!
He drops down with the Black Panther. Eye of Agamomo though, courtesy of Pugbutt. Hand of Conchi yet again. Doesn't get much value though.
No value.
And where is BurgrFlipr? Where is the Psylocke in all of this? Bill gets one.
Right in front of you!
And here we go. The Spider Island. Defiant. BurgrFlipr has had enough of playing support, and he wins the fight for Tondo Defiant. 2-1 for Tondo Defiant to move on to the finals.
They all connected their ults in a beautiful arrangement there, Daks. First, it was the Kraken impact, and then it was the Eye of Agamotto. Now, when everyone was in chaos there, they had to hold the point. It was the Psylocke ult that held them all together, letting them out of the point and holding that first point, not giving them an inch. And that victory for Tondo Defiant, man. Absolutely huge and insane there. Nice try, though, for the side of Memecord. That was a well-fought victory.
Yeah, good effort from Memecord, but in the end, some of their tendencies being punished by Tondo Defiant very eagerly. Billy, some good picks with the Hawkeye, and you can see the whole team adjusting. But when he's on the payload like that, Redux and the like take advantage of it, losing that Hawkeye early in those fights, really costing Memecord that extra damage. You gotta wonder though, perhaps a little bit of desync from Memecord, right? In that first point defense, they popped the Mantis ult thinking they could contest and they couldn't. If they just held the same way that Tondo Defiant did, it could have been a closer game in map number 3. But the scoreline says it all, and the 3-0 will be the last chapter of Tondo Defiant and Memecord. So big congratulations to Tondo Defiant. They make it to the grand finals.
Yeah, and good effort at that too. It feels like, again, starting from that quarterfinals match up to now in the semis, it feels like an adjustment of plays. The heroes, the picks, the bans, the play styles, they all evolve here into one final crescendo. And Tondo Defiant, they just had everything to hold for that first point there. And good job for them. I mean, very costly scrim match between the two of them.
Yeah, there you go. Scrims during live. That's the deal
crazy.
here. But you can see Tondo Defiant just more prep for this kind of series, more ready, and just some big clutch plays at the very end. You can see a lot of synergy again by the core trio between Chun-Li, or in this case BurgrFlipr, right? With Redux and Pugbutt. Pugbutt especially protecting Redux as much as he can when he pops the ultimates all throughout the series. That's one thing to really watch out for when you're facing up against these squad. But guys, it's time for us to take a break. But not only that, we also have incredible giveaways for you. We have an amazing raffle sponsored by Jew during the break. Don't forget though, if you want to join the community, it's discord.gg/rivalsph. But I've been Daks here, joined by Dropout. Dropout, anything else you want to say before we head on out?
I mean, play more Marvel Rivals, guys. I mean, everyone's enjoying it. I mean, yeah, join the Discord. You guys have fun here, and I will be heading out. Dax will be staying here with a new caster. I mean, I'm not gonna spoil it, but for later, for now, we're gonna have a giveaway soon. I'll see you guys in just a bit.
Yeah, and guys, there you have it. We'll see you guys on the other side. praise. Absolute cinema. Tanastos T with the clutch. We thought Cocombear had it, man. We thought, oh. So that
I
was the
thought
real, yeah.
that was the real matchup.
That was a
I
real
saw our
tournament.
names. I was hopeful for a while,
Oh.
and then we saw the last 2 minutes, and it's over. And now the Ducks have won. Not my little frog. I I don't know, man. I was hoping to win something. You know what I mean?
Dude, it was unbelievable. I saw my name at the start. You saw your name there, and we were like, "Are we gonna get something done
No.
today?" No, I guess we just have to work instead. But guys, we are back, and it is our second semifinal. Actually, the one in the upper side of the bracket. I am Daks yet again, but I'm joined this time by my good friend, Mr. Rafcasts, or in this case, just Raf.
I'm always just Raf. That's how it is for 90% of the time. Really happy to be here. This is not a saddle I expected to
Uh-huh.
jump back on as soon as it was. But hey, by the good graces of everything, of course, our Lord and Savior Dax, here we are.
Yes, and Raf was also a very much so lover of Overwatch. He loved that game. He played Zarya, his favorite hero in the game, Zarya. when
Stop it, man. Like
when he
the
wanted to be
PTSD.
something else, he said he was like, "Guys, I guess have to play Zarya for the team." So does that mean, Raf, that you are now a Magneto main here in Marvel Rivals?
I really hate this because it is looking that way. Because hey, we all love playing DPS. I know I love playing Hela. I love playing Bucky. I love playing all the things that shoot. And whenever I hit things, they die. That's like my favorite archetype in every game. But sometimes you just gotta flex it out a little bit. But yeah, Dax, like I was watching the games today. I was
Yeah.
listening to the cast. I was looking at all those names, and as much as I want to say all the nice things because I have an infinite number of nice things to say about this genre, a lot of PTSD came back to me. I saw the pirate ship meta. I saw 3 supports somewhere there. I think there was a little bit of a tease of more than 2 tanks, and if you add those two together, it really brings out the worst in me. But here we are, we're keeping it together
Yeah,
as much as we can.
magsama kayo ni Dropout. DPS Banes in my cast,
Mm,
SMH. Both of you are even Winter Soldier enjoyers. Just like what we saw in,
I'm
of
a hella
course,
main.
in our previous series. Yeah, sure, you're a hella main too. But Tondo Defiant in a close one, able to take down Memecord. First game, very, very close. Second game, Memecord favor. But that third game, man, it looked like Memecord had the full hold. Never mind. It was a full cap instead by Tondo Defiant into the full hold. And some clutch swaps really giving Tondo Defiant that ticket to the finals. But don't fret, Memecord fans. Of course, they're still playing for that top third, which will be off stream. We have though our upcoming semifinal. And if you have come from the Overwatch community, your time is done. That was the other semifinal. Now, if you know Valorant, that's a game that is the complete opposite of pace to this game,
Mm-hmm.
right, Raf? You're gonna realize there are very familiar game
Yeah,
names in this
again,
one.
it is so crazy to me that in our advanced age now, we still see so many of, I guess, their compatriots from way back in the day from really both titles. And I'm really curious on what the philosophy is for this side of the fence, because if we looked at the Overwatch teams versus Overwatch teams, it did feel like classical Overwatch, especially with Memecord and Tondo Defiance, where Tondo Defiance, sure, they had a little bit more poke, a lot more volatility in terms of just lineup, where Memecord was playing to the combos, to just having a lot of ult uptime. But now we're gonna go and flip that. What is gonna happen now? How are the Valorant players gonna approach the game? What is their flavor to
Yeah,
Marvel Rivals?
that's true. We ended up that last series with triple support versus triple support. But right now, I'm expecting a little bit more of the 2-2-2 action, something a bit more standard here, because we're going to have two teams do battle. And of course, we saw one of them a while ago on the stream already, Raf. Just double checking, of course, our amazing bracket. We had in our first game on stream, Team Palaro versus Avengers, and they won 2-1 to face off now against the upcoming squad of Agamomo. And if you're looking at the team Agamomo, incredible name, by the way. I look at these names. I know these names from Valorant, especially in the early days of the Valorant PH community. You have the likes of YoungPork, Batghost. You have
Wow.
you have Tricks in that roster, of course, and Maktuh, a returning streamer, actually coming back and being very active in Marvel Rivals. And from what I've seen in their in-game profiles so far, all of them Grandmaster rank, just a heavy
Ooh.
stack and heavy hitters coming into this one.
I mean, a lot of people have been spending a lot of time grinding this game out, and for what it is, it's really fun. I'm saying that because I do thoroughly enjoy the game when I'm not forced to swap, obviously. But other than that, it's really refreshing to hear some of those names too. Because if I remember Batghost, and Himiko, that's like old AG Nefarious, like from way back in the day, from what, God knows how long ago too. So to see them grind it out in a new game and pretty much a new environment, Dax, and to see them thrive, especially in the rank ladder, I think it's a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, and I'm seeing some of their pocket
Oof.
picks. I know Tricks, he can play something like Magic, actually. I've seen Batghost a lot within that Vanguard road, and I wonder, I don't expect that Black Widow to come out at all here for Team Agamomo. But hey, any surprises, I will enjoy it, both Knrt as well as YoungPork. I always forget if I'm supposed to say Kurt or Knrt to pronounce him. The Saint will correct me on it eventually. But both of
Eh,
them rocking the cloak and dagger Lord icon. Sure, okay, that's your support pick. But Team Palaro, a while ago there, Raf, we saw them clutch it up to win the series effectively in a reverse sweep. And one of their priority picks being Romeo on the Psylocke. I wouldn't be surprised if they do look to
wow.
protect that. Oh, they're going to protect the Black Panther, which we didn't really see get brought out in the last series.
Black Panther is such an interesting pick in my opinion because either you just absolutely destroy with this hero or you just don't do anything. And with Team Palaro actually protecting this pick, I think that's a heavy investment considering that Agamomo went for a relatively safer stance here with the Doctor Strange. I see Batghost hovering over the, I was about to say Widowmaker, but the
Yeah.
Black Widow. I think she's good. I
No
just
way.
think,
No way. I'm saying it right now. No way to bring it up.
I
I'm
don't
not
know.
a
I feel
believer.
like she's but Hella's open, so why not just play Hella? Like, like, I think that's the point we're trying to make
Pick your
here.
hero.
That's true. And
Or
we also saw
villain, I'm
Halikan
not
with that
judging.
clutch swap to the Wolverine to be very flexible at the very end of that series. Batghost, I said a while ago, expecting him to be on the Vanguard role. And man is hovering the Hulk or the Magneto right now to consider. But the team up is open here, Raf. Since Agamomo did ban out some comfort picks for Team Palaro, which are the Psylocke as well as the Wolverine, respectively. The Doctor Strange is protected. The Hulk is available. It's time to fly high in the skies with Iron Man.
Oh man, I Am Bruce is such a annoying combo to deal with. Now you pair that with the peeling power that this Namor can bring to the table. It's gonna be a difficult task here, but it does look like on the enemy team, or rather the opposition, there was a bit more picking power, but that Hawkeye did eventually swap to the Punisher. Sure, they're gonna have a bit more sustain and a little bit more leverage to deal with the Flyers, but I'm a little worried. Just in terms of like on paper matchup backs.
Yeah.
Hey, we've seen a lot of those crazy comps work out for a lot of these teams. I would prefer the Hawkeye, but now there's a lot more shuffling again, so it doesn't seem like these comps are set in stone. The banner will stay though over everything else.
I do feel like though Agamomo has a more stable team up
Got it?
coming into this game, given that you have still the Doctor Strange and the Hulk together, and as Himiko does go over the Star-Lord, Trick's gonna be on the Namor instead. Both sides running the Loki, and we have to keep an eye out on Balitos, who is on the Black Panther. So Team Palaro look for a dive angle. Romeo having used the right clicks early on just to stay alive and get the quick reloads. Maktuh also in the front, but Agamomo priority right now on the point itself. Balitos is just waiting for Bedpack control, trying to see any opportunity against YoungPork here. The slice and dice and dash on in. But really, Team Palaro can't find the picks that they need, and they are getting funneled away. Agamomo control is established by the Loki.
Like I said,
especially,
with just
and
how
that's three
Agamomo
gone
is
already for
structured,
Team
it's just so
Palaro.
difficult to dive, and now they're just going to clean up the rest of Team Palaro here. I wouldn't be surprised if there was going to be like a comp swap. If they do choose to stick with this comp, then they will have ultimates available here. Team Agamomo, though, not too far behind. We obviously have Horde for Tricks, and CND ult is not too far behind for YoungPork. In fact, I think it's going to be available for the next fight if they choose to use it.
Yeah, YoungPork has 2 batteries for himself, Batghost as well as Maktuh. You also saw the difference with Knrt, able to set up the 3 Loki clones on the point, make a firing squad. Team Palaro taking a little too much time to set things up, but they have height at least to work with as Captain Mama plays from above. The anti-gravity is a go on the map. Himiko instead already with the pickoff, and Agamomo meaning business to begin with. They're just so much in control. They go for the dive here on the highest of verticals. And sure, it's Puny Banner now into play, but Kaptamama of low HP doesn't find the angle for Final Judgment, and Agamomo is just getting so much progress here.
This is such a strange place to be in if you're Team Palaro. You have a lot of ults to use and potential ults around the corner, but you're still trying to fend off the divers at this point if you're Agamomo. But this is just burning so much time, Daks, so there should be a decisive move on the side of Team Palaro. Now, do they recomp or do they commit to this? But they do get one pick on Himiko.
Well, that's the pick they're looking for. That's going to be the decisive matter. And here we go. Horde of Proteus just sends it straight to the Punisher. The Final Judgment gets no value. Here we go now too with the Eternal Bond. And the Cloak and Dagger ults do just intertwine on the site. But here we go. Meteor M, Uracell looking for a prime target on the CSD. Great evasion though, courtesy of the support line of Agamomo. Eye of Agamotto into play and Tricks now. Free reign to get the 2K. Here we go with Himiko 2. Auto aim is a go. He's a galactic legend. And it's already a legendary approach by Agamomo to clean up on the first point, 100-0.
He's winning, guys, because he has the skin. Everybody knows if you have the skin, you do like 10 times more damage. But to break that fight down, I mean, I really like the first ult being burned there was a CND ult to see if they had to burn the rest of everything they had just to push out the team or just get the 99% to confirm. They will start off with absolutely nothing here, though. Tricks will have a slight advantage to get the horn back up. It's not going to take too long, but like we mentioned, Team Palaro, they will have to recomp. I just feel like there was just no target priority on their end. Sure, they have a lot of damage going through Maktuh, but like you said, it was being used as a battery for the supports to get everything back up. Yeah. And again, they just need that extra lethality on there, and maybe the Hawkeye's gonna fix it. Maybe this double sniper comp is the answer to everything, but it does leave their front line a little lacking in terms of shield.
Mance is gonna get juggled by the Hulk at this point. If Batghost plays this right, there's a lot of weight on the shoulders of Uracell, and I completely agree with you, Raf. Sure, there's pick potential. Hela, Hawkeye, and Black Panther all together here. All you need really is just a Mantis to add damage boost, but truthfully, if Team Palaro don't get those first picks, then Agamomo will just play the same kind of style they did in the last map.
Yeah, this is just so much sustain, and there's no overextension on Agamomo, which I appreciate, because again, this is not necessarily a team that can confirm kills as quickly as the opposition. At the same time, they play this death ball to perfection. Not a lot of stray damage either for Team Palaro to capitalize, but the brawl will begin onto the point dance.
A little fight here. Bolitos trying to send out the spears. I got some confirmation from State. It's supposed to be Knrt. They call him Knrt. I'll just follow their lead. But here we go. Bass trying to find any value, but no, the Black Panther still just being fended off. There's so much sustain here for Agamomo. Knrt able to get the one. It's two here for Team Agamomo, and just a juggle by Batghost. Monster Hulk, fear him already as he's smashing down any kind of adversity.
That's a secret, Daks. He's always doing that. Team Palaro looking a little out of the water here. They have to find their footing. They have to keep themselves afloat. Double sniper, as volatile as it is. We do have Hawkeye ult coming to fruition very soon. I see the Moon Knight pick. They really want to stick with the triple DPS, but they have to get their control up very soon. Otherwise, Agamomo could have a free 50% in their hands.
Yeah, they saw the value about it in their last series, but against Agamomo, the 2-2-2 might be the better answer. Himiko already on the flank. He's 20% away from the Galactic Legend, and he's gonna get the White Clip going! Big damage from Himiko! Precision on his side! And that's the beauty of just coming in from attack shooter, right? You have the aim, you just prove it there. You go for the one clips, and this is utter confidence from Agamomo.
Just feels like both the snipers not getting enough room to really position themselves to do any value here. And Team Palaro, they are getting staggered. Sure, there's a lot of low health targets on Agamomo, but it feels like the damage is irreversible at this point. They're trying to get Batghost, but Batghost is just getting pocketed to oblivion.
Here we go. It's time for the Galactic Legend. Beautiful Meteor M though, courtesy of Uracell, but Himiko moves underneath him just to find the pick. Nice pick though, in response by Romeo. Beautiful snipe from the Hela, and Team Palaro showing they have fight in them. They staggered the fight with Helikan's Eternal Blonde. It allowed them to still keep the pressure onto Agamomo, and this is gonna be them taking the point away.
First swap on the side of Agamomo. They choose to challenge this Moon Knight with another MK pick of their own. We do have Hawkeye and Moon Knight ult available, so this is going to be a little bit of cushion for Team Palaro if they can play it safe, if they can play those choke points as well as they can. But we have to look out for that Eye of Agamomo, Daks. That has been a game winner all night long.
Yeah, it's time now for the portal play. They're playing close onto the site itself, and Maktuh already overrunning the Hawkeye. Knrt playing very aggressive. He wants to be the goddess of death, and it's time to rain hell on the other supports. He's the DPS now. He's gonna go for the fight in the air, and Romeo taking a lot of damage. Look at Knrt with target priority. Go after the other Hela, clean up house, and Agamomo will take this one.
Oh man, they could stagger this MK2. This is not a good look for Team Palaro. Although we do have the ults running out on the side of Agamomo, they just have so much control. There is one potential fight here, Daks, but they have to speed it up. They have to bully their way onto the point now.
Doesn't even touch at this rate. Romeo might have to expend the burst form there just to get close. The Eye of Agamomo has been cast. And it seems like Batghost and Maktuh are just the unbreakable shield in the front. Quickly as we started, quickly it will end. Agamomo with the 2-0 here.
My goodness. It does feel like there is one team that is way more in control of their comps and how to play it. And maybe this is just a cold start for Team Palaro, Daks, but so far, oh man.
Yeah.
Not a surprise here for Knrt to take the MVP. A lot of hot swaps and a lot of impactful heals on his end.
Very quick decision making, and the 2-0 on the map gives them that series lead here, Raf. Just goes to show that there's so much synergy right now here for Agamomo. And we did hear the Agamomo get massive value from Maktuh. Look at the damage block, though, for both Maktuh and Batghost, 11k and 13k, but they only died a total of 3 times overall. Sure, they're being protected by the support line really well, but Batghost has been a chaotic agent. He's just getting in and getting out for free, and there has been a lack of punish here, unfortunately, from the opposing team.
Yeah, I mean, if they were gonna run triple DPS, I'm surprised they didn't go for the more tank shredding picks, you know, like Wolverine. Oh, well, it is banned, obviously, looking at the ban stop there. But yeah, there's just so many ways to play around this. Perhaps this was just a shock to Team Palaro. I mean, like I said, getting that BP as your safety it's a big gamble and a half, Daks. And I just kind of want to highlight how volatile these types of games are. It is really no joke when sometimes you lose the game out of spawn gate. And I'm not saying it happened, but it did.
It did. It feels tough if you're not going to commit on the bit, right? If you're not going to go for a full dive comp if you're playing the Black Panther. But nonetheless, Agamomo taking that 1-0 lead. Honestly, we look at some of the ranks right now. There is a bit of disparity between these two teams. But then again, Team Palaro has made it here in the first place with reverse sweeps. They lost out in map number 1, but they took map number 2 and map number 3 to make it this far. There's still a chance. There's still more to come. But Agamomo means business here, Raf, and they're looking very convincing from top to bottom.
I'm really surprised we're letting go of Banner as often as we have for the entire run of the tournament. Not just because of his kit as an individual pick, but how he improves everybody else. I mean, we talk about the synergies and how it really does skew some of these matchups. And so to have that key piece out in the open, I feel like it should have been an obvious choice. But hey, like I said, Dax, there's just so many philosophies and so many ways to look at the game that you can't really invalidate like any of these picks or strats.
Yeah, and it's Kelly's asking for it. It's some good vibes here for Team Agamomo. I gotta wonder what has to be answered. Looking at some of the comps from a while ago, I guess one tank shredder they could have run is something they had already. They had the Punisher for Captain Mama. In those situations, there is consideration to play the Rocket Raccoon
Shotgun,
instead
yeah.
for the infinite ammo. Just punish Batghost getting in there because Maktuh, he's not as mobile as Batghost, right? You're not playing the Magneto with the Hulk. You're playing the Strange, and there is still a bit of value to just get the only ammo on the shotgun when a Hulk like that gets very up close. But nonetheless, I think also it's really interesting to me that for Team Palaro, one priority ban that they have is the Luna Snow. So they really don't want to deal with
I
a
agree with that.
Namor Luna combo because they want to play the dive. But then again, we saw it a while ago, Raph, where they're not committing on the bit. If they're gonna get rid of the Luna to remove the Namor synergy, then why not run a full dive composition in the first place?
Yeah, and honestly, if you had a Mantis on your team too, then maybe you could have helped with the anti-dive, or maybe you could have used a sleep to get the Hulk out of the action. Again, there's just so many ways that they could have done this. I know, guys. Wow, these two are a bunch of giant nerds talking about the game and stuff. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like they can't tell I'm a hella player, you know, because hella players are brainless and all they do is aim.
I
But
do this.
going back to the discussion at hand here, yeah, I think Punisher was a viable pick just to deal with the dive. And in all fairness, Hulk can become a battery for for Mr. Frank over there. But there's just way too much going on, and I feel like that's like one of the main skills to develop in a hero shooter like this. Target priority number one. You got to do your job before you focus on a lot of other things. Sure, there might be the low support that you could have chased, but how long does that dislodge you from the opposing team? I also thought that maybe an Invis woman, Asu, could have been a nice pick here on the side of Team Palaro, just so they could have a disjoint or shield on any of the targets that were being dived. And I think the barrier could have been another save that they could have used. Her damage is not bad either. Like, you cannot sleep on Asu if she's free hitting you. It's
I
just
think
not viable.
I think we had it from Kozupin near the tail end, but nonetheless, we didn't see as much value. I guess one concern point right now is Himiko had more final hits than the 3 DPS of the other side combined.
Ooh.
Him on the Star Lord only did 5.5k damage, but with 10 final hits out of 16, we saw the potential of the one clip compared to the total 7 final hits, unfortunately, that triple DPS had here. Those are some points to really work with here for Team Palaro. They know that they have it in them to really rally. They have a relatively flexible hero pool, honestly, and I still look to see some of the adjustments to maybe go back to that 2-2-2. We saw the Wolverine in that first series that I mentioned, and they did run the triple DPS yet again, but against a more stable composition, right? I think you want to run either the mirror or a triple support instead.
I think that's fair. I mean, sometimes you just need the right tool for the job. Sure, triple DPS could look like the hammer, but hey, sometimes you need the scalpel. You need that precision. You don't need like 10 million damage. You need that 5k with the 10 final blows, like you mentioned. You need that extra time for a team to snowball and maybe get those extra reps in just so your other supports can build their ult. The tags can obviously get their ults online too. I mean, Agamomo has been honestly the MVP of the night. I don't think there's been a more influential ult in the entire game. But with that being said, Dax, I hope that we can still theorycraft more on how they're gonna approach the maps, because so far domination has been, in all honesty, like a show of strength. I really want to see how some of these teams do on Convoy, because I know a lot of teams that are really good at dueling tend to struggle with, I guess, the nuance of Convoy.
Yeah. And I'm glad you pointed it out, because I do believe we're in the middle of our draft already, guys. Yes, Spider-Man! Play it, Team Palaro! I want to
Safety
on see
banner.
it. I want to see it, but yeah, the safety banner is going to be a bit of a problem here, unfortunately, for Team Palaro. And they actually... Is this for real?
Oh, is this hybrid?
No, no, no. It is, yeah, it is
Ban
hybrid.
Raccoon?
So
Ban
Ban...
MK?
No, I'm really surprised to see the protect pick of Winter Soldier for Team Palaro. When the past few series, right, they have been the ones first banning that. Oh.
I
Huh.
mean, I see the value of Winter Soldier on like hybrid
The right
and
heroes
convoy
can make
maps in
all the
general, just
difference.
because the disrupt is
Oh.
amazing. But
Yeah. Okay.
Jeff,
I don't know, YoungPork. I doubt YoungPork's gonna stay on it. Oh wait, this is Shin Shibuya is not the best map for your Jeff. It's okay. There are a few places you can spit people out. But look at this. Team Palaro are now enabling other players to play support. Romeo moves over to play support for a triple support lineup. And since they don't want to deal with the Namor, but they want to play the Luna Snow, they ban the Namor outright. So it's double bang bang here for Team Palaro between Winter Soldier and Punisher.
They'll be
But
coming in 30 seconds.
Agamomo really smartly removing the Rocket Raccoon from the equation, right? And right now, I do wonder if you should still stay on a double hit scan comp like this.
I'm trying to formulate in my mind how they're gonna do the target focus here, right? Because if they shred the tank, that just means the DPS are too distracted to deal with everything that's going around them. And
4, 3.
again, yeah, sure, it's defense. Sure, they'll have the positional advantage, but you look at Maktuh, you shred his shield, sure, but now the banner and the IM are going wild in your backline. It does look like they're gonna reshape the environment a little bit. Cindy can do a bit of damage herself, but oh, it's actually Himiko.
DC.
Not there.
That's DC. Agamomo is coming into this one, 5v6. And
That's interesting.
I guess we're gonna play it out for the time being from what we're seeing so far. But continue the action real quick. Agamomo now trying to get at least house control here to enable the Iron Man and the Hulk from some extra angles along the way. Alikando on the Penny Parker right now. Oh, the wall run above! But those mines are very pesky, the webs too, to allow him a place to stabilize. Batghost now turned into a baby. It's a 1-for-1 though, but still Agamomo, lesser numbers. Trix now able to equalize. Trix is double with the Gamma Uni Beam, doing immense damage. Knrt too, trying to find an elevated angle to play from. The clones doing the work. He's doing some immense damage. And Team Agamomo, despite being down one player, they're getting side control here.
And maybe that's where you ask if they had the raccoon, that would have been a completely different story. Daks. There's just no way. They walk out of that choke for free. And now Romeo absolutely annihilated. Despite being down one, Agamomo is making a very convincing case for this push.
Maximum pulse cannon into the window. And the room just blows away alongside the Luna. Agamomo with 5 minutes on the timer, only with 5 players. Well, they mean business because they committed their ultimates immediately to secure that fight.
I'm trying to think if Team Palaro, if they're having like maybe a positional disadvantage here. Maybe they're used to running the raccoon here. That's why their supports were so far forward when realistically with the C&D don't have to be that close, or not with the C&D, with the Luna. Now they're still getting dogpiled on Daks. It does look like the snowball's continuing.
Oh, nice save though by the support line of Agamomo. Batghost doing his best to try and break the minefield there, but Team Palaro playing a good set of feel here. And now it's going to be a straight line fight between the lane. Still though, Trix charging up the invisible poet cannon yet again. Two ultimates available for Agamomo. Gamma Beam now into play. What can the Penny Parker do besides the healing efforts? The speeding ultimate by this point. Final judgment courtesy of Team Palaro. This could be the game changer because they also commit the fate of both worlds. Got a mischief though. Pop now. Looking to find a copy, trying to find even more value. Broken Dagger ultimate into play. Batghost now diving in as the Monster Hulk in tow. And the Spider Sweeper mode is available. Kozipin turning now into the C&D as well. This field is made by Team Palaro. This is their territory. But the problem is Agamomo doesn't respect it as much. They're still sticking around. They're just gonna wait it out for the time being. But that pick onto Knrt might mean the end of this fight already. Agamomo now being juggled. Monster Hulk right now, courtesy of Batghost. And with it, Trix has the space. Huge from Maktuh! Maktuh makes it explosive and Trix brings the fireworks. What a turnabout by Agamomo.
Uni God. My goodness, Agamomo. Again, it is up to our chunky front line to be the playmakers, to wedge the door right open. And if the overlay is being honest, that this is an insane 5v6 effort here. They just can't get rid of these tanks despite everything Team Palaro is throwing.
Agamomo just waited out the C&D. No real push from Team Palaro. And with it now, there's still space being made. The power of the green beam and the Kraken impact finds no impact. The whip and the beam, they say it all. And Team Palaro are all but slaves to this push. Agamomo, a massive time bank still as they're closing inch by inch to the end.
I was just about to say, when you have more than 3 minutes 30 on this point specifically, then it is going to be such a slog if you're a defender. That choke point so very accessible. They still stick with this Penny, Daks. I'm not entirely sure what the value is. You already talked about the mines being disrespected, but what other choice do they have? This I am banner combo is just in full control, and Maktuh Strange is just controlling all the fates of the defenders.
Yeah, Mama actually disappearing now, unfortunately, too. Nice right click though. Hallican with a perfect web onto Trix. And given that, Team Palaro use the Eternal Bond to, at the very least, get back that payload control. Still concerning though. Effectively now a 5v5. Team Palaro, the one losing out so much space. Eye of Komodo into the back line. Here we go again with Maktuh getting massive value. And here comes the pulse cannon from above. No death sure, but the beam should clean up. The Penny Parker yet again looking to sweep, but the broom is sent her way, and Agamomo are almost there at the end.
They didn't get hit by the soft part either, Daks. That was just full on wood getting smacked on the head of Team Palaro, and now they are struggling to keep things afloat. Ultimate advantage sure is there. They have a copy, and of course, it's a dance available. They'll have to burn one of them. Romeo tries to desperately keep this for his team, but where are they? Are they contesting?
In the spawn, and now the two Lokis going for the copies. Tokanairo on one side, Luna on the other. But
Jeez.
it's big damage from Knrt all over across the floor. This is Agamomo's territory to claim. Ring the dinner bells because they are feasting. And now the last dance perhaps for Team Palaro on this defense. The fate of both worlds, but it's just a fate of one world at this point. As Agamomo are the superior team in this push. And the time bank says it all. 2 minutes, Raf. Well, 159 gonna be remaining for their next bout, if ever. But this is a full cap for Agamomo.
All things considered, Daks, that was a very, very difficult round for Team Palaro. I mean, realistically, the stall should have been at the choke just before the second point, where they could have used the high ground, they could have used the buildings to hide the mines, they could have done so many things, but maybe this is hindsight talking, maybe this is, I get result-based analysis talking too. But if they cannot address the space that is being bought by Tricks and Batghost, then this is going to be so problematic. But they actually swap out of the IM, or at least they haven't picked it just yet. Speak of the devil, he is ironclad.
Well, Captain Mama back. It seems like Agamomo is still willing to play it out this way. Then
We better test this
okay.
out.
It's up to them. I don't know how we're gonna continue on like this, but Agamomo have made a case that they are strong as 5-2. They decided to play Overwatch 2 Raf rather than Overwatch 1. but on the defense, I do feel like it's concerning to be lacking a player along the way.
Unlike you.
Yeah, because, you know, if you do like the basic math here, then they can just body them with just sheer numbers advantage. But should that have not been the case in the previous half? I mean, sure, they had the extra firepower with the IM banner combo. Big problem. Team Palaro, though, they will run Lad Venom, so this is gonna be a much more aggressive dive. They even have a flyer in the mix with Halikan. Not a lot. I want to say like wide presence for Team Palaro. But actually, no, they have a lot of wide presence. They're just not gonna have enough staying power if they get gunned down, Daks. But hey, we'll just have to see if that's the case.
Well, their tank line is all about the dive. The Venom solo tank to go for the play. And it just might be a system of trades by this point. They're from up top, just marking everyone along the way. I'm looking to see Batghost leap into the fray. Urusel doing the same thing, perhaps, with the Venom. And it seems like Himiko has returned to the lobby. So far, Agamomo able to stabilize even as 5. Big damage yet again, looking for the chip. We've seen Maktuh get massive value from the Gamma Charge. And Batghost, despite blinded, echolocation is all he needs. Packet falls, it's a 1-for-1. And as it stands, Batghost kept alive. The clones are doing massive work here, Raf. But while this point presence, Knrt now with a drop down, wants to go for the save of his teammate. Romeo, up on the inside. You never see there as a Star Lord. And given that, the up of the Moto, massive again from Maktuh. He is the $1 million magic man at this point, and Agamomo will stop the first push.
Trades looked a little sustainable at the beginning there, Daks, but it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And Agamomo are really trying to bring that finish line closer and closer to them. Team Palaro, they are complete. They do have a few ideas on how to contest this IM, but maybe they're focusing on the wrong things. But look at Batghost. This is not an overextension if he can get back.
Batghost just jumps in, jumps out, gets heals, and he's good to go. Both supports on Agamomo ready with their ultimate. Himiko has returned onto the Winter Soldier. So from bad to worse here for Team Palaro. It's looking very difficult for Team Palaro to make any headway here.
They do have a few ults they could bully with. I mean, they just have to take into account that YoungPork does have the save. They just have to get him out of there, but wow.
Oh,
That's
goodbye.
not gonna do anything.
Oh, but then again, the auto-aim locks on Galactic Legend from Romeo, looking to do some massive damage. The shutdown already on one support. Here comes the clone, though, and he will give him the taste of his own medicine. Fly high, Knrt, because you will soar to get at least one. The storm breaks, and the Alican answers back in kind. But the Omega Hurricane is only a category that Agamomo can handle. And with it now, probably one, maybe two pushes for Team Palaro here.
Too many umbrellas. Storm. Easily weathered here, Daks. And like I said, Agamomo's positioning is getting far more aggressive in comparison to that early round. And again, they've reshaped the map. They're still trying to find angles where they can hold Team Palaro at. But I think Team Palaro have to consider their spawn is a little bit closer, so they can bully this. They have the right idea with a dive, but they choose to go with a group to block sidelines. But that's one pick on the tricks.
Massive pick here, giving them a chance. Batghost, though, has been holding his ultimate in reserve. The freezes have been massive, though, from Politos. Big impact from the Luna Snow, but the juggle onto Kozapen erases one support from existence. Even the beatdown at the very end. Now then, Baby Banner protected. Sure, how is he still alive? Batghost finally falls, but the rest of Agamomo are there to receive. And Agamomo just 25 seconds away from a sweep if this happens.
Those have to be the most grueling 20 seconds for Team Palaro.
Oh no!
Yet another one! They are styling on him right now, and at the spawn gate, come on. Wait.
So there's an ultimate onto point, but Maktuh, man, you don't have to even do him dirty like that. The spawn camp near the end, but this could be a critical error here for Agamomo. They lose YoungPork, which was going to be their bailout support line. Never mind, the kills come on to the point anyway. And Agamomo, they don't need ults to stabilize. They just need the tracking of tricks to finish it all off. 3-0. Agamomo look convincing, and they are going to look forward to the finals.
That was a statement match, Daks. I mean, I felt like it could have been competitive at the beginning. Again, it's really hard to tell sometimes, especially at this learning stage for the game. But playmaking, damage, you name it, Maktuh is true to the Doctor Strange, does everything, and gives that that required space for both the IM and the Hulk to flourish.
38-0.
Come on,
Maktuh
man.
played the whole game. You get Himiko? He was there for the second half. He was there to say, oh yeah, guys, I forgot the bus. You know, I was late to the party. No problem. But Maktuh did it all. 23k on the Doctor Strange. Almost 29k on the damage block. And all the medals in the world. We've seen some incredible Doctor Strange performances in the semifinals especially. But Maktuh is just above and beyond right now the way he played that last map.
He's lore accurate at this point, Dax. I feel like that's a good way to put it without, rubbing it in a little too far for the opposition. At the same time, we have to give credit to the heals here. I think there were so many moments where Knrt's Loki just bailed Batghost out, especially at those choke fights where it did feel like some of those jumps were ill-advised, but when you have a backline like Knrt and YoungPork that's forever healing everybody, it feels like you can do no wrong.
Well, there's a lot to digest right now coming into the next series, Raf, which will be the finals. Obviously, Tondo Defiant had to be watching this series with eager eyes, and now they know what their opponents can do. Same can be said for Agamomo. They were probably watching that last series, saw how close it could be, and now they know some real priority bans and picks coming into the next matchup. But incredible try for Team Palaro. Yet again, guys, don't forget our prize pool of 11,500, 11,000. I don't know.
It's only gone up.
We've been adding money somehow. Rafa's gonna put like 50 pesos in it later on or something.
Sure.
But there is a top 3. So there is gonna be a battle for third. That's off stream. A second chance for both Memecord as well as Team Palaro. But as it stands here, Raf, you got on one side Tondo Defiant from the Overwatch side, and then you got Agamomo from the Valorant side. Oh, very exciting here.
Absolutely, and it looks like it's already shaping up to be a banger grand finals, Dax. It felt like these teams are going to be evenly matched. And like I said earlier, I'm really glad that people are putting their backs into this game. Granted, there are a lot of woes that people like to talk about a lot, but hey, it is so rewarding when you get that dub.
Yeah, and guys, that is it. That was a fast one, honestly. in terms of our series, which means, of course, we're gonna have another incredible giveaway for you. We have another duck race in the middle, of course, of our upcoming break. And after that, it will be the grand final. So we'll see you guys for a little bit, 10, 15 minutes. We'll give the players a chance to rest, but when we get back into it, we'll see you guys on the other side. This has been such a fun one here at discord.gg says RivalsPH. Join us in the community, and you can join the fun into the next one. We'll see you guys later on for the grand final. France. Okay, okay, I see it. Raf, you were so close. You were so close. Your duck was so cute.
So close. It's like my Overwatch career. You know what I mean?
Don't worry, I'll bring you to the. I'll put you in the next World Cup team. Totally.
Right. Yeah, so we can
Yeah.
lose harder. Come on, Dax. Don't do this to everybody. I'm
But here we
old,
go.
I'm washed.
It's okay. But here we are, guys. It's finally time. Our first ever event here in Marvel Rivals PH. And it has been an incredible effort so far from our teams. But now it's time for the big one. It's time for the grand finals. And it's time for a best of 5 here in the Triumph Division event. Two teams from both sides of the brackets finally meet one another. On one side, of course, we just saw their utter domination in that semifinal just a while ago. Agamomo with that 2-0 win. On the other side, hard fought for Tondo Defiant 2-1 versus Memecord. But in this case, it's again the clash of backgrounds, right? You have one team primarily from the Valorant side, another team primarily from the Overwatch side, and we'll see who'll take it here in the end in Marvel Rivals.
We have Team Fortress 2 on the desk because we're old. But, we talk about the clash of the backgrounds. I honestly, I'm very surprised, or not really surprised, but happy to see how the Valorant side of things are adapting to the game, because I feel like that's always been the difficulty coming into hero shooters, where a lot of times it's really not just you shoot them in the head, they die. It takes a little bit more than that. I want to say there's a bit more nuance, right? But sometimes the best thing to do is just outright frag out and just outmuscle the opponent. But I have a feeling it's not going to be the case for our grand finals. You had a lot of nice things to say about both sides here, and how flexible and how, I guess, dominating some of them coming up to this point of the evening. Time check, it is 10:34, so it has been relatively fast, like all things considered.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Marvel Rivals tournament. These games are going to be a lot quicker than anything you guys have watched before, especially even into esports ever since like the Valorant days and whatnot. These games can be very quick, and we saw proof of that in that semifinal, of course, between Team Palaro as well as Agamomo. 2-0, effectively a clean sweep. And honestly, from what we had there in that semifinal, Raf, there's not much tape on Agamomo except their core composition, right? We saw them bring out the Strange and the Hulk. We saw them bring out the Starler with the Loki and the CND with a bit of flexibility along the way. But more or less, it was just one game plan exposed by Agamomo compared to Tondo Defiant, who had to bring out triple support, who had to bring out 222, who had to bring out this Loki, this Mantis swap, this Psylocke swap out of nowhere. And there might be a little bit more research Agamomo got passively thanks to how the initial series did occur.
That's true, but at the same time, there's also the problem, or at least the inherent problem of winning with just one comp, is that you might not have the mind to flex onto like a drastic comp change. But hey, if you're Agamomo and you're convincingly stomping everybody, then there might be no need for that. I obviously think it's going to be a real problem once the bans come here, Dax, because there's just no way that banner is gonna go through for anybody unless it's like a super prio pick. But I doubt it gets past round one.
Yeah, I feel it too. Like people have asked why isn't Hulk being banned more and more here, and I guess that last semifinal really showed us why it has to happen. The amount of disruption, the amount of tankiness. If you know how to play it, in and out you go without even dying. And when it going gets tough, you turn into Baby Banner, and you can still find a way to Hulk on out again. But let's talk about our team on the other side, because we recently just saw Agamomo. Maybe a refresher on Tondo Defiant. We had a bunch of incredible picks from Tondo Defiant. Synergy, especially between Pugbutt, Redux, and BurgrFlipr, especially. But what we've seen here are two different variations. You have the more mid-range style where they play Hela and Winter Soldier together for the DPS line. And on the other side, we've seen also a magic-based composition for Tondo Defiant.
I like the magic comp simply because it splits the attention of both the backline and the midline. Like, do you really want to peel for your supports, or do you want to make that trade and try to bully your way through? And I feel like, despite Magic not being in her heyday anymore, this is comparing her to her like close beta appearance. My goodness, she was a terror to just shred everything. I feel like she has a lot of untapped potential and maybe like an art form that teams could learn from, especially in this tournament, because she has a lot of like one-shot ability, but also can brawl if she has to. But she's also really slippery. So she's not the easiest target to take down. Like you said, there is a lot of comp swapping on Tondo's side, but a little bit more, I guess, mastery with one comp onto Agamomo.
Yeah, and Tondo Defiant, I guess I'm looking forward to see if they're also going to do a bit of a rotation. We saw a 7-man rotation from the squad, actually, and it was Festive finishing up the last two maps on support duty. in that series. But I'm also considering now that it's a best of 5, we should be getting all the game modes here. We've seen, I want to call them by their names in this game, Raf. I want to say control, but it's
Yeah,
domination. I want to say escort, but it's
it's
convoy. And I want to say
payload. Yeah,
hybrid, but it's
it's
convergence.
convergence. I get you. Like that just
Yeah,
came to me
yeah,
too. Like we were calling it
yeah.
hybrid. We're calling it man.
Yeah, but since it's a best of 5, we do expect all the map types we played here. I don't think we've seen the Hydra map yet. If you notice, we
Yeah, the
haven't
dumb one.
seen Mid Down yet.
Have you seen Clintar?
We haven't seen Clintar actually. We haven't seen Clintar. We haven't seen the other Wakanda map, the one with the Bass statue.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so
So
I want to see what else they're gonna bring here because there might be different strategies for these teams.
that too. I mean, like maybe down the line we're gonna have like a proper map pick and ban, but I do think there is merit to like if it is pseudo random, like I think there's merit to it because the whole point of this genre is to test how flexible players can be, and having this map selection is pushing it to the extremes. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we would have like the whole breadth of the map pool here. The short stint we had on Convergence Shibuya earlier. I feel like we need to see more of that too. We didn't. Did we see the hybrid Convergence Asgard map or no? The one with the goats.
That's convoy. It's
That's
not
Convoy,
convergence.
right?
It's
That's
just
not
convoy.
Convergence. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah. We
Have you
saw
seen that?
Yggdrasil Path. That's the only one I remember the name of.
Yeah.
Yggdrasil Path. There's also we also saw Shin Shibuya, as you said. We saw Spider Islands already, which is also a convoy map, if I remember correctly. But
Convoy.
yeah. So this the spider goes. Galing,
Oh
diba?
man. Yeah, like again, the names are like there's just so many versions of this. There's control point, there's hybrid, there's payload, there's again, this is just like there's so many names of like the exact same thing. But here we are again, Dax. Another melting pot for a lot of skill sets, a lot of types of players that obviously are getting highlighted tonight. Big thank you to the community, by the way, for showing up, playing as hard as you guys have been. Of course, big thank you to the Marvel Rivals PH Discord, getting everybody on, setting this fun little weekend for everybody. It is, for some reason, a very ever growing prize pool. It's 11.5 at the moment, but
Yeah.
don't you worry. Dax is gonna add 100,000 to that sometime in the future.
and then Raf is gonna sell his millions and millions of lots in Cebu to make it to 100 billion pesos. I'm telling
You
you
know
right
what?
now.
One day at this trajectory, the whole Philippines is gonna be part of the
Yeah.
prize pool, Dax.
The prize pool is gonna be higher than the GDP of the Philippines as well. But don't forget, guys, discord.gg/rivalsph. That's where we're at. Right there. We're here right now yapping. You won't see the channel because it's hidden, but we're here. And all our teams actually still around. Let's not forget we have Team Palaro as well as Team Memecord having a matchup right now ongoing to see who'll be within that top 3. But of course, for our 2 finalists, man, we always say it in these kind of community tournaments, you're in the money when you get into the finals. You will be bringing home a little bit of that cash prize. And we can't wait to see what's gonna happen next. We have gotten some updates though that we're just waiting to see if everyone in the lobby can get in, making sure everything is set to go for our next series. But right now, I gotta wonder here, Raf, what kind of comps do you want to see coming into this one? I know you're a purist, you're a very picky boy. What kind of games do you want to see coming into the finals?
For everybody watching, I personally think, well, actually, there is a grain of truth in this. I wanted to go on like a joking tangent on why you should leave both the snipers open. But like realistically, it has come to the point where you can leave them open because banner IM combos are insane. Luna Snow is really worth the ban. Always ban Luna. I don't ever want to see a Luna Snow in my games ever again. What comps are we wanting for this? Honestly, I really want to see like a curveball like comp that we haven't seen. Maybe we go for like a full dive with the Spider-Man. You've been asking for it all night. We want to see that like, I guess, like full mastery. We want to see like a Lord Spider-Man absolutely tear it up with the full like Venom combo and whatnot. I want to see like a Black Widow do some damage because my goodness, that is a tin can of a character. As much as I would love to play her, I want to see like everybody get some shine. I think Storm has been on that trajectory for the last like few weeks or so. She's been great
Mhm.
ever since that slight buff. So yeah, I just want to see a bit more variety, despite me being the quote unquote purist.
But you know, they actually, I'm looking at some of the results from round number one. We didn't get on stream, but Team Memecord played the Black Widow with Billy with 19
Ooh.
kills and MVP on in their round one matchup. So we actually had it in the tournament. I hope we actually get some tournament stats, which would be really cool to have overall. But on stream, we've seen some Black Panther, we've seen some Star Lord, and we guys are gonna see another incredible duck race. We're making sure everyone is set to go for
Yes.
our finals. But for now, we'll take a bit of a break and return. Of course, that's the finals. For now, quick little giveaway for y'all. was a wild draft. I can't believe it. I can't believe
My
the
duck.
comebacks. You were there at the start. I was there near the end. But it was what's his name? Slumdog something. Anyway, congrats. Ikaw na. Good for you.
Well,
but yeah. But yeah, no wait. But for real though, congratulations, all our amazing winners. Thank you again to our incredible sponsor for really making these giveaways happen. So thank you again for everyone supporting. But yes, Raf, you were saying.
I thought my duck had it, he had the crown and all, but I was lied to. That was a false crown. At the same time, like, maybe that's like telling of how the series is gonna be next. Maybe we're gonna have like a dominant 2 at first, and then it's gonna be a reverse sweep from out of nowhere. Who knows?
Yeah. I don't know, man. I mean, we've seen some incredible comebacks happen in this tournament alone. We've seen some incredible comebacks happen in the duck races, especially. All of them come back out of nowhere from behind, just swims like that. But given that this is a best of 5 now, Raf, this is an endurance run to see who will get the biggest slice of the prize pool. 11-5 on the line. You're gonna get over 6,000, I believe, or something like 6,000 just for winning the whole shebang in the first place. And this one series is gonna define you as either the first champion here in Rivals PH or not.
Oh, that is honestly like one of the, I guess, funnest titles to have. It's always good bragging points and flex points to talk about. Yeah, I was one of the first people to win it. At the same time, it's also a testament on how much time you put into the game early. I feel like a lot of people like tend to overlook that fact too, where you're one of the day zeros, the day ones. At the same time, Dax, you mentioned it. It is stamina. Like, are we going to see hella swaps? Like, are we gonna see so many comp changes, or are we just gonna see more of the same? I mean, I think this is where the game like drastically changes, right? Because sometimes when you go for the first to three, I think this might be true for most of, or rather first to two.
Yeah.
It might be true for most esports where you kind of want to blitz them. You don't really want to go for like too many points where you end up overthinking. You just want to squeeze out all those dubs. But a hella protects on the side of Tondo Defiant. Interesting. Not a banner ban still, huh?
Yeah, and it just means that it's very much so open for both sides here, unless they're gonna ban into the second game. But you can see immediately some of the respect bans to come in from the semifinal results. Tondo Defiant removing the Loki of
Oh,
Knrt
wow.
as he requested to be pronounced in their first ban. And Agamomo removing the Winter Soldier that we've seen incredibly played by RuiJy, and of course Redux's magic. Storm though has been a priority ban
The
for
right
Tondo Defiant
heroes can
throughout
make
the
all the
tournaments.
difference.
We're gonna see it again. RuiJy, no, you can't do that to Festive. You can't take the
Oops.
Luna away from him. Yeah.
I mean, I feel like this is such a, well, almost a classic season zero comp, with the Hela and the double supports as it is for Tondo Defiant. It does look like they just want to frontline this Daks and maybe just out damage, but having the Wolverine and the MK being hovered over here by Agamomo. Interesting stuff here. Maybe they want to get rid of the tanks as quickly as possible and maybe give Trix the leeway to just be an ulti machine. Same time, triple DPS. Oh,
Nah. It's not gonna happen. Kurt's
He's
just
just
flexing the
checking.
skin. He's just telling us, guys, I spent money in this game. So I need the prize pool just to pay it back. But Agamomo, I like it already. I like the fact they're bringing out the Wolverine just because of what we saw done by Memecord against Tondo Defiant. Seems like Agamomo has sensed a little bit of weakness in that front for our defending squad. But here we are, guys. Grand finals is to go. Game 1 out of 5. And we'll see who get first to 3 here. Is it Tondo Defiant? Is it Agamomo gonna be your champions? Let's get things going in the Yggdrasil path.
Lot of respect bans. No magic here and a Winter Soldier on the side of Tondo Defiant. So this is going to be, again, a plethora of flexing on their end. Like you mentioned, maybe there could be some role cannibalization, but this first fight on the bed could be really problematic, especially when Trick's fighting the first frag here.
Yeah, don't forget Tondo Defiant also doing that role swap here. RuiJy on support. It's BurgrFlipr on the DPS now. And Agamomo as a whole already gotten that first pick and are getting so much control of the first area. This has been a weak spot here for Tondo Defiant. It did get blown out effectively on this map a while ago by Memecord. Maktuh, though, catching out Cosmic as well. Beautiful kidnap, courtesy of Batghost's Feral Leap. And look at the space that Agamomo have here.
That's, once again, the volatility of this game showing itself. Tondo Defiant losing at the bend, losing an early pick like that, allowing Agamomo to build a really healthy time back going into this. Granted, there's a slight contest here, Daks. Maybe this could be a glimmer of hope for them.
Yeah, the Maktuh Assault allowing Tondo Defiant to get that space to work with, just bursting through and speeding through the hand of Khonshu. But neither side losing a player as of yet. Still Maktuh and Batghost holding steady here by the payload. And here, Eternal Bond, fate of both worlds will be the reply. Support ults do just trade effectively, but Tondo Defiant have some time to work with. And Batghost maximizing Berserker Rage. Here we go though, the more ult into play. The Horde comes in, and it's all Agamomo now on the kill field. Another strong showing as there was so much pressure from Batghost. Overall, this is a first point taken.
They save the Eye of Agamotto on Cosmic side here, Daks. I thought they should have used it as a band-aid solution. Maybe get that ulti going for Redux. After all, they do have that lethality on their side. A stun here and there and a few headshots on this lineup could spell the doom for Agamomo. Maybe they saw that support ult come too early. Just didn't have enough time. Again, this is why you kind of get rid of that Luna Snow. That ult just lasts forever.
12 seconds, and you see the full dance, but Batghost again.
Who's
It's a clash! And Pugbutt the one taking him away. Counteraction from Batghost, but he's gonna get exposed. You see though the Tondo Defiant now. Pugbutt the one swapping over from Vanguard here to the Duelist. Triple DPS for the side of Tondo Defiant. It's been very consistent though for Redux to get value with the Goddess of Deaths. And there you have it, Tondo Defiant stalling Agamomo for now.
Oh man, this area in particular is so prone to staggers, Daks. There's just so much height that the defending team can play with. At the same time, this could be a strong point of contention if you're attacking too. You want to wrestle this away. You want to cross onto your card as much as possible. And it does look like Maktuh's going to walk up. Oh! Get kidnapped! Is he going to survive? No!
Pugbutt speedily again and consistent with the lead to the stun of the century. Cosmic now with another massive one. We saw the matchup between Narbrawl and Cosmic a while ago with these Eye of Agamottos. Now Cosmic continuing that trend.
Does look like they're still stuck at a roadblock here. Quite expensive on the side of Tondo Defiant, but they are going to have Luna ult quite soon. Horde is going to be available for Burger in a few clicks or so. Agamomo, they're still finding the rhythm here, trying to gather as much points for their ults. Eye of Agamotto itself is going to be a ways away, but they do have CND ult if they want to brute force this approach.
Oh, and Redux, that's the value with the Hela. Beautiful snipe coming into play. A Eternal Bond right now, courtesy of the Cloak and Dagger, but here we go again. Feral Leap goes for the catch, forcing Cosmic out. The Horn of Proteus, so sent to the backline, and the answer immediately will be the fate of both worlds. So overall, BurgrFlipr now with the pick. Tondo Defiant keeping things steady. And sure, a last stand sent here, but it doesn't matter at this point. The Berserker Rage is too flash, and it's Tondo Defiant holding the lane.
Great recovery on the side of Tondo Defiant here, Daks, considering that first point defense looked so flimsy. But now it looks like they have a good hold on how they want to shuffle their ults. Again, we look at Eye of Agamotto being one of the most impactful and important ones. on the board. Cosmic has one relatively soon, but Agamomo has one immediately. Knrt also has that Luna Snow ult if he chooses to use, but yet another displace. Doesn't die though.
But Pugbutt doesn't really get the full kidnap. Still doesn't matter as BurgrFlipr has such a strong showing of squids. It's a turret placement that anyone would fear, and Tondo Defiant has found the first. You see the swap of Agamomo. Batghost on the Venom. Hasn't found value, but this is going to be a big one. The Luna Snow ultimate meeting now the Mantis one. Eye of Agamoto, but here comes the heals yet again. Just a dance from Knrt, keeping Agamomo in the game. Now the stun into the backline. This is huge for Maktuh, and Maktuh maximizing to get the double. Still, the fight isn't over because Pugbutt is looking to be the threat. Eternal Bond again on the floor, but here comes the full dive. We were waiting for it here, Raf. We get the Spidey, we get the Venom, and they're swinging in for action.
Nice mystical powers there, Knrt. How about a knuckle sandwich? Again, that's just the fun thing about Spider-Man. Such a volatile pick and so much mobility. Can cause problems for anybody. And now they even have the Venom on board, Daks, so they're really going all in on this. They go for the portal denial, so that's a few seconds wasted. They funneled him here, and that's going to be Batghost getting a lot of attention.
Batghost can shrug it off, though. And he's going for the
Second
shield,
point.
but Tricks, he went for the spectacular spin, but he got slept by RuiJy instead. Now then, Goddess of Death, point 23. It's going to be Agamomo close to the end here for the second
45.
point, but Tondo Defiant are hanging on by a knife's edge. There to be the sharper shot here. The pressure from the Hello Ultimate from above, doing wonders, and the Goddess of Death, yet again, let to grade for Tondo Defiant to still be supreme here.
Look at this, Daks. Look at all the ultimates available for Tondo Defiant yet again. We have Horn of Proteus and as well as the dance for Festive. So they can sit on this point for as long as they need. 20 seconds left on the timer. So Agamomo, once that spawn comes back for YoungPork, they have to make a mad dash to this. They could get stopped right here, right now, though.
This is the last dance for Agamomo, and watch out for Higumiko, who has the Galactic Legend available. The swing in, though, and immediately the response will be the fate of both worlds. A dance from Festive. Now then, buying time for Tondo trying to charge things up. But Redux and Pugbutt are just on it like a bullet. So quick on the kills. A nice sleep again from RuiJy, and with it, that will be the end of the push for Agamomo. Tondo Defiant show up on the second point after a lackluster first point defense. And look at this. It's only halfway into the map for Agamomo.
That was a lot of timing burnt here by Tondo Defiant, and it's their turn to maybe run it up on Agamomo, Daks. And this is what we were talking about. How flexible can Agamomo be when some of their picks are being gated? Naturally, we still have the banner, but the Wolverine is just proving too much of a problem to let that Hulk out. So now they've been shuffling their tanks here. Batghost has been playing that Venom, maybe giving that extra leeway for Tricks to have that one-hit capability. But now it does look like they're going to go back to what worked for them, at least up to this point.
Yeah, and they brought out so many different compositions out of nowhere, right? Agamomo, there was barely any pressure in the semifinals here, and now Tondo Defiant making them work for it, and it still wasn't enough. Now we see Agamomo ready with a dive comp with the Spider-Man Venom. They also have brought Knrt. Given the fact that he's on the Luna Snow, you also get Batghost now on the Mantis. So a few more swaps. It's triple support here for Agamomo.
Wow.
Triple supports. You know, I do have a soft spot for some support players, Daks, like you.
I'm Jeff main.
I do have a soft spot for specific support players.
I love Jeff.
Aren't Jeff players.
I love Jeff.
Speaking of triple support, a lot of sustain, but is this what they need to keep this ravenous team at bay? It does look like they are gonna burn that invis very early, that team up. Agamomo now, they want to do a bit better at this bend.
There's like half a minute right on cooldown. But Tondo Defiant sticking by it. It's interesting, right? Agamomo was the one who first brought out the Wolverine, but Pugbutt has maximized value with the hero. Low HP though, Himiko and Tricks putting so much pressure on, and Agamomo's chip damage has found more than one here on the Tondo Defiant side. Nice line from BurgrFlipr though. A snipe onto the Luna Snow, but it's not the biggest casualty. You still have two supports, and Agamomo are stabilizing here.
They can't get any footing on this point so far, Daks. I mean, like you said, Tondo Defiant, it did make quick work of this when they were defending, but right now they're also suffering the same fate. Tondo Defiant slowly but surely walking up. They have been chipped, but they're
pull, but the hand of Khonshu, that can be the death sentence to this push already. Tricked with some big damage, getting only pick, sure. But Redux now turning things around, and yet again, Pugbutt able to open up the sights here for Tondo Defiant. This A point is almost clear. Cosmic in the front, but here we go. Eternal Bond yet again. Just throwing a line by the cards. YoungPork even finding Pugbutt.
Oh, wow.
The Proteus onto the front of the payload itself. But here comes the dance of the Luna Snow now. Fate of both worlds from Festive. Will it be enough to turn things around?
Wow,
I have
what a
Agamomo too. Massive onto YoungPork. That's a pick, sure. But Soul Resurgence, that's the answer from Tondo Defiant as well. They're stacking up these ultimates. They're trying to make it happen. Cosmic and Maktuh both do bursts, but it's Cosmic who's the Sorcerer Supreme here. And Tondo Defiant, they'll get the first point.
Oh my goodness, that was a brawl and a half back. Tondo Defiant looked like they were slogging it out just across that no man's land, but after that immediate bend there's another one that they have to address, and arguably I would say that both Namor and Moon Knight are a little stronger on this one. It's a bit more claustrophobic. There's going to be a little bit more leeway for the turrets and the Ankhs to really flourish. Tondo Defiant, they have to be careful in this approach and how they want to dissect this death ball, but it doesn't look
Agamomo,
like...
it's happened! It's happened again, Raph, and that's my concern. Maktuh, Solo Tap, almost getting completely kidnapped there. And Agamomo, at least they're able to hold, but here we go again.
Oh, what a save.
Goddess of Pet. Nice right click from the cloak, though, turning everyone translucent. The Shadow Realm is where they're safe, and Agamomo will stay.
Little bit of trickle here, especially on BurgrFlipr getting yet another pick. So
What?
this is a pretty bad stagger. Agamomo, what is happening? Why are they contesting this?
The fate of both worlds from Knrt. Now he's just falling on his own, but the damage is too much to handle. And Tondo Defiant, the turnabout there by Pugbutt as well as BurgrFlipr.
That is, like I said, Daks, some of the teams really have a bit of a meltdown when it comes to Convoy. I think the desperation just ends up showing itself, and maybe that was the call. What was that? But now they have a chance to make things right.
And Pugbutt again, same angle, different day, same victim perhaps. The eye of Agamoto, the stun comes on in.
Where's the follow-up?
Well, YoungPork, he's gone. Same to be said for his other teammates. BurgrFlipr getting 3 shots from above. Height meets might,
man.
and with it, it's strength from Tondo Defiant. They stroll through the second point, and they'll take Yggdrasil path 2-1.
I like how, like you said, Agamomo was the first team to bring out the Wolverine, and Tondo Defiant just straight up said, I see what you're trying to do. I see what you're trying to do. They pick up their own Wolverine. Like you mentioned, Pugbutt has been a gigantic adamantium-shaped thorn on the side of Agamomo here. And just the displace in general, Daks, has been a key point, I would say, for Tondo Defiant to win out these fights. At the same time, you can't help but feel the desperation on those last few exchanges. Again, what happened with that trickle? Why did they have to expend the fate of both worlds on that point when realistically they could have held on for a clean reset?
Yeah, it just all fell apart in the end. No one expected that BurgrFlipr and Pugbutt could be the hero over onto the right-hand side, right? Over on that lane. They got 2 picks that the last stand propped up by Pugbutt. But ever since he played that Wolverine, there has just been no answers at all from Maktuh and the rest. Maktuh was just a victim. He was a passenger in that defense all throughout.
That is an unfortunate turnaround. You know, it's not like Maktuh's doing bad, but if you compare that 38-0 game versus now, it does look like he's finally contending with players that are in his weight class, and it does look like we are seeing the weaknesses of the solo tank, like you mentioned, especially when there is like a pull or a displace on the board. So hopefully there are adjustments to be made, because right now it is a bit more convincing on the side of Tondo Defiance. We talked about the stamina thing, Dax, and we talked about like just the multiple layers of mastery that potentially the Overwatch side of the board could, you know, throw onto the field.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at some of the stats also here from Tondo Defiant. Redux, not the biggest deal, but 51% accuracy when you're mostly playing the Hela. Oh, just goes to show how consistent the DPS line has been here for the likes of Tondo Defiant. BurgrFlipr as well, 17k damage with 13 final kills on the Namor. So things are really looking up here. Some big clutch plays also. You got to give it to RuiJy, who, since his Winter Soldier's banned out, right? Moves over to the Mantis, hits some of the biggest sleeps on the likes of Tricks on the Spider-Man. We saw a lot of control with the sleep for quite a good amount of that second point. Just all in all, a better showing from Tondo Defiance, and it seems like they're very ready for this best of 5.
Ready might be an understatement. I mean, we already see the bans being quite dynamic. Some of it are very targeted, but like you said, Tondo Defiance doesn't seem to be too bothered about it. They have a lot of pocket picks and like just general flexibility to throw it around. So I'm really excited for map 2. I have a feeling though the Agamomo's team or Team Agamomo is gonna do a bit better on domination simply because that does kind of lend itself to the solo tag. That does kind of lend itself to just standing and fighting. And if anything, Team Agamomo is very good at that.
Yeah, but we also saw how strong the likes of Tondo Defiant were on domination too. The way that they're able to control the pace of the game after these initial picks, right? They know how to push into a point. They know how to exploit these 6v5 situations. And I do wonder, is it going to be a bit permanent now moving forward? Do we get BurgrFlipr on that DPS instead of RuiJy? If we see the Winter Soldier, do they swap on back? Given that BurgrFlipr is a lot more accustomed to playing that support, but can flex on over. Those are some of the concerns right now, but the bigger concern has to be here for Agamomo. What composition can they stay on, right? We saw so many dynamic swaps, which is always a good thing, but they didn't get to really fully commit as much as they would like. We saw a Spider-Man composition with them with a dive. We saw the triple support on the defense. We saw their standard 2-2-2 at the very start. And if they're going to be adjusting that quickly and still not yielding any results, you gotta wonder what will be the comp that they stabilize around with.
Very good question to ask. And I feel like if they do keep going with the idea that, okay, this specific situation, this point of the map, we're finding more success with X type of comp, then kind of leaving a lot of old charge on the table as well. Granted, the game is decently generous when it does come to charge. You still want to retain that momentum because there are maps that you just really cannot keep swapping on. And I think Yggdrasil Path, just we saw earlier, is one of those because there's two really important bends that end up being like gigantic ultimate dumps anyway. And
Yeah,
you end
and
up wrestling for that high ground. Positional advantage gets like just thrown out the window and you get snowballed on.
yeah, and we saw that in that second point, right? Both attack and defense on Defiant playing the angles so much better. The ending was already sealed when you saw the likes of
Man,
BurgrFlipr or Chonli just make it to that second floor that usually the defense uses. He's getting free hits with the squids, with the tridents. Just he's not even moving by that point. That's what you can call convincing from Dawn the Defiant. But that's only game number 1, guys. And of course, it's a best of 5. But it means, though, here for the likes of Agamomo, they need to rally back. 3 is the magic number. You win 3 maps here, Raf, you are our champion.
I like that song a lot. It was in Homecoming at the ending, if you remember. But yeah,
Yeah.
3 is the magic number. That's only point number 1. You have to keep yourself cool to the grand finals, right? Because I feel like at this point, you mentioned it, there is a lot on the line. Like especially if we go for like just pride points, you know what I mean? Like, oh, I want to be the first team to win the Marvel Rivals in the region. I want to get that, but it does look like we're not gonna jump into break. We're gonna be going into this, so it's still another respect ban on this Winter Soldier and a protect on the banner.
Yeah, and Agamomo, again, we see them prioritize these Hulk-based compositions pretty eagerly. I do wonder, though, so Doctor Strange was the protection a while ago. It's always about the vanguard here for the likes of Agamomo. And I do think that Tondo Defiant is willing to match that. Pugbutt also, the opportunity to still play the Wolverine. They're going to play the Protect on it. But I wouldn't be surprised to see a initial matchup here, Raf, between Pugbutt as well as Batghost on the Hulk itself.
I like that protection pick with the Wolverine, considering the IM is going to be unavailable for Agamomo. That's going to be a lot of airspace that they won't have to worry about. That Wolverine by Pugbutt, just a problem. It was a problem and a half for Agamomo to deal with. I wonder how they're actually going to address that, Dax. If they're
The
gonna
right heroes
try to
could
build
make
maybe a
all the
DPS comp
difference.
to compensate for the range, or are they gonna go for a bit more of a mobile tank lineup so it can get out of dodge for free?
Yeah, that's interesting to me that they didn't ban the Luna. They banned the more specifically of BurgrFlipr. So it just goes to show Agamomo
Ooh.
still wanting to have the Luna within the rotation. But given that, we've also seen Festive very comfy on that hero. Maybe a way to make the backline a little bit less comfortable. In any case, you see it here. It's store time for Batghost Maktuh on the Magneto versus Pugbutt and Cosmic on your standard Doctor Strange and Hulk composition. But look at this map, Raf. It's looking pretty grim because we're on Knrt, and we are going to get a convergence map here.
I think this first point is so difficult to fight in, and you kind of even make that worse if the IM was open. I'm not against the Thor pick either because Thor can legitimately wail on anything in front of him, and if Cosmic is just going to keep his shield up, it's going to be a bit of a problem. We do have the Star-Lord to get that mobility going, potentially get a flag off for Tondo Defiant. That hella has to do a lot of work though to keep everybody in check, because sometimes a Moon Knight Storm altogether focusing you as a hella player is a lot to handle, but a port play to start off the round.
And speaking of the Storm, this was banned a while ago by Tondo Defiant. Now they don't really mind it as long as there's no Loki for the second ultimate. But the battle for the high ground is immediately the answer. The Moon Knight Ancto putting pressure on Tondo Defiant. Need to stay in cover for now. Just holding steady actually, but BurgrFlipr might be overextending here. Moving back to the support role as RuiJy's on the Star-Lord. Here they come with ground floor control. No pressure on the point yet. Batghost actually dropping down, has to smack the symbiote just to get a little bit of height elevation. Here comes the Tondo. It's Thor Force time, baby, as Batghost is bringing the thunder and the lightning. Agamomo repositioned onto the site. Tondo Defiant, sure they have cover and held back control, but they can't make any kind of room here.
This is not where you want to be if you're Tondo Defiant. They're forcing a walkout here, Daks, but for some reason, Agamomo actually let go all that control, but
Festive was so quick at getting that ultimate, but Trix responds in kind with a hand of Khonshu. Now the Lunar Stone gone from the equation. Less healing here for the likes of Tondo Defiant, and Agamomo set up the quarantine protocol. Here we go with at least the Cloak and Dagger on the point itself, but this was a one fight for Agamomo. As soon as Trix launched that Moon Knight ultimate, still the pressure's on. M might be the response, Pugbutt getting his mace. The escape though comes in from BurgrFlipr. Missile boundary. The stun comes on now. Trixie's protection, and Maktuh is providing it. Now Tondo Defiant doing all they can and more to turn things around again. We've seen this before. You can't call the fight until Tondo Defiant are all wiped, and Agamomo is learning it firsthand. Beautiful sleep. Batghost now caught napping, and Batghost gets redux, yes, but he's torn asunder. Tondo Defiant have returned to claim the site.
I really like the discipline on Tondo Defiant to not force the issue initially, but then baiting out Agamomo to fight in such an awkward choke point just to steal it away. Again, Daks, that is just some veteran moves. That is old school. Agamomo, they do have a plethora of ults that are going to be available. Tondo Defiant do have some pretty high impact ones, but they will have to burn the Storm ult here.
I mean, they have damage though. They have damage to trip through that shield if it's left unsupported. And sure, BurgrFlipr falls, but Himiko will be quite a distance away. This is closer to the attack spawn. The God of Thunder smiting down Festive, and it's a pick for pick. It's a trade for trade. But in the end, this is still space for Tondo Defiant to work with.
And that is way too much space that Agamomo is giving up. The problem with Knrt is it's so easy to snowball if you're an attacker, because that is a long walk of shame, Daks, and I believe this is already a hell of a stagger that they have to address. This has to call for a full reset. They have to give away this much ground. Otherwise, it's just going to be a bigger problem for the future Agamomo.
Yeah, and Tondo Defiant already realized how far they'll get on this payload. They're breaking through the wall, so they have access to the symbiote here to slam down the wall. Great understanding for Agamomo to realize there's at least a vertical on the side of it, but height is still the strength here of Tondo Defiant. We said it a while ago, height needs might, and Redux looking to capitalize on it. Low HP needs heals from the Mantis. The problem with the Mantis, of course, needs those orbs available to go for the heals, and Knrt gets the pierce on the Redux. Sun comes on in. Massive on 5, and the wipe will come from Tondo Defiant. Who dares wins, and Cosmic again has shown up when he needs to the most. A beautiful burst from the Doctor Strange, and this forces again Knrt to pop the fate of both worlds. The numbers are dwindling though. The low HP now here for Cosmic. Has to fly to get healed on up. A stall from Agamomo, and RuiJy now with the Galactic Legend. He's trying. That is going to be gone, and the burst comes on in. A big boom from Cosmic, and the rest of Tondo Defiant are ready now to clean up house. Even the Meteor of M will find nothing, as Tondo Defiant will just seize the day and seize the second point.
You can't be serious. That's the second time in a row where Tondo Defiant defy the odds and the body count just to win it out with a massive burst from their tanks. And now this looks like it could be smooth sailing if they get this extra stagger. Rui sees an opening here, wants to bully this backline Daks, and with one member trying to stroll back down to that defensive line, Agamomo's a little helpless in this situation.
And Trick does have his Goddess of Death available. They're playing the synergy to bring Batghost back to life if need be, but Redux and RuiJy have just went for the push anyway. Utter confidence from Tondo Defiant. Sure, they'll lose one, but they already have all the space to work with again.
I am strengthened for
My goodness, man. Again, it is really worrying to me every time Agamomo have that like position in the payload on these payload maps where it just seems like it's a panic every time they try to roll out back to the front line. And it seems like it's happening again. They're prone to getting staggered and they got Portal Grave.
Oh no, there's no going through.
Dude.
But then you hear that the stun comes on out, but immediately it's Pugbutt smiting anyone in his way. Fists of Fury find the two. Even the zone from Tondo Defiant is looking oppressive. And this is just one convoy that is slithering its way to the end. Last chance, last fight for Agamomo. Trick's trying to find any angle for the Goddess of Death. They don't need to burst through that shield to begin with. Hell Unleashed, it's time to fly. Here comes Redux though, making it rain again. And look at the blockade courtesy of the two Hellas. They're right beside one another, sure. They break on down with one another's wings.
Oh my goodness.
Both worlds. Redux now getting out of there. The stun comes on out. Beautiful flyby for Redux to get out of danger. But can Maktuh force to stabilize? They've gotten two already. They just need to get more. Spawn advantage also in favor of Agamomo. And finally, they stop the push of Tondo Defiant.
My goodness, 2 minutes for that last point though, Daks. That has to be a rock-solid defense for them to keep this fight competitive. Knrt still has his ult to work with. Batghost is going to revert back to just a regular Hulk. Tondo Defiant, they're not too far away from them, or rather for their ults. But at the same time, this is going to be incredibly brawl heavy. This could lend itself to Agamomo. Himiko is still on that Moon Knight, so if he gets left unchecked, then maybe Tondo Defiant have a problem here.
Yeah, Trix has already gotten his one. And here comes pressure again from the last legend. But then, need to float words on the Defiant, perhaps forcing the issue a little too much here. Trying to be a hero despite that first pick. On the Defiant. Well, this time, not as clean as we've seen throughout the game, but we've seen these swing plays from Tondo Defiant before. Soul Resurgence as it's BurgrFlipr sending in the second wave. Here comes the hand of Khonshu. Knrt, where are you going? There's no escaping the madness in the front. And while Batghost, he's gonna get turned into a Spectre very, very soon. Baby Batter, goodbye to you. 40 seconds, there should be enough space. One last contest perhaps from map 2. The sleep though is just defining, and no one can step up to Tondo Defiant now.
This has to be a case study, Daks. I mean, there's just so many situations where Tondo Defiant lose one, lose two, but have just an ace in their sleeve that they pull out, swing it right back into their favor, and it does look like there is no time for like second chances. Agamomo, it feels like they're losing their nerve a little bit when they get the advantage. Maybe they get too aggressive and try to pile on that numbers. But then Tondo Defiant just so ready with the punish, like I mentioned earlier.
And they're so fast to respond, right? They know especially some of their spawn timings. They know that they can reset the fight and immediately get back in there. We saw that on point A with the capture point itself. Suddenly, the rest of Tondo Defiant show up from main. On the other hand, when that convoy really started, when Agamomo forced the fight, Tondo Defiant was very eager to trade because they knew they would get the space even if it's just 1-for-1 because they have the trickle in their favor rather than their opponents.
And that has to be something that they have to worry about. The stagger, the trickle, call it whatever you want to call it, has to be addressed as quickly as possible. If we're not gonna get like another solid regroup from Agamomo, then this could spell doom if this is how they're gonna play all night long. You talked about, I think we talked about this a little bit backstage, that Agamomo has been, you know, grinding through the ranks and grinding through ladder. But right now with a super grizzled core in the form of Tondo Defiant, it just seems that they have a better grip of the situation. It is going to be the same story though, Daks. I wonder how they're going to approach the support play though, or if Tondo Defiant are expecting it anyway.
They are. Look at the position from Tondo Defiant. And
That's early.
Agamomo might not expect that as a two-pronged attack. There's still pressure from the back. It will be BurgrFlipr starting things off strong. And immediately the raid from Tondo Defiant. The Mantis is just getting free hit after free hit. When you have a Mantis player this confident, you're gonna look good in it. And Cosmic again, one big boom to rule them all. And Agamomo is bound by Tondo Defiant now.
Whatever soul-bound contract they have, Tondo Defiant are here to collect. Agamomo struggling a little bit, Daks. Again, body language-wise, they popped that Hulk Shield way too early to find any value. And right now, they have to try and force it out on the choke. That point's not going to be available for at least 2 more minutes. Maktuh's shield is actually getting demolished too, despite him trying to juggle it. It will be full health, but again, this is almost a free hold for for Tondo Defiant.
Pugbutt though, still in the front. Didn't even see him get forced to play the Wolverine in this game. Nice shield play though from Cosmic, keeping RuiJy alive. Now Agamomo looking to force things out with the Eternal Bond. Answer back, Fate of both worlds. Support ult for support ult. That's a trade that Agamomo will take. Trickstone, they're dangerous. Icon on him. Cosmic now with the stun. But doesn't get much. Here comes the value from Maktuh's shield. Hand of Conchu though. It's Himiko looking to just punch on through. You say -2. The Tondo Defiant reduce them to 3. Here comes the legendary effort of RuiJy. Galactic Legend marking and just able to destroy them. No way, no how. The stagger comes in through. And Batghost, welcome to what we did in Overwatch before. Baby Diva, where are you going? The D-Mech now, or in this case, the Dagama. RuiJy gets that final kill, and there's 2 minutes left from Agamomo.
It's coming back, Daks. It's coming back to me. Not the happiest memories, but memories nonetheless. And right now, Agamomo is in the blender. Tondo Defiant are so confident. Like you mentioned, despite the early pickoffs, there's still a Goddess of Death here being popped. But how are they going to recover from this one?
They popped out Cosmic, and that space, that's a lot of space for Agamomo. Tondo Defiant respecting it. They still have 4 on up, and they're keeping them topped up. Maybe a last effort from Cosmic's portal, but it seems like it's Arena someone looking to buy that time. The shield go in the face. YoungPork finding BurgrFlipr there. Agamomo find the timing that they need to swing things out. A pick on the Vanguard too. Opens up the site and allows them to play the payload now.
That displacement by that ult gave them enough leeway to truly put themselves in a position to win, but Maktuh getting hit by the exile. We'll have second thoughts about this, Daks, but Tondo Defiant already in a good spot to contest this. Granted, Mantis has to make a bit of a walk, so Cosmic has to be a bit more careful here.
Mantis is a speed boost, but this is now perfect for Himiko and the rest. They're getting these picks one by one. RuiJy's gone. You always expect that Starlord to be flanking, so Agamomo a lot more keen to watch these corners. Maktuh with another. Here we go. Hand of Conchu. Or so. Eternal Bond now. YoungPork allowing them a perfect place to stabilize in. Himiko is just busy in the middle. Doesn't matter though. Agamomo get all the space they need. It's Tondo Defiant going for the reset.
What they do, and again, notoriously difficult to defend, but a stagger kill onto Burger here, Daks.
I mean,
Strange.
man is a pretty amazing mechanical skill ceiling, but also perhaps a little bit of ego on the flank. Now Agamomo punishing that accordingly. You like the confidence, Raf. I know you respect it. Here we go again. Batghost now in and out. Eye of Agamomo gets only the catch onto RuiJy, and the protection from Festive is massive. From that point on, it's up to RuiJy to carry his weight and more. That he does with the Galactic Legend. It's pressure on all fronts. Agamomo now getting caught bit by bit again, and Tondo Defiant stopped him in the tracks.
Expensive stop here, but necessarily nonetheless. And welcome back to Overwatch, I guess. They're gonna stall out this kill as long as they have, and there we go, yet another maybe 10 seconds on the clock to be stalled out. Now the thing is, Trix has been getting a little bit of traction with this Hella Dax, so it's been giving them enough to punch through Tondo Defiant. So now Tondo Defiant, they might be a little more wary of going for those challenges. Like you said, as mechanical as Burger is, can't really face tank the Hella all that much.
Not only that, leap in again. Pugbutt is feeling very safe in these engagements. He knows that Cosmic and the rest are probably gonna find opportunity, and Cosmic does so to catch out Himiko. It's protected well though by Agamomo, and Festive's burst just pierces on through. 1 line and 2 fall. Yet again, that ice is sharp, and Tondo Defiant is even sharper.
Agamomo now feeling the freezer burn of this Luna Snow Pick, and you hate to see this happen like so many times. The rescue operation is just not there for Batghost, especially when they're so dominant in the previous series. Now Tondo Defiant holding on to this bend as well as they can. Agamomo still no adjustments. They will run this comp. They will just try and trade out these ults. They have MK ult. They have Goddess of Death. They even have I very soon. So this could be the cash out.
I mean, they do feel that they can make it happen after that first point, right? Immediately, it's the hand of Khonshu looking to find value, but on to Defiance. They've learned their lessons from the semifinals a while ago. They avoid it immediately, and Batghost now leaping into the fray, but there's still Tondo Defiant making it rain. Redux, the weather reports. Seems like this rain is barely a drizzle, but now RuiJy is the storm that will not break. A triple with the Galactic Legend. It's easy pickings for RuiJy. And they're even getting the stagger going now onto YoungPork. Losing the Cloak and Dagger this late is going to be painful. Batghost falls too. And seems like the CND still in the backline. This is terrible for Agamomo. Without the backline efforts, what can Agamomo even do? Portal comes in, hero try for the stun. Sure, Maktuh and Knrt though. Massive 2 picks to give them a chance here, Raf.
I'm really suspicious of these 2 pick stacks because they have to finish the job. Tondo Defiant has been doing so well and maintaining all these players despite the deficit. Pugbutt doing God's work right now, burning into the overtime.
A monster hero, now it's nothing. Maktuh able to shut that down, and Agamomo saw the lifeline ahead, and they were able to stay alive. Here we go again with BurgrFlipr exploiting the second floor, but this matchup is looking dangerous. A big one versus the Moonlight. BurgrFlipr with a self-sustain, and the map is drawing a lot of attention away. Time is ticking. It's already overtime. Himiko though, beautiful ag play, but he can't let the rain fall here. BurgrFlipr left uncontested. That might be enough for Tondo Defiant to stabilize.
Oh,
the
there's
Soul Resurgence has allowed the supports to do the damage that needs to be done. BurgrFlipr turning it around. And Tondo Defiant will stop Agamomo yet again. The chance was there, but Defiant say no. And it's 3-1 to take the 2-0 lead in the series.
A commanding 2-0 Daks, if anything. And I'm glad we got to see a lot of those old tricks that have made their bones throughout competitive play. And Cosmic, so deserving of this. There's just so many bursts that were honestly game-changing for them. Look at the stats right now. They can deep dive.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think the stats are completely telling. You know, it seems okay on the surface for Agamomo here, Daks, but really it's the trickle problem. It's really how they try to get themselves from point A to B that's been absolutely annihilating them. I have to highlight BurgrFlipr though. 26 and 36 assists on that Mantis, making full use of that kit.
9 final hits, and we saw there for BurgrFlipr that last bout was why he's been playing that angle to absolute success. Sure, there was a time a while ago he got caught, and is a reason why there was a push from the likes of Agamomo anyway. But on the other hand, if he's left uncontested, if he can stay alive, run around, do that damage, and then left unchecked, that's an extra angle, yet again, that he's able to work with. And you saw how big his pick was there. Himiko was in position to just put the perfect hand of Khonshu in that really tight funnel. But no, the Mantis shows up when he's needed the most into the Soul Resurgence. And from that point on, it's a dub for Tondo Defiant. Big plays from, well, very experienced players. And right now, the Overwatch crew showing, well, the Valorant side, how it's done in the hero shooter. But the series isn't over yet. It's still a best of 5, but things are looking heavily in favor of Tondo Defiant now.
Oh yeah, like you said, you know, there is a storm approaching and he does have a blue jacket, and I feel like that transcends not only titles and publishers, but apparently games. And, you know, the thing that I really liked about RuiJy's play was he was very disciplined. There were so many times where he could have dove onto that backline and maybe get like that extra final hit onto the supports, but I think they fully understood that was the risk really that important, because there was still a lot of volatility into that lineup. If he dives in, maybe he gets tagged by Strange, maybe he gets hit by the Hela. Again, there's just so many things. So played really, really reserved, waited for that ult, swooped in when the trades were done, and cleaned up house. Another thing too, Daks, Agamomo just can't finish and clean their plate. They sure get that first bite in, but man, seems like the dish is too hot.
And
Or
it's looking
Defiant at this point.
very hot for Tondo Defiant, man. Also, I got a little bit of an update for everyone tuning on in. And I see it here actually. Third place now has officially gone to Memecord, taking the battle for third 2-0 against Team Palaro. So big efforts from Team Palaro. Thank you so much for their participation. But Memecord will get our second runner-up prize. On the other hand, though, championship is one map away here for Tondo Defiant. And you gotta wonder, Raf, what else can Agamomo do at this point?
It really does feel like they're running out of ideas at this point, Dax. Again, just so many disjointed plays that, like, oh, let's do this as a heads up. But these small delays and these small gaps of the combo is just giving enough space for Tondo Defiant to back out and backpedal. And, well, if I look at Twitch chat, there's a lot of, like, support on both sides, really. I think somebody was, like, requesting a kiss or whatever from the casters, which was probably towards you, Dax. Obviously, very, very popular around these parts. But yeah, like 2-0, I feel like at this point, Agamomo, they just have to dig into their competitive roots, where can't say like it's over because there's still 3 more maps to play, but potentially.
Yeah, and overall, it's just looking to be a full package here for Tondo Defiant in that last game, though. And again, we see how Cosmic really shines on that Doctor Strange, right? The amount of protection he does, very aware of the Hello Ultimate's courtesy of tricks. And all in all, it's just a synergy between Pugbutt and Cosmic right now, doing
Mm-hmm.
wonders with the Gamma team up, basically. Sure, Pugbutt can play the Wolverine too in a pinch, but if they're able to play this double tank, right? If they're able to play this 2-2-2 and stabilize, their lines are a lot more drawn. And from what I've seen, 45k damage block from Cosmic, 44k damage block from Maktuh. So the Doctor Strange is putting in the work. It's still the amount of deaths. Cosmic and Pugbutt only died 4 times in that whole game. And that is a huge deal if you're playing Vanguard and you just aren't dying like that.
Yeah, you're supposed to be tanky, like it is in the name. You are the vanguard, you are the shield for your team. You are basically potentially the brunt of that front line. If not, you are the front line. And I feel like the choice for Agamomo to go solo tank at times does get countered quite a bit, if not from the picks, but just from, I guess, experience on the side of Tondo. Again, they're really not overextending, at least obviously, right? Sure, there was that one play with Burger where he tried to take a duel as a Mantis, try that out maybe once or twice, but after that, there seemed to be the call to just chill out. The damage boosts are fine. Everything is landing anyway. So, just keep it by the book.
Yeah, by the book it has been. Overall, though, Tondo Defiant, you can smell the confidence in the air for them. They feel like that they have this one in the bag, the way that they're playing as aggressively as can be. And if that confidence allows them to win, then so be it. Right? It's always great to see this kind of play be rewarded when you're very aggressive, when you're finding these picks early. And usually we've seen teams crumble because they can't set on up. It's happening here for Agamomo. We saw how stable they were in the semifinals because they were the ones setting the pace against Tondo Defiant. They have been led in the stands ever since map number 1.
That's the thing too. Maybe the convoy is just not the map for Agamomo. We talked about just like the required reps for a team to really gel in this game mode specifically. If we do get like a domination on the board, maybe they'll have a better chance at this, because we do not question like the mechanical skill of Agamomo. It's really just the macro side where the cracks are showing, and we are. And speaking of, we're seeing a lot of popular names on chat as well. Mr. Fluffy O2 resident,
Yo, my idol.
Thor, Wolverine, Mr. Fantastic Griefer, Picker. Really, really.
Griefer, Mr. Fantastic Griefer. I agree. Man, do you know that he's GM now? Because he played
Already?
Thor. Because he played Thor.
Wow.
He didn't play Mr. Fantastic anymore.
I know Fluffy's reaction exactly. So say, huh?
Huh? Huh?
See, we love you, man. We love you. We know you too well. But yeah, big shout out to everybody again joining the tournament, making it as far as as the night goes on. Big thank you to Marvel Rivals PH Discord for making this possible. And we also love the Duck game.
Yeah.
Talking about the server, look, it's right there. Type it in, go join that. Who knows? We might find our like next superstar in the chat joining the next tournaments or
Good
so.
stall. Yes. Good stall, Raf. Go, guys. Obviously, we're going to get into our game number 3. Obviously, it's taking a bit, so just a quick little heads up. We're re-lobbying, making sure everything is ready. We do have a substitution though from based on our admins, and I heard that Paradoxist is gonna come in to this
Mm.
upcoming matchup. Interesting. So Agamomo at the very last moment gonna go for a sub out. Let's see if it's gonna be effective. Because we did see as well a while ago, right? Festive was it in game number 1 for Tondo Defiant in the semifinals. And then game number 2, game number 3. And here in the finals, he has been a stable part of the support line.
Yeah, you know, Festive has also had his like match saving plays just to keep his team in contention. So, you know, it's really interesting how the rest of the team are going to be affected by this change, because sometimes one sub out can cascade into a few different things. Sometimes it could be for the best, it could be for the worst. But like I said, guys, and like Dak said, you know, we are doing our best. Prod is doing their best to get the show going as quickly as possible. And I believe we are ready to jump right in.
Yo, is this gonna be it though? Will this be our last map of the day? Or will this be the beginning of potential reverse sweep? We'll find out very, very soon. But Agamomo, work is cut out for them, man. There is so much to play for. There is so much on the line. But they're gonna need to win 3 maps in a row now just to stand a chance.
That is a very, very challenging task, but one that Agamomo is very willing to take. After all, it's been a brutal opener for them. They ultimately have no choice at this point, Dax. Bans again. This time it's Loki getting cut from the team.
Brother, is that Mr. Fantastic?
This is Fluffy's fault.
We mention his name and we see the Mr. Fantastic fig. All in all, I wonder if it's gonna come out. Honestly, it's something. The last time we were like
Okay.
this, though, the last time we were doubters on stream, they suddenly showed up and made it work. Okay, so I'll give
Yeah,
it the
but
benefit of the doubt, but I'll stay immediately. Honestly, Mr. Fantastic, not a duelist. He's kind of like a pseudo Vanguard bruiser type, right?
yeah. But the thing is, what problems does he address for Agamomo? Like, does it fix their staggering issue? Does it fix their like lack of finishing when it comes to the duels, or the conversion on those first 2 picks to really warrant that pick? Or Paradoxist could just be trolling us. He could just be hovering to throw us in the mix.
No, I mean, it's the first time I saw it in the hover. Okay, so I'm gonna take his word for it. But Paradox is good to see him here. Gonna be subbing out, I believe, for Himiko. I'm in this matchup, and Doctor Strange is banned at
Oh,
the
wow.
The right
very
heroes can
last
make all the
moment. And as
difference.
soon as that happens, Cosmic's like, okay, cool. I have another Lord
Mm.
icon, and it's on the Magneto.
I see. Like, I see. I was about to say, I see the benefit of maybe not having like the strange. I like this. I like this a lot. I like the Captain America pick. The Cap pick is always fun. Sure, he'll
Wild.
tickle you a little bit, but it's fun. You know, it's just fun watching Cap throw hands. The question is, who's his vulnerable target here? I don't actually think there's anybody squishy enough for a Cap to.
To burst down, right?
Yeah.
Paradoxist has a good escape. You got Knrt who can get out of there. YoungPork too. I don't know. Pugbutt,
We'll be coming
maybe
in 30
considerations,
seconds.
but usually
Stay
I see a
strong.
cap and I'm like, perhaps you want to pair it up with the Thor just to go for the full ham dive kind of comp. But anyway, there's still the chance, of course, to swap. Tondo Defiant will start on the attack on what could be the final map here, guys. And Pugbutt also very flexible. I've seen him play the Groot a while ago, getting value with the walls. Perhaps in this case, it's a game of containment. And a map like this,
The battle starts in 5.
what do you call this one? The
Three,
Wakanda hybrid
2,
map, basically, right?
1.
If you can
Yeah.
play the walls
You wanna
correctly,
stop
there's
them
so
from
many
securing the
sightlines you
mission
can
area.
really blockade, especially on this first point.
I mean, I'd wager they'd go left instead of going into that small room, just because they don't have that extra layering of protection to
Shake it up.
not
You
get the
cannot
free damage.
withstand my
Burger's gonna
might.
expend his shell just to get extra positioning. Granted, it's gonna be up when the first point of contact comes. Now, it does look like Agamomo, they are in a disadvantageous position already. Curious why they didn't challenge height earlier.
Agamomo now getting pressured You can see that Pugbutt's just looking for any opportunity to set up those walls. It's immediately though RuiJy back on the Mantis and back to killing people with it. Pugbutt now just sealing the high ground with the walls. And exactly what we were talking about. Pugbutt now on the group, containing Agamomo in a cage of their own making. And even a triple now for Pugbutt. Tondo Defiant just stormed the site.
Why? Like, again, I don't really want to put too much mind into the positioning choice there, but there could have been so much if they challenged that initial choke. Plus, if they stood there anyway, they had the leverage to maybe repause if they had to, but it does look like there's gonna be a little bit of resistance on the side of Tondo Defiant. Doesn't really matter though, the spawn door is right there, so I doubt that Agamomo want to feed this much charge.
And keep an eye out also for Paradoxist, right? He's new on the lobby here, but he's looking to be a sharp shot here for Agamomo. Perhaps a bit of a spark to allow them to take a map. But Batghost now on the door. Pugbutt here getting corralled, but the sharpness again marks the shift from RuiJy. Batghost falls, and here we go with the Horn Proteus. Immediately, the whale decided to make some space into now the Eternal Bond, courtesy of YoungPork. Agamomo letting it rip. The dance comes on in from the Lunasto, the fate of both worlds. But BurgrFlipr has a whale of his own. Now again, slam dunk, YoungPork falls, and Tondo Defiant are looking to get the catch. Pugbutt again, the walls are massive, and what are you gonna do when the Hella comes for you? It's time to make it rain again, Redux, as the containment from Tondo Defiant keeps on encaging Agamomo.
I'm so glad the audience can't see my camera right now, because that was a roller coaster of emotions that I just couldn't put into words. It does seem like not having the strange on the board is expediting this process so quickly, Dax. There's just so much damage going into the wave Agamomo. And positionally speaking, they're not in any shape or form contending against this aggression of Tondo Defiant. They just take so much shit.
The time bank is massive, and Tondo Defiant are looking to continue with this momentum. The freeze comes in.
I'm losing my mind.
But yeah, Agamomo, they're losing a lot of space here, Raf, that's for sure. The Ankh again, broken quickly. Here we go, getting with the walls. But Batghost now moving over to the Wolverine, Berserker Rage at the full 100. He wants to turn this tree into lumber. But apparently it's Batghost right now who's left to a last life. The passive pops, the regeneration there. The Strangling Prison! Here we go again! Warden Pugbutt getting another catch! But it's not enough for get the kills. King of both worlds, Paradoxist though, from above with the goddess of death. And now Redux gets a taste of his own medicine. Hand of Honshu and the Horn too. As Tondo Defiant look to turn things around. Agamomo popping their Luna ult, but Festive has found Trick. Redux now trying to get back into the fight. But while this happens, it's still Agamomo look to stay alive with the last stand. These 1-for-1s though, we've said it before, Rap. This is gonna go in favor of Tondo Defiant again. And case in point, they're still getting space.
Goodness. They're trying to make furniture out of this tree, but the splinters are cutting them apart, Dax. There's just no escaping the wooden gulag, and Tondo Defiant are pulling their way to final point.
Pugbutt is the giving tree. He keeps on giving these kills to Tondo Defiant now. He sets it up. The team knocks it down. And where can Agamomo even go at this point? Another wall in the way. The second one for good measure, making it awkward, sure. But Pugbutt has made the space. Tondo Defiant see the throne immediately, and they are just closing into a potential crown. Red carpet treatment with 3 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. An overwhelming effort from Tondo Defiant.
Not only made by the finest of cloths, but apparently the blood of their enemies, Dax. This has just been a one-sided affair for Tondo Defiant. Agamomo back on the drawing board. Maybe they want to leverage the fact that there's just no shields, no burst to stop their flankers, and it looks like they're trying to cook up that idea. Tricks on that Spider-Man. There was a hover on the Psylocke, which I don't think is a bad idea at all. Sword is just such a good ult, but it does look like there's still a bit of a mix-up here, Dax. I think they're trying to cook something up here. Hopefully it's enough to resist the march.
We saw a glimpse of it from Agamomo a while ago. To play the Spider-Man. Oh, picked up lineup. Go to the point. Come on, Obs, go to the point. We need to explain this.
We have to see.
Oh,
We
so
have to
this goes
30
to the
seconds
small
before your attack.
opening
Get
where the
ready.
payload is, right? So there's a small gap. If you line that up and someone walks through, they explode and die
They just explode.
before the game even starts.
Not for sale.
I don't why
But-
I don't why Marvel Rivals allows this, but okay. Oh, see?
Oh,
What?
oh, but that gives them. Oh, well, at least it doesn't give them charge at this early, because at this early point, because it could have been a grief and a half.
Yeah, basically that's why they sent Pugbutt in because they expected it. They expected it.
So this is what I was saying, Daks. Like the way that Tondo Defiant is positioned, regardless of where Agamomo is gonna attack, they're gonna have enough leverage to just fight it out anyway. Both heights covered here. Trix wants to look for a vulnerability. He does have all his webs available, and this is a big
Go.
commit.
Don't forget the symbiote.
Oh
Come up to try and get instigate, but Trix off the wall climb. And even worse when you're facing up against Namor. What does the Spider-Man do? Absolutely nothing. Off the turrets, get the kill. Tondo Defiant. Well, that's already them stopping the first push before it even starts.
Volatility of this type of game is once again showing its ugly, ugly head. Sometimes, even just outside the spawn door, the difficulties will already arise in Trix. Jumping into this, sure, he'll do damage, but it's just not enough. The more is there, the BRB is also present. But Tondo Defiant are going to stand strong and stand still, unwavered.
As much as I want to see a Spider-Man come, you are walking into basically suicide against BurgrFlipr and Festive together. Trix escaping
Oh
with his
my
life, albeit barely. But
goodness.
there's no space here. Agamomo now finally getting in there. YoungPork and Batghost using the support ultimates to get a little bit of leverage. But Tondo Defiant dancing now against their opposition. A dance of death, a strangling prison. Here we go again. Warden Pugbutt alongside his head security guard Redux. It's lockdown control courtesy of Tondo Defiant. One penitentiary. Agamomo can't escape.
Back in your cell, inmate. Agamomo once again trying to bust out, but like you mentioned, just can't find the gaps. And right now, I don't want to say it, but I will anyway. Trix is lore-accurate Spider-Man. Spider-Man doesn't kill.
That's
Can't get
he's
anything going,
amazing.
man.
That's why he's the amazing Spider-Man, but it's not looking too spectacular here for Agamomo. Trying again to look for the dive angle. Maktuh also coming closer and closer to the meter of M. But Trix and Knrt, another ambitious attempt. Symbiote to try and do some damage, but look at the movement from Festive alongside RuiJy. Immediately, the heal from Redux is enough. The respawn though comes on in, but Redux is just a man
Oh my
unleashed. There is
gosh.
no stopping the sharpness of this shot. A prodigy ever since he's touched the mouse. And well, Tondo Defiance, they are just a minute and a half away from getting the crown if this keeps up.
Once again, another grueling 90 seconds for Agamomo. They go for yet another swap out here, Daks, and it is desperation call after desperation call. So many numbers and so many problems they have to address here. Number one, Redux is getting all this free damage. They're trying to shred down Cosmic, but Cosmic is going to fall not into the safety of his teammates, but this is going to be an opening that Agamomo wanted so desperately.
Has to be dirt. This has to be value from Maktuh. But the dunk misses the rim wildly. And Redux again, a threat from above. Trix falls, and now it's still the second floor under control. Nice kill from Paradoxist, though, giving Agamomo a chance. It's Knrt also rampaging on the objective. But with it, Agamomo, a whimper again. One last chance and one last fight, or this is all
Oh
done.
my
Thanks to
gosh.
Tondo Defiant.
Once again, when you see the support names on the kill feed that often, it is potentially a cry for help here. Agamomo, they're still trying to muster up whatever they can to get things going for themselves. They do have Spider-Man ult as well as C&D ult. They could walk onto the point and just
Put some pep in my step.
persist if they really want to, but Tondo Defiant, if we talk about ults, they have a million.
Oh!
Jared gets set up, but he gets blocked.
Oh, the wall. Another one. Another one. It's just getting in the way of the turret, and the turret almost broken. But Trix has finally found the one-up on Redux. A chance here for Agamomo to extend play. And this is the perfect opportunity to get the dive going. Tondo Defiant advancing too fast and advancing too front. And while we see BurgrFlipr a last stand and beat the Spider Sure, it's still the point ceded to Agamomo. Any chance from Tondo Defiant? Not really. No Doctor Strange available in the game. It's a point claimed.
Oh my goodness, though, that was a lot of time being burned at this point in time. If they can't get that second point, then they'll have to stay with this. Knrt trying to get out of that situation here. Once again, Tondo Defiant going for that early contest. Trix has found a lot of value here. It looks like he's putting on the black suit and is going no holds barred against Tondo Defiant, but this is still a lot of ground to cover. Yet another kidnap.
Oh, let's make snatch and grab real quick. Low HP. Meteor's available, sure. Here we go now. Shots to a ring. And a Psylocke brought out here by BurgrFlipr. But Paradoxist is making a lot of space. The infinite ammo. Biding time. And buying a lot of this damage here for Agamomo. Paradoxist also. Nice pressure with the hit scan. Trix also getting in on it with the Star-Lord. Tondo Defiant now have a flanker available. And BurgrFlipr is close now to the dance of the butterfly.
Right, sword very, very close, and that potentially could be the win now. But here, no real positioning on the side of Tondo Defiant, but they're just burning as much time as possible back. It's still the support's going crazy here. Trade's going 1-for-1 because the res is up.
Over. RuiJy. DPS on some maps, Mantis on the others. Either way, he gets 4 kills. And here comes now the dance. The butterflies able to just slash on through. And BurgrFlipr annihilates any opposition. Any still chance for Agamomo? They have a minute left and 4, almost 5 ultimates to use. One last chance here again for the Agamomo squad.
Redux might have to go big here just to give his team a little bit of room to work and maybe farm up those ults. Like I said, Dance was just way too powerful to really ignore there. And at the very least, the ult trades were going in the way of Agamomo, so they have that for them. Potentially, they could burn one here just to shoot Tondo Defiant and give them some space. But right now, everything's been non-committal, Daks.
Cap comes in, Maktuh has found his target, and it's just Agamomo throwing everything they can.
Wow.
You heard all those voice lines? It's because they basically all press Q, and Agamomo, well, just Q on up by the payload man because you're at least gonna get the space here.
Well, they do still have Meteor M. If ever Redux does pop his Goddess of Death.
The point 12 contest! The point 12 contest here, Raf! The Paradoxist shut that down!
So close.
And Tondo Defiant, they were trying to at least get a bit of style there. But in the end, the effort from BurgrFlipr, a nice try, a good timing. Ow, just can't stay alive long enough. Agamomo now getting a little bit of room to breathe.
I think this is also the point where we say shooters have to shoot. You know, you let the Raccoon out, you let the Punisher on the board. And you know how dangerous Agamomo can be when it comes to the point-click lethality. Trix doing his best to stay alive here, nearly gets picked off. But Tondo Defiant also at risk of staggering this. We do lose BurgrFlipr, and it is going to be a 5-man team on the side of Tondo Defiant to hold strong.
Yeah, but it's a bit worth it for BurgrFlipr. 13% left for the dance of the butterfly. A minute here for Agamomo, and if Tondo Defiant get a defining wipe, it should be already the deal sealed here. But again, Thor Force unleashed, just going wild with the hammer. Now then, Meteor of M smashing down onto YoungPork, turned into a meal, and Tondo Defiant is feasting. Agamomo now, the stagger on Maktuh also making it tough. Someone needs to touch for the offense, but it's looking so unlikely.
Dax, if Tondo Defiant layer this perfectly, then this should be it. This should be the end.
They use the Psylocke also to no avail. It did buy space, and Knrt again trying to find the pick, but this is looking to be over. The door is shut, and Trix is even caught. No escape, no way through. Agamomo will fall here as Tondo Defiant sweep the finals and take it 3-2 in the last map. It's a 3-0 from the boys from OW, and here they are crowned as the Triumph Division champions.
My goodness. What a final map, Dax. I was really hoping for the Agamomo comeback. It looked like it was in the works, but alas, it came out half-baked. There was a lot of ideas being thrown onto the mix here. They did, however, get so much mileage out of that Punisher, out of the hit scans, which kind of begs the question, why didn't they bring it out earlier? There was no Strange to block out all that chip damage. Pugbutt did come alive at the very tail end of that, Dax, clutching out 2 kills just to really seal the deal. And you can't help but feel, what if Agamomo didn't blow all their ults onto that one choke point? Granted, it was for the extension, but they could have done work with maybe 1 or 2.
Yeah, the cycle, perhaps. It's that kind of discipline, and we saw it there at the end. Just the resources were being held by the likes of Tondo Defiant. You can see they were ready for it. Sure, they lose BurgrFlipr, but you can understand that trade. You can understand that sacrifice because as soon as he's back, that's just gonna be the Psylocke ultimate being popped anyway, and it's all she wrote. Well played by Tondo Defiant. It's been honestly such a familiar road for them. You look at the series that they've had against their fellow Overwatch mates, winning
Yeah.
2-1 against both the squads that did come before, both of those teams having Overwatch players. But here and now in the finals, it's 3-0 in their favor. And what a incredible victory to say the least. I don't know, man. Thunder Defiance, they just did everything right.
They really did. I mean, we talked about how this team was also structured. You talked about how there is like a really strong core with a lot of players being built around that core. Big kudos to everybody too to just doing their job. Like honestly, I feel like a lot of players tend to miss out on one key point in these types of games, and it's just to do your job. When you do your job, the whole team functions. When you enable each other, the whole team functions. And we really didn't see like anything too crazy in terms of like trying to be the me guy for the side of Tondo Defiance, and I think that's great. I think like that's really the beauty of these games, but also the real pain where if one thing will go wrong, it will eventually throw everything um to the fan. At the same time, big congratulations as well to Agamomo for making it this far. They were very close, but like you mentioned, Dax, at the start of the series, it's all about that stamina.
Yeah, just oh, what else can we say, right? This was just an utter showcase from the Defiance, and they are worthy champions here in a first ever event in Marvel Rivals PH. Triumph Division has found its conquerors, but it was a good effort also from Agamomo, right? We saw the run in their own side of the brackets, a clean sweep in the semifinals, a hotly contested 2-1 quarterfinals, but in the end, it was still on the Defiance doing everything they can and more. And Team Memecord getting third place in the battle for third off stream. So it's a good run. It's a good run for from the boys of
They
the
don't get
OWB.
kicked.
They don't
They
get
don't
kicked.
get kicked from Dax himself. They're not
Yeah.
gonna get kicked from the meme court. So that's a victory when everybody survives. So yeah, I mean, like let's be realistic here for a little bit. I'm sure like the Valorant side of things did put up a great fight, especially when it comes to just raw mechanics and whatnot. But hey, this is something that the Overwatch folks have done in the past, whether begrudgingly or by choice. Sorry, guys, just spacing out a little there. But yeah, I mean, it is really familiar territory. Still really hopeful for our community to continue on growing and just having more players come through with these types of tournaments. And again, big thank you to everybody.
Yeah, and big shouts to the community that has made this happen. Big shouts, of course, to everyone tuning on in. For now, though, I do feel like we just to update you guys. We're just tallying some of the results from our other award, and I do believe we have an
Mm-hmm.
MVP award that we're trying to make sense of right now. It's pretty easy because compared to other games, the game kind of says
Wow.
to you MVP, even though it's not the most accurate. Sometimes it's still stats based, so I'm not
We
doing the
know.
math here. I'm not doing the math here, guys, but I'm checking out our live updates right now.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if we talk about MVP, there could be like a case for everybody if we really dissect it on a map to map basis. I think Cosmic did amazing on Klintara. Pugbutt, obviously, it was an absolute demolisher for, I think it was Path of Yggdrasil, and plus the last map too with those clutch 4 kills. Uh, Obviously, we have, RuiJy on that Star Lord doing God's work, spacing out for team, being an absolute nuisance. But again, so on and so forth. Dax did say we're not gonna deep dive into it, so I'm not gonna deep dive into it. That's like the surface level.
Yeah, pretty much it. I have gotten a bit of updates though. Many of the Ton Defiant players all tying up for the MVP award that you get in games.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't
It's
know,
hard
Chief.
to say.
It's hard to say. We'll get our final decision from our admins. We're not gonna make an announcement until it's ready. But either way, we have a few finalists right now. In consideration, we got aebyad, as well as Pugbutt, as well as Cosmic, as well as Festive right now being considered. I'm a little surprised that we don't get any MVPs for either the DPS
Yeah, I was about to say.
or for BurgrFlipr here. So interesting. But if the game says so, then it is what it is. It
I
is what
mean, if
it
we
is.
talk about the DPS, right? You know, Redux was going crazy on that Hella, really warranting the fear for people to just outright ban her in a lot of the
Yeah.
lobbies. But hey, dude, what's new? DPS players don't get the love they deserve.
I mean, DPS is always a blamed role, that's for sure, Mr. Raf. You would know. You would know
Yeah,
very often.
it's okay.
It's okay. It's okay, Raf.
It's
Don't
my
worry.
fault, guys. I'm
It's
the
okay.
DPS. That's my fault.
Yeah. So you got I can't make the decision here. We gotta make the mods decision, the admin decision. And for our two finals actually, in terms of the stats, it's the tanks. It's the tanks here, Raf. Either
Fair.
Cosmic or Pugbutt. Oh, it's tough. It's tough. I think you should make a case for both of them, Raf, to convince our admin team who should take the crown. You know?
In my opinion, if we go for flexibility, Pugbutt was amazing on that Wolverine, and I feel like did such a great job of displacing everything for Agamomo on that first map where they dared try to go for the mirror, but Pugbutt was so quick to shut it down. And even on those tanks, he did have a little bit more presence. But Cosmic was also clutch as all hell with Doctor Strange. Really lore accurate, really accurate to the books, where he's always bailing out the rest of the team. So if I'm not contributing to our admin team, deciding that's exactly what I intended to do,
Mm-hmm.
you guys decide. It's fine.
Yep, not me, not me. We're just here to announce things, guys. We are just here to yap, and we can't finish the stream without getting the final result here. We're hands up. We're hands up. We're just the messenger. We don't make the
Don't
decisions.
shoot.
We don't make the brackets. We show up. We yap. Call it a day. Play Marvel Rivals sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Ad-
of course, guys, if you want to play Marvel Rivals all the time and see tournaments all the time, don't forget to join the Discord server. It's right there. You can type that in wherever you want and just, help the community grow, have more tournaments, and have more discussions on who the MVP is. I think it's even more so interesting that all the MVP considerations were on just the side of Tondo Defiant. Like, it was just like, oh, but which player really did like the most when
yeah.
realistically everybody did work?
Look, it's a thing in the game, so we're playing with it. That's all. Honestly, I can make a case for every one of them, right?
Same.
Diba?
And we
So,
have.
and even if the game says so, I would say no. I think this guy did something even more so. So I don't
Mhm.
know, but it's up to our incredible sponsors to decide. I've had my hands up the whole time. I'm not
Me
typing on
too.
Discord or anything. I'm not communicating. I've said, okay, guys, we have all the stats. Now you need to make a decision, a coin flip, basically, to see who's gonna be our MVP.
We are but your mouthpiece for this decision.
Mm-hmm,
Is
mm-hmm,
what Dax
mm-hmm.
is trying to say. And again, we have our hands up. We have like no influence on this whatsoever. I don't know if this is pressure to our admin team or to everybody, but we're
Yeah, I
having
mean,
fun with it.
I wonder if we can just like split the MVP prize.
Yeah, I
I
mean, why
don't
not,
know.
right?
I mean, if they're statistically both tied for MVP and SVP, might as well. I don't know. I'm just suggestion again.
Don't
Raf.
shoot the
No
messengers.
typing. No typing.
I'm
Only
not typing.
yapping. Only yapping. Only yapping, guys. We're only yappers here. So yeah, that's kind of it. We're the tournament's done. The tough part is choosing the MVP here.
True. You guys are too good. Like, why do you make it so difficult to actually like? I get it. You guys are from the same team. Still no typing here, right? Still no
No
typing.
typing.
Just to
No
make
typing.
sure.
No typing.
Nothing.
Yep.
Nothing. They made it
Okay.
so difficult.
Okay, wait. I'm
And
gonna type. I'm gonna type. I'm gonna write the words final decision question
yes or
mark.
no.
Yes, yes. Okay, Dax. Oh, I can't. Dude, I'm getting scolded by the Discord.
The Ultron
Dax
bots are
Dax
after
has
you.
been barred. Dax has been barred. Reason capital letters.
The robots are onto you, good sir.
Dude, I can't believe this. I've been scolded by the bot twice already.
Dak so noisy, even in typing.
Okay, typing loud, faster
Loud.
than loud. Okay, guys. So
I don't know, dude. Like honestly, our 2 cents have been thrown into the hat.
Okay,
Okay,
okay.
I'm
So guys, apparently, I don't. Is this for real? Are we gonna do a duck race just so people can decide?
dude. I would love a duck race. You know, like duck race is cool. It's honestly one of my favorite parts of the night. Oh my
Alright.
goodness, is this for real?
You guys tell us. You guys tell us. I'm gonna I'm gonna close the show. I'm gonna close the show without a winner at this rate.
Oh my gosh, there's a lot of griefing happening here. I think like our fellow co-casters are also griefing each other on the chat. I don't think we're griefing. Again, we're just the mouthpiece. We're here to express the thoughts of everybody, you know. Don't shoot the messenger. Oh my goodness.
My goodness. Fluffy02, my favorite Mr. Fantastic player. Ay,
Huh.
ay, man made the climb happen to GM with Thor. Still insists on playing Mr. Fantastic.
I don't
No,
know. Like he's
I
really,
know.
really good on Thor. There was great synergy. Like, okay, the funny thing was it was me, Black and Blue, and like Vic climbing to I think it was like the diamond to GM.
Uh-huh.
And it was the Hella Thor combo, dude. I'll be honest. Once that Hella got banned, I'm out of here, man. Like, I didn't flex onto Winter Soldier yet, so that one's on me. But enough of the lore dump.
Yeah,
A
dude.
man could probably be Celestial if he didn't grief himself and his team.
Wait, I need to type. Please yap.
It's fine. All right. So right now we're still deciding on who the MVP is, guys. Maybe we're gonna like end the night, and the MVP is the audience for sticking around, and the prod is the MVP. But I don't think everybody's actually doing that. I think they're actually still picking who the MVP is. I think
Yeah.
this is fun. I think
But
this is
guys,
fine.
the prod team has brought out the calculators.
Oh
They're
my goodness.
calculating the in Valorant, right? There's the VLR rating. They're doing that right now. They're crunching the
Oh
numbers.
my gosh, dude. Like, do we have the stat tracker for this? Like, actually, because this is a lot of effort. I feel like this has been
Tracker.ee.
like, huh? Yeah, but like we don't have like a VLR, right?
No.
That's a good answer, Dax. Honestly, like I'm not gonna disclose anything, but that's a very good answer.
I'm not the one to make the decisions. I'm on camera. I'm on camera.
I like how interactive everybody is still though on chat
Yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
everything. That's cool.
Okay,
We
okay.
see Romeo
Okay.
wanting more ducks to race.
Okay. Final for sure. Okay. I will announce. I'm gonna announce it. Okay. So to our incredible admin's discretion, which has taken very long to calculate and to figure out and to manifest. We are gonna award now the MVP award to 2 people or to 1 person. Well, I'm getting
Eh,
debated on stream. I'm getting debated
I
on
saw that
stream.
too.
Unbelievable.
Wait, hold up.
Unbelievable. Dude, I'm getting hard grief by prod. I'm getting hard
This
grief
is
by prod.
this is basically the peak hero shooter experience, guys. The real battle is within, not against opposing
Guys,
team.
to win a game like this, you need to have 2 things. Actually, 2 words rather. Clear comms. The comms are not clear. But I think it's pretty
This is so
clear.
much fun.
Okay. I'm announcing it. This is it. Pansit. Okay? To our admin's incredible discretion, Raf, please join me in awarding the MVP award to Mr. Pugbutt. Big congratulations to Pugbutt.
Yay!
It took the length of a map to decide on this.
Actually, that's crazy.
But
That's
to be-
crazy.
But to be very transparent to you guys, based on the in-game stats, both Pugbutt as well as Cosmic were tied in MVP as well as SVP. But of
Yeah.
course, in terms of for our admins, that flexibility that Pugbutt brought to the table gives him the edge. So big congratulations to Pugbutt. You win the MVP award. Yahoo!
Thor main stay winning. Except you,
Yes.
Puff.
Except
Stay on
no.
Thor.
he stays winning when he's on tour, okay? And we are staying winning here in the community because everyone gets something. Thank you guys though for all tuning on in. It is time for us to finally close the show. And here are your top 3 results as we've seen so far today. Our second runner-up, Memecord. First runner-up will be Agamomo. And our first ever inaugural Marvel Rivals PH champions is, of course, the Tondo Defiant squad. Congratulations yet again. Raf, anything else you want to say before we head on out?
That was fun. I'm just glad to see Hella get some action on the board. Glad to see everybody just kind of get into this type of game. And like I said, Dax, there's still something crazy about getting back on this specific saddle, my friend. Especially with like everybody, the familiar names and whatnot.
Yeehaw.
Good game.
I was about to say the wrong game. I love Marvel Rivals.
Get the muscle memory out of your system, my friend.
Yahoo! And well, it's been quite a show, guys, and it's been quite a run. We'll see you guys in the next one. Thank you guys for tuning on in. Thank you guys for coming. This has been the Defiant Division event here for Marvel Rivals PH. Don't forget Discord GG/Rivals PH down below. Join the community, join the fun, and we'll see you guys in the next one. This has been us from the Marvel Rivals PH community. Good night, goodbye, and we'll see you in the next one.